Chapter 1. A cool schoolgirl? The lover of my dreams. Beauty, we don't know each other, this is not good. Su-ming's back was pressed against the cold brick wall, and his Adam's apple was rolling. The sexy red lips of the woman in front of me are within reach. The tight black suspender skirt couldn't cover the snow-white skin that was about to burst out. If you like it, watch more. I'm not a stingy person. The woman smiled ambiguously and pinched it deliberately. In an instant, the ravine became deeper and more charming. At this time, the dilapidated street lamp outside the alley was flickering. In the dim light, the woman's shadow moved strangely and stretched, spreading toward Su-ming's sneakers like a living thing. Puff! The dull sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh suddenly interrupted this ambiguous atmosphere. The woman's charming expression froze on her face, and her eyes showed incredible horror. You! Since my sister is so enthusiastic, I have no choice but to reciprocate. Su-ming smiled gently, but the sword in his hand mercilessly turned half a circle. After all, I'm not a stingy person. Blood dripped down the sword's edge. The woman's delicate face quickly turned pale. Until the pupils are completely dilated. She still couldn't understand why this seemingly innocent high school student could see through her disguise. Miss Succubus, choosing the wrong person to flirt with can be fatal. Su-ming sighed and casually shook off the blood on the sword. Sheath the sword. The translucent panel floats before your eyes. Torch Sequence Authority 1 Mission completed. Mission content: kill 5 first-level alien creatures. Current task progress: 5-5. Mission reward: Fire Stealing Authority Fragment 1. Next stage: kill 5 second-level alien creatures. Su-ming, a senior student at Hanhai High School. In fact, he was a time traveler who came to Blue Planet at the beginning of a month. As space-time rifts connecting to other worlds, called the Gate of Apocalypse, appear one after another. There are 107 of them so far. The wave of spiritual energy revival is coming, and Blue Star has officially entered the Age of Apocalypse. All kinds of demons and monsters have appeared in the world: succubus, zombies, vampires, monsters, and so on. Humans are not to be outdone. They can awaken their talents when they reach adulthood, from F level to SSS level, with clear distinctions of strong and weak. But the original owner was an unlucky guy, and his awakened talent was only F level. F level talent: sleeping sickness. Improves sleep quality. What the hell is this concept? Grass. A month ago, Su-ming, who was unfamiliar with the place, sat on the curb and smoked 2 cigarettes in a row. Staring at the 3 words nasal sickness on the system panel, he almost put out the cigarette on his forehead. Fortunately, he also has a local specialty that comes with the time travel the system. This is the only way to gain a foothold in troubled times. After working hard for a month, I finally got the first authority fragment. Su-ming stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. I have another chance to enter your dream. I wonder who will be favored by me tonight. 3 hours later. An old residential area in the suburbs of Hanhai. After a few seconds of snowflakes flashing on the old antique TV screen in the living room, it barely maintained its basic functions and heard a few vague advertising slogans. Shanxi Corp's driving group has transformed into a zombie courier. It uses advanced soul-soothing bell GPS navigation. As you asked, we will travel day and night. Sleeping in the middle of the night? Matewan Demon Hunter has accepted your order. 20% discount on the handling fee for alien creatures below level 2. Wear the yellow robe and accomplish your mission. Couples have sex problems? Jibo Charm Crash Course. Succubus teachers are certified. Legal and reasonable. Help you control your husband. Su-ming sat at the table enjoying his dinner: duck leg rice bought on the roadside. A bit cold, but still delicious. Every time I hear these advertisements, Su-ming couldn't help but sigh. This damn magical realism world. After eating, I washed up. Go to bed, turn off the lights, and close your eyes. Start the fire sequence. In an instant, the feeling of weightlessness suddenly came. Loading the dream. F-level talent: sleeping sickness has been overwritten. The fire sequence: the fire thief is officially online. When Su-ming opened his eyes, the familiar scent of orchids lingered at his nose. He was lying on a large, soft bed, with a velvet quilt embroidered with blue phoenix patterns beneath him. Jiang Qingli, it's you again this time. The girl was wearing a silk pajamas with lace patterns and had a beautiful face. Her skin was as white as mutton fat, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her nose was high, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were watery and crystal clear. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with her long legs side by side. Jiang Qingli, the daughter of the Hanhai Jiang family, the flower of the mountain that no one from Hanhai High School should approach. At the same time, she is also the dream lover of countless boys in Hanhai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Now, she has really become my dream lover. But, the Jiang Qingli in front of him was not herself. It is a gift container that appears in the dream world through the fire sequence. The touch, temperature, and even the sweetness of the breath are no different from those of a real person. But they don't have true self-awareness. After the system awakened, it gave Su Ming the identity of fire thief and gave him a precious opportunity to enter a dream. It was that dream that allowed him to successfully replicate Jiang Qingli's SS-level martial arts talent, Blue Luan Sword Immortal. And every time you obtain a fragment of the power to steal fire, you can unlock a new opportunity to enter a dream. Now is the second time I have entered the dream. Student Xiao Jiang, come here and give me a massage. Su Ming stretched. Yes, master. Jiang Qingli doll kneeled on the bed obediently, her long legs under the lace pajamas were dazzlingly white. As the fragrant breeze blew over, the soft and boneless little hand pressed on Su Ming's shoulder. System, what is the spiritual alignment index between Jiang Qingli and I now? Jiang Qingli. Realm, level 2, 9th level. Spiritual conformity index, 29%. Note, the higher the spiritual alignment index, the closer the host is to the original owner's strength. Host realm, level 1, 9th level. Su Ming sighed softly. I worked so hard for a month to kill all those aliens, but the result is less than 30%. The soul power that low-level aliens can provide is getting less and less. Ways to improve spiritual alignment. Su Ming has only found one so far. It is to kill alien creatures and deprive them of their souls and mental power. And at this moment, a prompt sound was heard. The fragments of the power to steal fire have been integrated. Meet the conditions for becoming a god and release the mission of becoming a god. Mission name, Ascension to God 1. Task requirements, raise your spiritual affinity index with Jiang Qingli to 100%. Reward, SSS level martial arts talent swordsmanship. What the hell? SSS level talent. Su Ming's face was filled with shock. Since the coming of the Gate of Apocalypse, there are very few humans who can awaken SSS level talents. The last SSS level talent. He is still the Tai Chi sword master Zhang Sanfeng who single-handedly chopped through 100,000 demons 30 years ago. Su Ming took a deep breath. This is a great mission bestowed upon this person by heaven. By the way, does your system have a grudge against alien creatures? It just wants me to kill them all. Su Ming complained about the system while playing with the girl doll's tender and fair feet as usual, so much so that a blush appeared on the tips of her ears. It's obviously just a puppet, but its reaction is too realistic. However, Su Ming did not notice that the puppet's long eyelashes suddenly trembled for a moment. In the depths of those eyes that should have been empty, there was actually a faint ripple. Chapter 2. Who are you? Violent boy. Hanhai City, Jiang family villa. The morning light shone through the window onto the silk sheets, and Jiang Qingli suddenly woke up from her dream. She propped herself up, the straps of her snow-white lace nightgown slipped off, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It's the same dream again. Her white fingertips unconsciously caressed her slender ankles, as if she still had the feeling of the man in her dream playing with her jade feet. What made her even more nervous was that she obediently called master in her dream and even took the initiative to put her feet under the other party's hands. When she thought of this, she curled up her white and tender toes uncontrollably, which made her look quite obedient. But why is that person's face always blurry? Miss, it's getting late. The maid's respectful voice came from outside the door. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Get the car ready and go to school. Hanhai High School, Martial Arts Class C. Have you heard? The body of bloodthirsty princess was found in North Alley this morning. There are photos on the demon hunting forum. There was a sword wound on the body, stabbed directly in the abdomen, and the intestines were all over the floor. The short-haired girl by the window held her phone and interrupted excitedly. It must have been done by that mysterious swordsman. That's awesome. This guy has gone on a killing spree in less than a month. All the aliens around here have to pee their pants when they hear his name. Su Ming, who was sitting by the window in the back row, was leisurely flipping through the illustrated guide to abnormal creatures of apocalypse in his hand. If you ask me, that swordsman must be 2 meters tall. He has 3 heads and 6 arms. When he swings his sword, he roars like a dragon or a tiger. The boy in the front row was making chopping movements with a proud look on his face and almost knocked over the desk. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. There is no need to exaggerate the myth. I feel a little shy myself. Sudden. The classroom door was pushed open, and the noise in the class suddenly disappeared. A tall figure stepped in. She had long straight black hair, a cool look without makeup, and a plain white dress that outlined her slender waist. The translucent ice silk stockings were faintly visible, and the black flat shoes made a crisp sound when stepping on the floor. This woman is not the teacher of their class. Rather, it was Jiang Baidai, a martial arts specialist sent by the higher authorities to urge students to improve their martial arts as the martial arts college entrance examination was approaching. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I have something to announce to everyone. She swept her cold eyes across the class, and her gaze paused for a second subtly on the boy sitting by the window in the back row. After review and approval by the Ministry of Education and the Apocalypse Affairs Administration, talents of D level and below are prohibited from applying for the martial arts college entrance examination. She hadn't finished her words. The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were directed to Su Ming at the same time. Su Ming's fingertips that were turning the pages of the book paused slightly, and an absurd look flashed across his eyes. What the hell? Is it so outrageous? Isn't this clearly targeting me? Ha ha ha. Su Ming, you don't even have the qualifications to take the exam. Zhao Ting, the second-generation rich and troublemaker in the class, slammed the table and laughed wildly. Tears were about to burst out. Why don't you kneel down and beg me? I'll find you a job in a funeral home. Anyway, an F-class loser like you is only fit to deal with the dead. Su Ming, who was already in a depressed mood, glanced at Zhao Ting coldly. Shut your dog mouth. Zhao Ting's smile suddenly froze on his face. Apparently, he didn't expect this notorious F-class trash to suddenly fight back. The whole classroom became quiet in an instant. Jiang Baidai raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Su Ming, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Everyone held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between the two. Hey, F-class loser, have you grown braver today? Have you forgotten the last time I beat you into the medical room? Zhao Ting stood up suddenly and pushed the chair away, making a harsh sound on the floor. Several lackeys behind him also stood up, each with a ferocious look on their face, rubbing their hands together, obviously ready to take action. Hearing this, Su Ming frowned slightly. The next moment, the original owner's painful memories came flooding back. In the toilet cubicle, the pain of being randomly punched and kicked, the desperate pleas for mercy, and the laughter of the bastards in front of him. Under the dim light of the infirmary, the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with the bloody air filled my nostrils, along with the suppressed sobs. TSK. Su Ming's knuckles were clenched until they turned white, and a flash of hostility flashed across his eyes. Why? Do you remember that you look like a dead dog? Zhao Ting sneered and rushed towards Su Ming, his fist carrying a strong wind and hitting Su Ming's face. Bang! Su Ming just slightly turned sideways, grabbed his throat with his backhand, and pushed him heavily against the window. The men suddenly exerted force. Zhao Ting's eyes were bulging and bloodshot, and veins were throbbing wildly in his temples. Tears were streaming down his face, and his legs were kicking wildly in the air. Listen. Su Ming leaned close to his ear and spoke in a voice as soft as a poisonous snake. If you mess with me again. He slowly pressed his other hand on Zhao Ting's abdomen, right where the fatal sword wound on the bloodthirsty girl's body was. I don't mind letting you experience the feeling of having your intestines spilled all over the floor. The classroom was in a dead silence. Zhao Ting's lackeys froze in their places. The short-haired girl sitting by the window dropped her cell phone to the ground with a click, and the screen was still showing the news photo of the bloodthirsty princess's corpse. Her eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly. Did he just? Oh my God. Someone took a deep breath. The sound was very low, but it couldn't hide the trembling. Did he just say intestines all over the floor? Jiang Baidai opened her eyes slightly. She clearly saw a green light flashing on Su Ming's fingertips. That's enough. A cold voice suddenly sounded, and Jiang Baidai's face turned cold. The classroom is not the place for you to run wild. The green light on Su Ming's fingertips suddenly dissipated. Throw it away like trash. Bang! Zhao Ting fell heavily to the ground, his face distorted, gasping for breath like a dead dog. Su Ming! Just wait for me to die. My brother Zhao Yan is best at crushing people's bones bit by bit. He struggled to get up, his face was ferocious and his voice was full of resentment. After saying this, he left the classroom in embarrassment. The students began to discuss. The Zhao family is very powerful in Hanhai, and Su Ming is in trouble this time. And I heard that his brother Zhao Yan is a gold-level demon hunter. Killing monsters is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Sudden. A female voice exploded in Su Ming's heart. What is your relationship with Jiang Qingli? Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. He turned his head suddenly. The target was found quickly. On the podium, Jiang Baidai, in a plain white dress, was staring at him. The woman's eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth curved into a dangerous arc, full of amusement. Don't be nervous, it's me. Not many people know that my ability is telepathy. Telepathy? A 1 in 100 spiritual talent? Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and he tried to respond to Jiang Baidai's voice in his heart. Can you hear me? Almost instantly, Jiang Baidai's voice rang out, I can't hear you. Su Ming. Although I can't hear your voice, I can guess what you will say. Jiang Baidai's red lips curled up slightly, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. Come to my dorm tonight. You don't want others to know your secret, do you? Chapter 3 asking me to slap you? Doing SM? It is night, and the night is charming. Dong dong. At Hanhai High School, in the martial arts specialist's apartment, a soothing knock on the door was heard. Su Ming arrived as promised. Squeak. An extremely sexy woman poked her head out. She has delicate makeup and a purple butterfly tattooed on her collarbone. The big red waves just reach the waist, and the black stockings under the tight and hot hip skirt highlight the perfect thigh curve. The delicate jade feet are stepping on a pair of red-soled high heels that can be said to be a weapon for attack speed and critical hits. Who are you, beauty? Su Ming was confused. But you don't recognize me now? Jiang Baidai laughed so hard that her body shook. She slightly turned sideways, and her snow-white cleavage was faintly visible through the lace neckline. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed his saliva. Broken. Could it be that today is the day when a sheep falls into the tiger's mouth? In the living room, Jiang Baidai lazily sank into the leather sofa, her long black silk legs elegantly crossed. A slender lady's cigarette was held between her fingertips, and smoke lingered between her breaths. The ground was so messy that it was impossible to find a place to step. Wine bottles were scattered here and there, clothes were piled up randomly. A pair of black lace bra was particularly eye-catchingly draped over the edge of the sofa. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly. An idea immediately popped up in my mind. This is a woman with a story. Oh, you have a good eye, but I want to hear your story first. Recalling the green sword light at Su Ming's fingertips, Jiang Baidai narrowed her eyes slightly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Tell me, what is your relationship with Jiang Qingli? She tapped the sofa with her fingertips, and her long black silk legs under her hip skirt were crossed, shining alluringly under the light. Su Ming smiled bitterly, you really can eavesdrop on my thoughts. But I couldn't help but glance at the black silk light. The woman deliberately put her left leg on her right knee and swayed gently on the tiptoes of her red-soled high heels, which made people feel itchy. If you tell the truth. She suddenly leaned forward, and the fragrance filled her nose. The leather sofa beneath him creaked, and his black silk calves were almost touching Su Ming's legs. It's okay for my sister to let you touch me. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and laughed inwardly. That's it? Testing me with black silk stockings? Which old cadre can't stand this kind of test? To tell you the truth, Jiang Qingli and I really have nothing to do with each other. That's true. Although the Jiang Qingli in the dream was incredibly well behaved and had first-rate shoulder massage skills. But after all, it is just a replica doll, and has nothing to do with the original. Jiang Baidai nodded pretentiously. In fact, she didn't care at all about what he said. What she really wanted to hear was the little thoughts in this boy's mind. As a result, Su Ming's mind was filled with two words playing repeatedly. Black silk, black silk, black silk, black silk. Depend on. Jiang Baidai couldn't help but swear. I originally thought it was easy to seduce little boys with black stockings. Unexpectedly, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. In that case, A barely perceptible silver light flashed in Jiang Beatty's eyes. Warning! Mental wave intrusion detected. Outsiders try to spy on the secret of the flame. The Xinhua safety agreement has automatically taken effect. Outsiders should be punished. The flame is sacred and cannot be offended. Suddenly, Jiang Baidai trembled all over, and the hairs on her body stood up. Every cell in my body is screaming danger. The painful and suffocating feeling like drowning came over me in an instant. Hurry! Hit me! Jiang Baidai begged in a hoarse voice, digging her nails deep into the leather of the sofa. The long black silk legs were unconsciously clamped together, and the instep was stretched straight. Punish me! Su Ming was still confused. Why did the SM plot suddenly begin? Things are developing so fast, is there really no need for some foreplay? The next moment he realized something was wrong. Because the vitality in Jiang Beatty's body is rapidly fading. Thinking of the system alarm just now and Jiang Baidai's urgent shouting. Bang! Su Ming raised his hand and gave a loud slap. A magical scene appeared. Jiang Beatty's complexion immediately looked visibly better. It actually works. That's offensive. Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, channeled his energy into his dantian, and attacked with both hands. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. The sound is high, powerful, and continuous. The night is as dark as ink, in the grove outside the villa area. Zhao Ting was already stunned. Since he suffered a great humiliation in public, he bore a grudge against Su Ming. He immediately notified his brother, a gold-ranked demon hunter. At the same time, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How could I possibly lose to an F-rank loser? Su Ming must have some unknown secret. Sure enough, Zhao Ting discovered that Su Ming's movements were strange. Carefully following along the way, until I saw him walk into Jiang Beatty's dormitory. Zhao Ting figured everything out in an instant. No wonder Su Ming suddenly became so much stronger. It turns out that it was that bitch Jiang Baidai who was giving him special treatment. Damn it! Damn it! Next. Then the sound of pa 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 was heard. Zhao Ting's C-level talent, body strengthening, will also enhance his hearing. At first, Zhao Ting was struck by lightning. Now, he was completely numb. The persistent pa pa sound was like a devil's sound in my ears. Zhao Ting was filled with jealousy. Thinking of Jiang Beatty's plump figure, delicate face, slender and beautiful legs, and small and delicate jade feet. So much time has passed. Damn it, Su Ming must have tried all kinds of tricks and postures. Zhao Ting gnashed his teeth in hatred. He punched the tree trunk next to him hard, leaving a deep fist mark and blood oozing from the back of his hand. Adulterer and whore. Adulterer and whore. I'm going to expose you. I'm going to expose you completely. Let's see if you still have the nerve to stay in Hanhai High School. Enough, enough. Jiang Baidai covered her face and spoke. At the same time, Su Ming's body took a step back uncontrollably, his movements stiff, like a puppet. Jiang Baidai waved and called for the mirror. The originally delicate face is now swollen like a pig's head. Good job. He was beaten so badly that his mother didn't even recognize him. You little bastard, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. But why do I feel a little refreshed? Jiang Beatty's face flushed slightly. Is this mind control? Su Ming felt his whole body stiff and unable to move, with a look of surprise on his face. Obviously. I have been deceived by this bad woman again. There's no way this can be done by telepathy. Jiang Baidai glanced at him coquettishly, and took out a slender lady's cigarette from somewhere and held it between her fingertips. He took a deep breath and spit all the secondhand smoke onto Su Ming's face. I can keep it a secret for you, but you have to keep it a secret for me too. Su Ming was stunned. What do I need you to keep secret? You and Jiang Qingli don't know each other. I am just an ordinary martial arts specialist. Make a deal. Why don't you just go away? Are you planning on staying the night at my place? Su Ming was dumbfounded. This woman changes her expression so quickly, she doesn't recognize me anymore after she lifts up her skirt. After Su Ming left, Jiang Baidai lazily sank into the sofa, puffing out cigarettes. Stinky boy, what secret could be so big? Her fingertips stroked the purple butterfly tattoo on her collarbone, and she suddenly raised the corners of her lips. But my sister loves most things that can't be swallowed. Ding ding ding. The phone rang suddenly. The caller ID on the screen flashed a familiar name. Jung Baidai held the cigarette lazily and answered the call with a flick of her finger. Aunt, about that incident before, do you have any clues? The girl's voice came from the receiver. It was cold as frost, yet carried a barely perceptible hint of urgency. What's the matter? Jung Baidai asked knowingly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. The mysterious boy in my dream. Jiang Qingli paused for a moment, and her cold voice trembled rarely. He showed up again last night. He. Although there are only sporadic fragments of memory. But those unspeakable ambiguous scenes came flooding in like a tide. The feeling of my palms caressing the lace pajamas, the warm breath beside my ears, the numbness of my feet being played with. Jiang Qingli bit her lower lip hard, letting out an almost inaudible whimper. What did he do? Jiang Baidai asked with great interest, with a teasing tone in her voice. You can't even speak clearly? Jiang Qingli's breathing stopped for a moment. You promised me not to ask that question. Jiang Qingli's tone gradually returned to calm. Okay, I won't ask. Jiang Baidai's eyes turned and she asked with a smile. So after you find him? Kill him with one sword. Thunder roared outside the window and heavy rain poured down. The girl answered quickly. The voice was calm and almost indifferent, without any emotion. Chapter 4: F-Class Loser Strikes Back at the Goddess? Jiang Qingli arrives. The next morning. As soon as Su Ming stepped into the school gate, he felt countless gazes piercing him like needles, and people around him were pointing at him and talking about him. Look! That one on the forum. That boy is him. He looks quite handsome. No wonder. The discussions of the people around him filled his ears. Su Ming frowned. Forum? What forum? Hey, isn't this the F-level Duck King who became popular on the campus forum? At this time, 3 gangster-looking boys came over. The leader had dyed yellow hair and winked at them. Brother, how does Jiang Baidai taste? He said in an exaggerated tone. 3 whole hours. Bro, your kidneys are really strong. Su Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. I took out my phone and scrolled through the screen to find the campus forum. The first thing you see is the pinned post. Shocking. F-class loser attacks beautiful martial arts expert at night. 3-hour recording leaked. Click to listen to the snapping sound. There are thousands of comments in the comments section, which shows how popular this topic is. High-definition resources, paid for. How could this thin dog Su Ming last for 3 hours? He must have used some strange potion. Brother upstairs, I have a friend who wants to know where to buy the alien potion? The weak one is still posting comments, and the strong one has already used 3 rolls of paper. Impossible. Commissioner Jiang is my goddess, how could she be with an F-rank loser? I don't believe it. The comments section has completely exploded. Some people questioned the authenticity of the recording, while others frantically asked about the details. Even more people are envious of the plot of the F-level counterattack goddess. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his fingertips that were swiping the screen suddenly paused. His eyes fell on the name of the poster Zhao Ting. So it's you, the dog, who's causing all this trouble. He whispered, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I heard you're an F-level loser. How did you get together with Jiang Baidai? Huang Mao spoke up and suddenly poked Su Ming in the chest. If you have any tricks, can you teach us? Before he finished speaking. Crack. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The yellow-haired man stretched out his index finger and bent it backwards at a strange angle. Before he could even scream, Su Ming held him in his hands. He felt dizzy and was pressed to the ground. Su Ming's sudden attack made the other 2 people stunned. By the time they reacted, the yellow-haired guy was already lying on the ground wailing. Su Ming raised his eyes and glanced at them. Do you need me to teach you this move? They shook their heads repeatedly, swallowed subconsciously, and staggered back. Huang Mao's shrill screams made the crowd around him look terrified. Isn't he an F-class piece of trash? Is this really the same Su Ming? When did he become so strong? At this moment, the campus radio suddenly exploded with an electric noise. Student Su Ming from Wudao Class C, please go to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Repeat. Student Su Ming from Wudao Class C, please come to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He casually shook the blood off his hands and walked straight towards the teaching building, leaving a mess behind. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the door of the Academic Affairs Office. Before I even raised my hand to knock on the door, I could hear voices talking inside. Director, I really didn't expect to cause such a big misunderstanding. The woman's voice was trembling and full of guilt. Su Ming raised his brows slightly. Obviously, this bad woman has started to show off her acting skills again. Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair, tapped the table with his fingers, his tone filled with anger. Commissioner Jiang. You should know that once this kind of thing gets out, it will have a very bad impact on the school's reputation. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Su Ming pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, Jiang Baidai returned to her usual attire. She had long black hair and a plain white dress. Her pretty face was full of guilt and her eyes were red. However, women seem weak and helpless. But the moment Su Ming looked at her, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The voice came from the bottom of my heart. Don't panic, I've already called for help, and they're the invincible kind. Reinforcement? Invincibility included? Su Ming was slightly startled, with the corners of his mouth slightly curled. In that case, I can do whatever I want. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's scolding voice came. Su Ming. Who allowed you to come in? Zhang Yuan's face was as gloomy as water. Get out now. You came in when I told you to. Su Ming stood still. He glanced at the application for withdrawal on the table and sneered. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yuan was stunned, and he couldn't believe his ears. On the other side, Jiang Baidai's eyes were full of excitement, and she said in her heart, I didn't expect you to be so crazy. I like it. Keep going. Su Ming didn't have time to deal with her, and continued to talk to Zhang Yuan. Why, you want me to drop out of school, and you still expect me to be nice to you? They don't even give students a chance to explain. Are the school rules just for show? This Hanhai High School is ruled by you, Zhang Yuan? Presumptuous. Zhang Yuan slammed the table and stood up, spitting all over the cover of the application. You are an F-class loser, and you are qualified to talk about school rules? Sign it now and get out. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Su Ming suddenly took a step closer, interrupting his aggressive tone, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There was a playful smile on his lips. Tie me up and bring me to Zhao Ting to honor your father Zhao? His voice was very soft, but it was like a sharp dagger, pointing directly at the vital point. The Zhao family is a large and powerful family in Hanhai. Zhang Yuan is so arbitrary that he wants to fire me in a hurry. Apart from licking the Zhao family's ass, Su Ming couldn't think of a second reason. As if Su Ming had hit the nail on the head, Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. He even saw a flash of green light like a sword flashing across the depths of the boy's pupils. His lips trembled as he was forced to stagger back. At this time, bang! The door was violently kicked open. Zhao Ting walked into the office with a grim smile on his face. Ha ha! Su Ming! Didn't expect retribution to come so soon? Behind him followed a figure like an iron tower. Gold-level demon hunter Zhao Yan stepped forward with heavy footsteps. Every step was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the room. Brother! It's him! He is Su Ming! Zhao Ting pointed at Su Ming with a vicious look in his eyes and his voice was distorted with excitement. It was this bastard who played dirty tricks yesterday. I'm going to cripple both of his hands. Let's see how he can do it in the future. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Bang! A loud slap landed directly on Zhao Ting's face. Half of his face was swollen instantly, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Shut up! You can't even handle an F-class piece of trash. Zhao Yan scolded angrily and shook his wrist. He fixed his eyes on Su Ming, emitting a menacing aura. You can make my brother fall. You are hiding very well, right? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at Zhao Ting, who was covering his face with humiliation, and smiled softly. It seems that your hand strength is much stronger than your brother's mouth. Sharp-tongued. Zhao Yan grinned, revealing his white teeth. I hope I can still hear such a beautiful sound when I crush your larynx later. The pressure from the third-level strongman was like a landslide and a tsunami in an instant. The desk shook violently and the chandelier above began to shake. Zhang Yuan was so scared that he collapsed in his chair, sweat pouring down his forehead. How dare they mess with the Zhao family in Hanhai City? They really don't know how to live or die. Zhao Ting covered his swollen face, but a vicious look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Damn it, let you go crazy. Now let us see how you die. He seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Su Ming having his bones crushed by his eldest brother. Just as Zhao Yan's 5 fingers formed into claws and attacked Su Ming. Zheng. A clear sword sounded, descending from the sky. Zhao Yan's arms were stiff, and he could no longer move forward. His face suddenly changed as he found that his arms were covered with green sword energy, as thin as a hair but as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This. You're blocking me. Like the cry of a blue phoenix, a cold girl's voice sounded. Everyone looked back in shock. Only then did he realize that there was a figure at the office door. The girl was wearing a plain white school uniform. Her waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand. Her skin was whiter than snow and she was so pure and cool that she was not stained by any dust. Those glass-like eyes swept across everyone indifferently, with an innate sense of alienation that made people dare not blaspheme. His cold gaze stayed on Su Ming for a moment, and his heart suddenly trembled, and an unknown throbbing surged up. The girl stared at Su Ming's face. No. You look familiar? Chapter 5. It seems that someone has been bullied a lot in his dreams? Have we met before? Su Ming's eyes were stunned. He appeared calm on the surface, but cold sweat was oozing from his back. He never expected that the invincible satyr Jiang Baidai mentioned was actually Jiang Qingli. And the dream replica of the Xinhua sequence was actually discovered by the original owner? Is this still considered a rescuer? This is not pure and has fallen into a worse hell. System, you are cheating me. Zhao Yan suddenly shouted, Miss Jiang. This is our Zhao family's private matter. The veins on his arms bulged, and the sword energy entangled in them made a buzzing sound. The girl's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the sleeves of her school uniform moved without wind. Boom! The majestic sword intent exploded like a tsunami. The glass windows in the office exploded, and the fragments flew everywhere like ice crystals. Zhao family? The cold girl raised her lips in a mocking tone. Are you worthy of being the king of the vast sea? Zhao Yan's face turned pale, and the pressure from the third-level strong man was forcibly suppressed back into his body. Backlash is coming. A fishy and sweet smell fills the mouth. He stared at Jiang Qingli in horror. This was the legendary #1 genius in the vast sea, a person with SS-level talent. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Is this the true strength of the SS-level Qingyuan sword immortal? Jiang classmate. Zhang Yuan crawled out from behind the desk trembling. This is all a misunderstanding. Shut up. Jiang Qingli didn't even look at him, her eyes were fixed on Su Ming. That inexplicable sense of familiarity becomes stronger and stronger. The trembling feeling of having my jade feet played with in the dream spread throughout my body, and my toes curled up unconsciously. A fleeting blush appeared on the tips of her ears. We have met before. This time it's an affirmative sentence. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Jiang Baidai secretly making a throat-slitting gesture to him. Oh shit. This woman is actually gloating. Maybe, in the cafeteria? He gritted his teeth and made up a story, or a library? You're lying. A ray of green light condensed at the girl's fingertips, and the sword energy hovered in front of Su Ming's throat. Su Ming could clearly feel the chill of the green light in front of his throat and subconsciously took a half step back. The green light followed closely. The atmosphere in the office was almost frozen. Just then, Jiang Baidai suddenly chuckled and tapped the tabletop with her fingertips, the sound carrying a hint of amusement. Qingli, why are you so angry? The Zhao brothers and Director Zhang are here, not to watch you interrogate people. She glanced at Zhao Yan and Zhao Ting, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Zhao Yan, your brother is not as skilled as others, and he took revenge privately and even reported it to the Academic Affairs Office. If it gets out, do you still want to save the Zhao family's reputation? Zhao Yan's face darkened and he glanced at the cold girl with fear. He snorted coldly and grabbed Zhao Ting's collar. You piece of trash, you are such a disgrace. Go back. Zhao Ting was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his face turned pale, so he dared not say a word. Zhao Yan grabbed his brother's collar and was about to leave when Jiang Qingli tapped the edge of the table with her scabbard and whispered two words. Slap your face. Zhao Ting's face, which had turned pale with fright just now, turned red again in an instant, and he hesitated for a long time and was unwilling to raise his hand. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and his palm, like a palm leaf fan, made a sound of breaking through the air, causing Zhao Ting to flip 3 times in the air. He fell directly into the corridor, with glass shards mixed with blood flowing from his forehead. There were quite a few onlookers in the corridor at this time, and they were startled by the noise. But when they found out that the person lying on the ground wailing was Zhao Ting, they burst into cheers. Someone shouted "Good job," and then the people around started applauding enthusiastically. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of flash shutters rang out one after another, and 17 or 18 mobile phones were simultaneously aimed at Zhao Ting's embarrassing and ugly appearance. Zhao Ting felt so humiliated that he wished he could just bang his head against it and die. Zhao Yan looked at Jiang Qingli, and his back teeth were clattering. Miss Jiang, are you satisfied now? Jiang Qingli was not paying attention. Seeing this, Zhao Yan immediately took Zhao Ting away from the place in disgrace. Zhang Yuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw the scene. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly smiled and apologized. Student Jiang, Commissioner Jiang, I handled this matter improperly. I will go and clarify the rumors right now and will not allow the misunderstanding to continue to expand. After he said that, he didn't dare to stay any longer. As he hurried out of the office, Zhang Beidi's eyes were shining silver. An invisible spiritual butterfly flew straight into Zhang Yuan's mind. There was a deep smile in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Live in an endless nightmare for the rest of your life. At this time, only Su Ming, Jiang Qingli and Zhang Baidai were left in the office. Jiang Qingli's sword energy had not yet dissipated. She stared at Su Ming with a cold voice. Now, no one is interrupting, you'd better tell the truth. Su Ming's mind raced, but he pretended to be calm and showed a bitter smile. Student Jiang, actually, I did see you, but it was in a dream. Jiang Qingli's pupil shrank slightly, and his sword energy suddenly stagnated. Dream? Yes, it's just that kind of ordinary dream. Su Ming scratched his head, his tone sincere but a little awkward. You know, many boys in school, dream about you. After all, you are the most popular girl in Hanhai High School. Zhang Baidai raised her eyebrows and almost couldn't help laughing. This kid is really good at changing the concept. Jiang Qingli's ears twitched slightly, and his sword energy was slightly restrained, but his eyes were still sharp. What exactly happened in the dream? Just some fragmentary scenes, like you reading in the library, or practicing swordplay in the martial arts arena. You're lying. Jiang Qingli's fingertips glowed green. The person in the dream looks very similar to you. Student Jiang. Su Ming suddenly raised his voice to interrupt, with a cynical smile on his face. You care about me so much? Is it possible that you think about me during the day and dream about me at night? Or is it that Jiang's dream contains some unspeakable secret? He paused deliberately, lengthening his tone. And it has something to do with me? The air suddenly froze. The girl's breathing suddenly became disordered, and her fingertips trembled slightly. Zhang Baidai held her breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement, like a civet enjoying an 800-mile melon field all to herself. Since Jiang's suspects. Su Ming suddenly reached out and hooked a strand of the girl's hair, whispered in her ear. How about we recreate your dream? Maybe it can help you remember. The two of them were so close that they could hear each other's breathing clearly. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. The orchid scent lingering on the girl was exactly the same as the one in her dream. Zhang Baidai covered her eyes with her hands, pretending not to see anything, but her sly eyes observed the two of them through her fingers, her red lips slightly raised. Oh my, students nowadays are really amazing. The academic affairs office has become a flirting scene. Her words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. That's enough. Jiang Qingli cut off the hair with the green light of her fingertips and quickly took a few steps back. A thin layer of powder appeared on her snow-white neck. She looked at Su Ming deeply. I'll remember you. Don't worry, we'll meet again in the future. There was an undisguised chill in his cold tone. If I find out it's really you. The girl's fingertips glowed green, and her eyes were filled with coldness. The next time we meet, it will be the day you die. After saying that, she turned and left, but her footsteps sounded a bit hurried. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least I managed to get away with it. But he also knew that he could fool people for a while, but not for the whole life. System, you've really screwed me this time. He gnashed his teeth in his heart. You should have known earlier that the real owner could sense dreams. The scene in the dream involuntarily appeared in my mind. The girl's dazzlingly white long legs under her lace pajamas. The blush on her snow-white neck as her jade feet were played with. And that soft and sticky voice of Master. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably twice and he was silent for 2 seconds. Well, it seems I went a little too far. At this time. System reminder. Spiritual Sympathy Index +1. Current Jiang Qingli's Spiritual Affinity Index, 30%. What is this? Su Ming's eyes were slightly stunned. Could it be that in addition to hunting alien creatures, contacting Jiang Qingli in reality is also useful? But when I think of Jiang Qingli's behavior just now, I suddenly had a headache. He didn't even have time to hide. How could he dare to touch the tigress's butt? Hey! What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Baidai narrowed her eyes, her slender ice silk legs crossed, and her red lips curled up in a playful expression. What? Are you obsessed with our Jiang University campus beauty? I'm lost. Su Ming smiled bitterly. I was almost killed by her just now. That was almost the end. Congratulations on escaping this for now. But Jiang Baidai suddenly leaned forward, the snow-white hair under her collar was faintly visible, and a faint fragrance filled her face. That's not the only thing you have to worry about. Zhao Yan is a vindictive man. He will definitely not let you go so easily. Su Ming nodded slightly. In fact, compared to Jiang Qingli, Zhao Yan seems cute. It doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Seeing how tough he was, Jiang Baidai stopped talking and changed the subject. Then what about your martial arts college entrance exam? Su Ming sighed. This problem was really a headache. I can't exploit policy loopholes. Reality is not a game. There are not so many bugs. Jiang Baidai smiled mysteriously. I have a way to get you into the martial arts exam. Have you heard of Spirit Realm? Spiritual Realm? Su Ming was stunned. That was a sub-reality battlefield developed by the Apocalypse Affairs Bureau using alien technology, where countless martial arts geniuses competed for rankings. As long as you can get into the top 10,000 as a fresh graduate. The woman's red lips curved up in a seductive arc. You will then be able to obtain special qualifications and take part in the martial arts college entrance examination openly. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slightly. Not long after he left, a certain cold girl came back. Those cold eyes stared at Jiang Baidai, as if trying to see through what she was thinking. Jiang Baidai, as if she had expected it, leaned lazily on the sofa, puffing away, holding a cigarette between her fingers. Aunt, are you hiding something from me? Who is he? Jiang Qingli's voice tried to be cold and clear, but it was trembling in a way that she herself didn't even notice. Jiang Baidai raised her eyebrows slightly, the corners of her mouth curved up into a smile, her red lips slightly parted. Oh, why are you so anxious? It seems that someone has been bullied a lot in his dreams. Could it be that he really did something unspeakable to you? Chapter 6. Check it out, don't check it to the point where you can't stand it. Jiang Bai Dai. Jiang Qingli's ears turned red, and she tried to sound cold, but she couldn't hide her trembling. Stop changing the subject. Who the hell is he? Jiang Baidai raised her hands in surrender. Okay, since you insist, I'll tell you. Actually, Su Ming is my secret lover. Jiang Qingli's breath was choked. Jiang Baidai blinked. Those recordings and rumors on the internet are all true. After saying this, a hint of shyness appeared on Jiang Baidai's face. You. Jiang Qingli stared at Jiang Baidai's shy face, but her eyes were cold and grim. Okay. Since you won't tell me. She suddenly turned and left. Then I'll check it myself. King Jiang Baidai looked at her back, chuckled and shook his head. Check it out. She whispered softly, with a sly look in her eyes. I'm afraid that by the end of your investigation, you'll end up getting yourself involved. Meanwhile, on the other side. After Su Ming left the office, the first thing he did was to search for information about the spirit realm on the internet. To log into the spirit realm, you need a connection cabin, which means you need money. I have to find a way to make some money. Su Ming looked thoughtful. He was originally an orphan and did not have much savings. If this continues, let alone connecting to the cabin, we won't even be able to afford duck leg rice. Suddenly, a Tier-1 demon hunter ad popped up on my phone. Newcomers first order subsidy plus 50%. E-level tasks can easily earn hundreds of spiritual energy coins. Demon Hunter. You can earn money to buy a connection cabin, and you can kill monsters to increase your spiritual alignment index. Su Ming thought about it and nodded slowly. The next day was the weekend. At noon, Su Ming arrived in front of the Tier-1 demon hunting building. A giant bronze demon hunting badge was hung on the roof. Inside the demon hunting hall, there was a giant electronic screen at the top of the mission release area. The blood-red font scrolled and played the real-time task. D-level mission, clean up the mutant rats in the sewer, reward, 500 psychic coins. C-level mission, destroy the blood fawn werewolf tribe that raided Qingshi village, reward, 1000 psychic coins. Su Ming looked up and saw the words at the top marked with a glaring red light. Long-term mission. B-level mission, hunt down the nightmare beast that has been plaguing Qingshan Sanatorium for many years, reward, 20,000 psychic coins plus Demon Hunter Association gold level recommendation letter. 10 minutes later. Testing hall. Su Ming stood in front of the testing channel, holding the application form he had just received. At this moment, the crowd behind suddenly burst into cheers. I saw a burly man with scars all over his face walking out of the testing area carrying a huge steel axe. As expected of Scar Brother. He passed the bronze level retest for 3 consecutive years. After all, he is a genuine and valuable B-level talent. The scarred man enjoyed the flattery from the people around him and said arrogantly, I killed 7 aliens in my first year as a demon hunter. The staff behind the window lowered his head to check Su Ming's form, frowned and looked up. F-level talent? He glanced at Su Ming's young face and said hesitantly, Little boy, this is a demon hunter test, not a game. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face. High school students can't take the test? Yes, I can. Seeing that Su Ming was serious, the staff looked a little embarrassed. At this time, the people queuing behind him were already bursting into shrill laughter. The last F-rank demon hunter had grass 3 meters high on his grave. Young people today really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The scarred burly man became even more arrogant upon seeing this. He carried the huge axe across his shoulder, grinned with a mouthful of yellow teeth, and spit flew everywhere. You want to be a demon hunter before your hair is fully grown? I can kill you with just a fart. There was a burst of laughter all around. Su Ming turned around slowly, looked at the noisy crowd, and suddenly a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're laughing. The strong man hadn't finished his swear words yet. Clang. The metallic sound of the iron sword being unsheathed exploded. The moment Su Ming turned his wrist, the sword tip emitted a cold light. It actually cut the strong man's cheek from mid-air. Warm blood splattered on the faces of the people around. There was an immediate cry of surprise. The sturdy man felt a chill on his face, reached out his hand and felt blood on his palm. His face instantly twisted and he roared. You're looking for death. He swung his huge axe and chopped. Su Ming's body swayed, and he leaped up using the giant axe's force. In the blink of an eye, the sword tip was steadily stopped in front of the strong man's throat. The noise in the entire hall came to an abrupt end. If he advances just half a point more, the strong man will be covered in blood. The strong man was stiff all over. I felt the chill in my throat and the cold sweat on my forehead flowed down the scar on my face, but I didn't dare to raise my hand to wipe it. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Slap your face. Su Ming spoke calmly. The sturdy man's face turned red instantly. I said, slap your face. Su Ming had no expression on his face. Bang! A loud slap was heard. It's particularly loud in this silent hall. Everyone's pupils trembled. Su Ming slowly scanned the entire room, looking at the people who had just mocked him one by one. But no one dared to look him in the eye. Su Ming shook his head, feeling a little bored, and walked slowly towards the testing area. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on him. The boy stopped 5 meters away from the test monument. This distance is obviously beyond the normal testing range. In the eyes of everyone's doubts and expectations, Su Ming's eyes flashed with green light, his arm muscles tensed, and he suddenly swung his sword down. The sword light was like a blue phoenix spreading its wings, slashing towards the test monument with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the 3-meter high test monument exploded with a loud bang, and rubble flew everywhere like a rainstorm. The entire testing hall fell silent again. The strong man's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, his face turned pale, and his legs became weak. The smoke slowly dissipated. Fragments of the test monument were scattered on the ground of the test hall. Su Ming put away his sword and stood up. The tip of the sword tapped the ground lightly, making a crisp collision sound. The staff behind the window looked pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Everyone was silent. Some of them even took a few steps back unconsciously. Just then, the metal door deep in the testing hall slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a black uniform strode out. His face was serious and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk. "What's going on?" His voice was deep and powerful. The staff hurried out from behind the window and stammered to explain. "Manager Zhou, this student is here to take the bronze level test, and then, the test monument will." Manager Zhou's eyes fell on the fragments of the test monument on the ground. The pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't help but look at Su Ming, and his heart was shocked again. "So young? May I have your name?" Su Ming, a senior student at Hanhai High School. Su Ming answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Come with me." Manager Zhou turned and walked towards the metal door. "Go straight to the silver level test." This sentence was like a bomb, triggering discussions in the hall again. "Silver level? He's just a high school student. Have you ever seen such a cool high school student?" Manager Zhou glanced back and the discussions immediately died down. He looked at Su Ming. "Why, you don't dare?" Su Ming chuckled and followed. "I couldn't ask for more." The metal door closed behind them, leaving the whole hall full of stunned people. Walking through a long corridor, Manager Zhou brought Su Ming to a circular hall. In the center of the hall is a metal platform with a diameter of about 10 meters, and the surrounding walls are covered with complex runes. "This is a combat testing area," Manager Zhou explained. "The silver level test requires you to face a first-level peak alien projection. You have 3 minutes to defeat it." Su Ming nodded and walked onto the metal platform. As Manager Zhou operated on the console, a blue light lit up at the edge of the platform and a translucent energy shield slowly rose. "The test begins." As soon as Manager Zhou finished speaking, the air in the center of the platform suddenly twisted. A figure over 2 meters tall gradually solidified. It was a werewolf covered with black scales. The bloodshot eyes stared at Su Ming. The sharp claws scraped against the metal ground, making a harsh sound. "Level 1 peak, werewolf." Manager Zhou's voice came through the loudspeaker. "Good luck, young man." The werewolf let out a deafening roar and pounced towards Su Ming. Outside the platform, Manager Zhou stared at the surveillance screen. He thought he would see a fierce battle, but the next scene made him open his eyes wide. Facing the werewolf that was approaching, Su Ming simply turned sideways slightly, and the iron sword in his hand drew a graceful arc. A green sword light flashed, and the werewolf's movements suddenly froze. The next second, its body split neatly in half from the middle, turning into a point of light and dissipating into the air. The entire battle process took less than 3 seconds. Manager Zhou's hand was suspended on the console for a long time without moving, and he stood there in a daze. "Damn it!" When the two returned to the hall, everyone's eyes were focused on Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou's Adam's apple rolled, he took a deep breath, and his voice was exceptionally loud. "The test results are confirmed. Su Ming has passed the silver level Demon Hunter qualification certification. It took 3 seconds." This sentence was like a bomb exploding, and the hall was instantly boiling. 3 seconds? Fuck. How is this possible? It took me 3 years to get over this hurdle, but he got over it in just 3 seconds? At the same time, Hanhai High School, top floor of the library. Zhang Qingli was wearing headphones and checking Su Ming's information. F-level talent, orphan background, the only thing worth mentioning is that his academic performance is very good. Her eyes flickered. How could such an ordinary boy be involved with Zhang Baidai? A strand of black hair fell down, and she subconsciously pulled it back, but the headphone wire was caught on the corner of the table and fell to the ground with a click. In the silent library, her cell phone speaker suddenly started making loud snapping sounds. It was the recording that went viral on the post. Crisp and loud. Inspiring and powerful. Chapter 7, Zhang the School Beauty? Her secret affair? Demon hunting in progress. The entire top floor of the library fell into deathly silence. Only that blushing recording was echoing at full volume. What the hell? Who is so awesome? Watching a movie in the library? Oh my god. It's the school beauty Jiang? She actually watched this in private? Astonished glances were cast from all around. Jiang Qingli froze in place, pretending to be calm as she picked up her headphones. In full view of everyone, she stood up and left quickly with the documents in her arms. She didn't stop until she was 100 meters away from the library. Her cheeks were burning hot and even her snow-white neck was dyed an alluring pink. Recalling the scene just now, the girl's eyes sparkled with tears, and her white and tender toes unconsciously curled up in shame in her shoes and socks. Staring at Su Ming's photo on the document in his hand, she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and an angry tremor escaped from her voice. Son of a bitch. At this time, Su Ming did not know that he had committed an even more serious crime in someone's mind. When he left the demon hunting tower, dusk had fallen and the street lights came on, casting mottled shadows behind him. I walked and looked down at my phone, and on the lit screen, the Meituan Demon Hunter app with black text on a yellow background kept refreshing the task list. Suddenly, my finger paused. E-level mission: clear out the ghouls in the abandoned subway station west of Hanhai High School. Estimated number 35. Reward: 300 spirit coins. Newcomers first order subsidy plus 50%. Order requirements: realm level 1 or above. Tisk: even aliens can be group purchased? Su Ming grinned and clicked accept order now. Half an hour later, Su Ming came to the abandoned subway station. As far as the eye can see, the entrance is pitch black, like the bloody mouth of a monster. Su Ming drew out his iron sword and walked forward slowly. The stench of rotting flesh and rust lingered at the tip of my nose. There was a crunching sound in the darkness. In the dim moonlight, Su Ming could clearly see 3 hunchbacked ghouls tearing apart a broken corpse. Meituan is hunting demons, and the mission must be accomplished. Su Ming drew out his voice and tapped the ground with the tip of his sword. How many of you would like to give me a 5-star rating? The ghoul suddenly raised his head, and his cloudy eyes locked onto Su Ming. Whoosh! The most powerful ghoul pounced, digging straight into his heart with its sharp claws. Su Ming did not move. Until the fishy wind blows in my face. His eyes focused and he chopped down with the sword. Clang! The sword exploded. The ghoul's right arm was broken off at the root. Black blood splattered and a hysterical roar came from the mouth with long fangs. The remaining 2 zombies seemed to have received some instructions and rushed forward. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged, and his sword energy was chaotic. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 2 zombies were chopped off. At this moment, the strong zombie with a broken arm turned around and ran away. Su Ming looked surprised. He sent his men to die just to buy himself time to escape. These aliens are so cold-blooded. Su Ming didn't think twice and raised his hand and threw out the sword. Bang! The blue sword light carrying the breath of death drew a perfect curve. The zombie that escaped with a broken arm was nailed to the ground. Listening to the unwilling roar of the ghouls in my ears, Su Ming walked forward slowly and drew out his iron sword. If I let you run away, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me? Beheaded with 1 sword. Spiritual conformity index plus 1%. A ghoul like this, which is at the lowest level, is extremely lacking in soul power. All 3 together. Only 1% was provided. As the spiritual alignment index increases, the lower the level of the alien, the fewer progress bars it can provide. Su Ming shook off the blood on the sword and was about to go deeper. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. Emergency order. A large amount of ghoul energy fluctuations detected. There seems to be a ghoul nest ahead. Updating tasks. D-level mission: clean up the ghoul nest in the abandoned subway station. Estimated number unknown. Additional reward: 1,000 psychic coins. Order requirements: realm level 2 or above. Due to the low talent and realm of the demon hunter, the security protocol is triggered and the nearby exorcist on the same platform is automatically matched. Su Ming subconsciously wanted to cancel it. But the next second, the screen showed that the match was successful. Matched successfully. Silver level demon hunter Lang Linyuan note: I will kill you if you dare to hold me back. Su Ming raised his brows slightly. This platform is indeed a bit too smart. It seems that I have been matched with a teammate with a very unique personality. Not long after. Thump thump thump. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from behind. Lang Linyue walked slowly towards us. The black combat uniform outlines her proud curves, and the ice crystal high heels glow coldly in the moonlight. She glanced at Su Ming's school uniform and sneered. Matewan now accepts even high school students? Sister, what's wrong with high school students? Su Ming shook his phone, and the silver logo on the lit screen was very eye-catching. See? Silver level, we're both the same. When Lang Linyue heard the word sister, her face was slightly stunned. The plump breasts wrapped in the black combat uniform rose and fell violently twice. She snorted coldly, walked past the boy, bringing with her a whiff of fragrance. Su Ming shrugged and followed slowly. The subway station was filled with a foul stench and the walls were covered with suspicious black stains. The two continued to go deeper, and the tunnel became darker and darker. A faint icy blue light illuminated the tip of Lang Linyue's finger. I could barely see the surroundings. Some infrastructure is in a dilapidated state, and the mottled walls of the tunnel are covered with large patches of dark green moss. Su Ming stopped at this time. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he said in deep thought. Something's wrong. This is the lair of the ghouls. It's a little too quiet. As soon as the words fell, there was a rustling sound coming from deep in the tunnel, like millions of arthropods crawling. It's so creepy. Su Ming suddenly grabbed Lang Linyue's wrist and pulled her into his arms. The woman's pretty face froze, and she saw a pool of corrosive and smelly liquid falling where she had just stood. The walls and the ground were eroded in an instant with a sizzling sound. This. Lang Linyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and then the tips of her ears turned slightly red. She spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Thanks. Su Ming didn't care about the soft jade in his arms at this time. He looked seriously into the depths of the tunnel. This isn't something a normal ghoul would be able to do. Obviously, we met a big guy. What answered him was an earth-shaking tremor. Deep in the tunnel, a huge monster is approaching. Run! Su Ming grabbed Lang Linyue's wrist and said, It's the ghoul mother. As a top student who ranked first in theory class and was familiar with the Apocalypse Abnormal Biology picture book, Su Ming realized something instantly. As his words fell, at the end of the tunnel, a huge figure 3 meters tall slowly appeared. The monster's abdomen was swollen like a spider, with dozens of tentacles hanging from it, and a shriveled corpse rolled up at the end of each tentacle. There were also several second-level ghouls beside them, which were several times larger than ordinary ghouls, and they were staring at the two of them with their scarlet eyes. A peak second-order ghoul mother. Lang Linyue's voice trembled. How could he appear in a place like this? The ghost mother's abdomen suddenly opened into a hideous mouth and let out a piercing scream. In an instant, countless zombies emerged from all over the tunnel and rushed towards them like a tide. Chapter 8, A Fleeting Moment of Splendor. Entering the dream again. Jiangqingli, master. Back to back. Su Ming roared, holding the iron sword across his chest. Lang Linyue came back to his senses at this point, and 2 ice crystal short blades instantly condensed in his hands. The two stood back to back, a pungent stench hit them in the face, and swarms of zombies came from all directions. Roar! The roars of the zombies rose one after another, and the battle was about to break out. Although Lang Linyue was shocked by this sudden change, she was a silver-level demon hunter after all, and she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes turned cold and coldness suddenly broke out from her body. Ice crystal stab! As she shouted, dozens of sharp ice cones condensed out of thin air. Go! The ice cones shot out like a rainstorm, instantly nailing the zombies in the front of the wall. Black blood splattered and the stench was overwhelming. On the other side, the iron sword in Su Ming's hand suddenly emitted a green glow. Swish! 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 Every time the sword was swung, a zombie's head would fly up. The body of the second-level ghoul was as weak as paper in front of the Tier-1 sword. But the ghost mother's call continued, and the two were gradually forced into a desperate situation. Buy me half a minute. Su Ming suddenly shouted, and the sword's momentum changed. A green sword energy slashed out in a fan shape, instantly clearing out the group of zombies within 3 meters in front of him. Lang Linyue bit her red lips tightly when she heard this. If you underestimate women, you will suffer great losses. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and complex ice seals gradually appeared on her palms. Extremely cold territory. The woman's pupils instantly turned icy blue, and her breath was filled with icy mist. The strange thing is, the icy fog seemed to have some kind of spirit that bypassed Su Ming and accurately enveloped all the zombies around him. Click click. The ghoul's movements slowed down visibly. Frost quickly forms on the body surface. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ice sculptures. Although it can only cause a slight delay to the ghost mother. But enough. A green light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his aura was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. He bent his legs and shot out in an instant. SS level talent Tier-1 sword immortal, running at full capacity. Clang! The sword's cry was as clear as a phoenix's cry in the sky, and a green arc of light penetrated the tunnel. The ghost mother's ferocious face suddenly froze, and her huge body slowly split in the middle. Boom! The body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lang Linue widened her beautiful eyes, slightly parted her red lips, and looked incredulous. This is silver level? She stared at Su Ming's back and suddenly remembered the mysterious swordsman that had been going viral on the forum recently. Su Ming was breathing heavily, and his hand holding the sword was shaking slightly. The previous sword strike almost drained his spiritual power. But when he looked at the ghost mother's corpse, his eyes were full of satisfaction. Torch Sequence Power 2 mission completed. Mission content: kill 5-second level alien creatures. Current task progress: 5-5. Mission reward: Fire Stealing Authority Fragment 1. Next stage: kill 10 third level alien creatures. The fragments of the Fire Stealing Authority have been automatically absorbed. Remaining chances to enter the dream: 1. Gain the ability of Momentary Beauty, can copy other people's talents, limited to 30 minutes, cooldown for 10 hours. Storage limit: 0.3. Spiritual Sympathy Index plus 4%, current, 35%. Host Realm, Level 2, Level 1. Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the spiritual energy in his body surged like a river. Level 2. Finally a breakthrough. The system panel flashed before his eyes, and the newly unlocked ability made the corners of his mouth curl up wildly. This system is awesome. It's worthy of being a time traveler's golden finger. Lang Linua's voice suddenly came from behind, trembling unconcealedly. Who are you? Su Ming turned around, swung the rusty iron sword in his hand, and grinned. A witcher who does it for fun. Lang Linue fell silent after hearing this. She was 100% sure that the boy in front of her. It is the mysterious swordsman who has recently caused a stir in the demon hunting circle. Seeing the young man sheathing his sword skillfully, she still found it hard to believe that this rusty iron sword could actually produce such stunning sword light. If it was him. Lang Linua's breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her long black silk legs unconsciously clamped together. Have you heard of Qingshan Sanatorium? Su Ming turned to look at her. Qingshan Sanatorium? This name sounds familiar. Suddenly I remembered the blood-red bounty in the demon hunting hall. B-level mission, hunting the nightmare beast Qingshan Sanatorium. What the hell? Su Ming directly cursed. You don't want to do that B-level mission? He looked Lang Linue up and down as if he was looking at a madman. Big sis, a D-level mission almost cost you your life, and you want to do a B-level mission? Do you want to get killed? Lang Linue's ears turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, I've been stuck at the silver level for 2 years. For some reason, I have to move up. I really need that gold level recommendation letter. Su Ming still picked his ears with a lack of interest. If the nightmare beast was so easy to deal with, would it still be sitting on the bounty list gathering dust? He waved his hand and refused. Not interested, find someone else. Lang Linue still refused to give up. All the mission rewards are yours. I just want the recommendation letter. There are several well-known demon hunters in the team, and there is also a gold-level boss in charge. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. Lang Linue spoke very quickly and with a very sincere attitude. Su Ming frowned. Since the lineup is so strong, why do you have to drag me along? I'm just a silver-level demon hunter. Su Ming paused and added. To be precise, I only became an official demon hunter this afternoon. What? Lang Linue's pupils trembled. You were promoted to silver level right after you registered? She suddenly reacted and took a breath. Are you the 3-second man? Now the entire demon hunting forum is talking about you. Damn it. 3-second man? What the hell is that name? The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched. Lang Linyue's eyes swept over the rusty sword hidden in Su Ming's sheath. Biting my lower lip hard. 100,000. 100,000 psychic coins. Su Ming suddenly stopped. 100,000 psychic coins? Seriously? 10,000 spiritual energy coins can provide an ordinary family with good food and drink for a whole year. How many duck leg rice can you buy with 100,000 spiritual energy coins? Unimaginable and irresistible at the same time. Really? I, Lang Linyue, will never break my promise. Lang Linyue patted his chest, and the surging waves made people dizzy. Su Ming looked away gentlemanly. TSK, she spent 100,000 spiritual energy coins without any hesitation. This woman's identity must be very simple. Make a deal. Lang Linyue's eyes lit up. See you at the entrance of Qingshan Sanatorium tomorrow morning. That evening, Su Ming called Zhang Baidai and planned to take a few days off. The most urgent thing was to get the qualification for the martial arts college entrance examination. As for school classes, it's okay not to attend. A woman's lazy laughter came from the other end of the phone, and her voice suddenly became a little playful. Why, are you afraid of seeing Jiang Qingli? Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. I just laughed it off. Then the two chatted about other things. When Zhang Baidai learned that Su Ming was going to Qingshan Sanatorium, she was silent for a long time. After a long while, he finally said something. Be careful of the patient in room 404. Su Ming's pupils trembled. What does this mean? Could it be that Zhang Baidai knows something? Just when he wanted to ask more, the other party hung up. I called again, but no one answered. 404. Su Ming repeated the number in a low voice, his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Baidai's warning is not groundless. At the same time, in front of him, there is another problem. The opportunity to enter a dream that I just got today. After the last experiment, he already knew that if the mental index did not reach 100%, the doll in the dream would not change people. So, should I tease Jiang Qingli in my dream? You can't touch the butt of a tigress in real life, but you can always touch it in your dreams, right? Su Ming never liked to suffer losses, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Start the fire sequence. A feeling of weightlessness came over me. Before I could regain my sight, the familiar scent of orchids filled my face. Su Ming opened his eyes and found the bed empty. The girl who was supposed to be there was nowhere to be seen. How about a puppet that big as me? Su Ming frowned. What responded to him was the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass, a graceful figure was vaguely visible. Crash! The door opened, and a wet jade foot poked out from the warm steam, with crystal water droplets hanging on the slender ankle, slowly sliding down. Master, the water temperature is just right. Jiang Qingli's doll had a soft voice, and her lace nightgown barely covered her thighs. She was tilting her head to wipe her hair with a towel, and the left shoulder strap slipped down, revealing a bit of her round, white skin. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and his eyes moved down along her smooth calves. The pair of jade feet were white with a hint of pink, and pink with a hint of red, and they were slightly curled up as if they felt someone's burning gaze. Master, what are you standing there for? Jiang Qingli suddenly came over barefoot and sat on the edge of the bed. She took the initiative to put her white and warm feet into Su Ming's hands, and her cherry lips slightly opened to exhale a sweet fragrance. Doesn't the master love playing with my feet the most? Su Ming subconsciously stroked the small object in his palm, causing Jiang Qingli to whimper like a kitten. Ouch! Master, be gentle. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and her body leaned limply into Su Ming's arms. Thunder exploded outside the window. Heavy rain beats against the windows of the dream world. And in the puppet's eyes, which should have been empty. But there was a flash of shame and anger that couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 9, Jiang Qingli's Oath. Meeting Zhao Yan again in Qingshan Mental Hospital. Jiang Family Villa. Jiang Qingli suddenly sat up from the bed. Her snow-white lace nightgown was soaked with cold sweat and stuck to her curvaceous body. Like a dream world, heavy rain was pouring outside the window and thunder was roaring. She vaguely saw her flushed face reflected in the glass window. It's the same dream again. Is it Su Ming? No, that's not right. He already knew that he was being targeted, so he would not be so bold as to commit the crime. Jiang Qingli took a deep breath, and murderous intent rose in her cold eyes. No matter who you are, I will make you regret coming into this world. The next morning, there was a rare heavy fog. Qingshan Sanatorium is located in a deserted wilderness. The dark building looks a little weird under the gray sky. Quack! A few blackbirds circled over the hospital, making creepy noises. Not far away, Lang Linyue and several demon hunters were standing in front of the rusty iron gate of the sanatorium. Seeing Su Ming coming, she nodded slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the tall man at the front of the team. Let me introduce you. This is the gold-level demon hunter Zhao Yan. Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. Zhao Yan? Zhao Ting's brother? What a narrow road the enemies meet. Zhao Yan turned around, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Su Ming, a sinister smile on his lips. Su Ming? What a coincidence. The atmosphere froze instantly. Lang Linyue noticed something was wrong and frowned. Do you know each other? Of course I know him. Zhao Yan grinned, revealing his white teeth. We are old acquaintances. Su Ming had a blank expression on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. His right hand subconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword, and the familiar touch made him feel a little more at ease. With a second-level realm, as long as he has a sword in his hand, a mere Zhao Yan is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, Su Ming's spiritual energy was quietly circulating. Momentary beauty start. Replicate Zhao Yan's abilities to be prepared for any eventuality. A level talent frenzy. Frenzy, greatly increased strength and speed in a short period of time. Seeing the tension between the two, Lang Linyue interrupted at this time, with a cold look. That's enough. This is not the place for you to settle your grudges. Zhao Yan glanced at Lang Linyue, recalling some rumors about this woman on the forum. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he grinned. I was just joking with the kids, don't be so nervous, Miss Lang. He glanced at Su Ming slowly and said, however, everyone knows how dangerous B-level missions are. Even a gold-level demon hunter may fail. You brought a kid who hasn't even had his hair fully tangled here. Isn't that being irresponsible of us? Several demon hunters nearby immediately followed Zhao Yan's lead and started to yell in a sarcastic tone. Brother Zhao is right. Miss Lang, do you want us to be babysitters for your pretty boy? That's right. This kid has skinny arms and legs, don't be scared to the point of peeing your pants later. Ha ha, we'll have to clean up his mess then. Shut up. Don't underestimate him. Lang Linyue glared and glanced at everyone. He is the mysterious swordsman. If anything goes wrong because of him, I will take responsibility for him. Lang Linyue believed in her own judgment. After all, the scene of the young man slaying the ghost mother with one sword is still vivid in his mind. What's more, he saved himself once. As soon as these words came out, the few people who were originally making a lot of noise suddenly stopped talking and looked at Su Ming in shock. He is the mysterious swordsman in the rumors? So young? Zhao Yan suddenly raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. A mysterious swordsman? An F-rank loser who can only hide behind a woman actually transformed into a mysterious swordsman? Miss Lang, should I say you are naive or stupid? You actually believe the lies of a young boy. Su Ming snorted coldly, too lazy to waste time talking to him. With a flip of the wrist, the green sword light is dazzling. Zhao Yan's face suddenly changed and he leaped back instantly. What a pity. But next time, your luck may not be so good. Su Ming chuckled. Zhao Yan raised his hand and touched his forehead, the scarlet color on his fingers was particularly eye-catching. His face suddenly became gloomy. He licked his lips, and the corners of his mouth cracked into a hideous arc. Interesting, really interesting. He couldn't wait to crush Su Ming's bones bit by bit. The sword in Su Ming's hand made a clear and trembling sound, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Where are we going? The best is yet to come. Veins bulged on Zhao Yan's temples and his knuckles made cracking sounds. Lang Linyue took a half step forward and stood between the two of them. Zhao Yan, if you still want to get paid, you'd better restrain yourself. Zhao Yan glanced between the two of them and finally spat on the ground. TSK, what a bummer. However, his sinister eyes were always fixed on the young man, revealing a dangerous smile. After all, B-level missions have always been dangerous, and it is common for someone to die in them. Everyone saw this undisguised malice, and Lang Linyue looked at the boy worriedly. Su Ming didn't care at all, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He always hated being remembered. Not to mention, who is the prey and who is the hunter? It's hard to say now. Quack! The shrill cries of crows were heard in the thick fog. Everyone had their own thoughts as they entered the Qingshan sanatorium. Because of the nightmare beast. This place has been closed for many years and there is no sign of human activity. The yard was overgrown with weeds, but there was a sturdy sycamore tree still standing upright with lush branches and leaves. When the wind blows, the leaves rustle, as if silently counting the passing years. The few of them said nothing and did not stay in the courtyard. The moment you enter the hospital building, the thick fog behind him suddenly surged downwards, turning into a sticky black tide in an instant. The suffocating feeling of drowning comes over me. Zzz. The old fluorescent tubes flickered overhead, and disinfectant mixed with a musty smell rushed into my nose. Su-ming propped himself up and found himself alone in a dim corridor. The surrounding walls were old and peeling, covered with moss, and the white tile floor was stained with blood. This is... He glanced around briefly. Each ward iron door on both sides of the corridor is embedded with an observation window. The inside of the glass was covered with bloody handprints. Su-ming drew out his iron sword. He moved closer to the nearest iron gate and looked inside. A middle-aged man in a white coat huddled in the corner of the ward, his hands on his knees, his head lowered, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Hello?" Su-ming called out tentatively. The middle-aged man raised his head suddenly. His face was as haggard as a zombie, and the despair in his eyes instantly turned into shock, and then ecstasy. He rolled and crawled to the iron gate quickly. He banged the observation window violently, his mouth opening and closing constantly, obviously asking for help. But Su-ming's brows gradually tightened. Even though there was only an iron door between us, I couldn't hear any sound at all, including the man shouting and the sound of banging on the doors and windows. Su-ming's eyes moved slightly downward, glancing at the name tag on the man's white coat. Director of Psychiatry Chen Shi. The small words in the lower right corner are in gold-plated font, Qingshan Mental Hospital. His pupils suddenly contracted. This was the old name of Qingshan Sanatorium 10 years ago. Then, isn't the man in front of me the same person from 10 years ago? The middle-aged man was so anxious that he was sweating and crying, and begged desperately. Su-ming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will rescue you right away." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man cowed out violently on the ground excitedly, and did not stop even though his forehead was bleeding. It seemed as if he regarded Su-ming as the last straw to save his life. Su-ming no longer hesitated and raised his sword to cut the door lock. Then he stepped back, keeping his guard up, sword in front of him. Although the middle-aged man looks like an ordinary human being, but it's never too careful in such a haunted place. Snap! The door opened. Su-ming waited outside the door for a while, but nothing happened. My heart sank. Bang! He kicked the door open. Looking up, there was no man in the ward. There was only a desiccated corpse on the bed and an indescribable stench in the air. Su-ming walked forward with a serious look to check. Although the face is a little difficult to distinguish. But he still recognized that the mummy was the middle-aged man who had asked him for help before. But judging from the degree of dryness of the corpse, it must be at least several years old. What the hell is this weird thing? Schrodinger's cat? The walls were covered with bloody handprints. The scratches were piled up one after another, showing how much suffering and despair the man experienced in his life. The strange things just started when Su-ming returned to the corridor. In every ward he passed by, there would be people asking Su-ming for help. But when he opened the door, what was waiting for him was one long dried corpse after another. Su-ming's footsteps and banging on the door had alarmed many people in the ward. They desperately knocked on the windows and shouted, their skinny faces crowded in front of the narrow observation window. She cast a longing look at Su-ming and begged him hysterically. But no sound could be heard. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, with only Su-ming's own footsteps echoing. The patients cried silently and thrashed frantically. It seems particularly creepy in this dead silence. Grass! Su-ming cursed inwardly, and veins bulged on his sword-holding hand. He would rather a monster suddenly appeared in front of him and fought with him. I don't want to face such a weird situation. Sudden. Woo-woo. The sound of a little girl sobbing could be heard in the distance, an eerie harmony echoing in the silent and empty corridor. Su-ming's scalp tingled. He took a deep breath and clenched the sword in his hand, as if to gain strength. Take a step forward and follow the sound. I don't know how long I walked, but this corridor seemed to have no end. Finally Su-ming arrived at the source of the sound. Ward 404. Looking at this ward number, Su-ming instantly remembered Jiang Beatty's reminder last night, be careful of the patient in Ward 404. The observation window of this ward was surprisingly clean, without any bloody handprints. Su-ming held his breath and looked inside carefully. Through the observation window, Su-ming saw a little girl locked with iron chains. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her white hospital gown was stained with stains, and her slender ankles were rubbed with blood marks by the shackles. The most horrifying thing was her eyes. There was no pupil or white of the eyes, but instead they were glowing with a hollow silver light. Seeing the girl's dirty face, Su-ming's pupils trembled, and his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but say in a lost voice, "Jiang, Bai-dai? Chapter 10. It's my turn." The crying stopped, the little girl turned her head suddenly, and the silver light in her eyes suddenly surged. Su-ming felt a sharp pain in his head, and countless memory fragments were forced into his head. The man in the white coat approached with a syringe in hand. SS-level spiritual talent. All things is simply the perfect weapon embryo. The white-haired old man touched the girl's hair and said, "From today on, your name is Jiang Dai, and you will become the sharpest sword of the Jiang family." The little girl was locked in the laboratory, with tubes inserted into her two white arms. The 108th mental stress test begins. Ah! Su-ming felt a splitting headache and the iron sword in his hand clanged on the white tile floor. In the ward, the little girl retreated in panic, the shackles on her feet rattling. "Don't come over here. Those bad guys are going to give me an injection again." Soon, the headache subsided like the tide. When Su-ming came to his senses, his back was soaked with sweat without him knowing when. Is that Jiang Bai-dai's past? His eyes were complicated and his hand holding the hilt of the sword gradually tightened. I didn't expect that the seemingly carefree black silk lady. There is such a heavy past. The little girl's frightened voice reached my ears clearly. Su-ming shook his head and suppressed these thoughts for the time being. All the people in the ward before were unable to make any sound. The only exception is the little girl. This might mean something. Su-ming narrowed his eyes slightly, hesitated for half a second, and raised his sword to cut off the door lock. He raised his hand and opened the door. Fortunately, the girl's small body was still curled up on the bed, shivering, and she didn't turn into those weird mummies. Su-ming breathed a sigh of relief. His bet was right. He glanced around the ward and found no bloody handprints on the wall. Instead, there were repeatedly erased numbers and densely packed date records that almost covered half of the wall, like some kind of desperate time record. Su-ming looked thoughtful, thinking that this might be some method used by the experimenters to control the little girl. Seeing Su-ming enter the room, the little girl's reaction was one of fear. He kept shrinking into the corner, muttering, "No, don't come over." Su-ming put away his sword and approached quietly. "I'm not a bad person. I'm here to save you. You see, I'm not wearing a white coat." Following Su-ming's soothing words, the little girl's emotions gradually calmed down. With tearful eyes open, she really didn't see the scary white coat on Su-ming. Suddenly, the little girl wrinkled her nose and a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. "You have." She spoke timidly, "It smells familiar." Su-ming was stunned for a moment. He couldn't say, "I've seen you when you grew up." Looking at this poor shivering little thing in front of me. Think about that black silk queen who always flirts with him. The contrast is too fucking huge. Su-ming held the little girl's hand and walked in the dark corridor. The shackles on the girl's ankles had been cut off, but there was still a gleam of anxiety in her silver eyes. "Don't be afraid." Su-ming squeezed her cold hand. "Let's go find other living people." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, there was a crisp sound of ice crystals shattering from the front. A dark shadow staggered into Su-ming's sight. It was Lang Linhua, who was covered in blood. The moment she caught a glimpse of Su-ming and the little girl, she was stunned and didn't bother to ask more questions. Screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Behind her, there was a giant mantis monster several meters tall. There was a bloodthirsty light flashing in the mantis monster's compound eyes, and its 6 insect legs scraped against the tiles, making a harsh sound. The sickle-shaped forelimbs are raised high. This blow was enough to cut Lang Linhua in half. Su-ming's eyes became fierce and he rushed out like lightning. The moment when I brushed past Lang Linhua, the iron sword slashed fiercely. Clang! The iron sword and the foot blade collided, sparks flew. Su Ming's palms trembled, but he used the force to turn over and stepped on the monster's back. He inserted the sword tip into the gap between the joints and cut it hard. As black blood splattered, the mantis monster let out a shrill scream. Completely insane. The blades of its front limbs danced wildly, plowing deep grooves on the wall, trying desperately to shake off Su Ming on its back. Die for me. Su Ming's eyes were filled with ferocity, and the Qinghuan sword light poured down like a waterfall, slashing directly at the monster's compound eyes. Finally, a sword pierced into the monster's head. The mantis monster's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and black blood splattered all over the corridor. Su Ming shook off the dirty blood on the sword and looked at Lang Lingyue. Where did you provoke this monster? Lang Lingyue was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly became dull. Su Ming frowned and looked back subconsciously. There was nothing on the ground. The huge body of the mantis monster disappeared out of thin air. Even the black bloodstains on the ground disappeared completely. Only the deep grooves on the wall next to it proved the fierce battle that had just taken place here. From Lang Lingyue's perspective, the mantis monster's corpse seemed to have turned into mist and disappeared directly into the air. She told what she saw. Su Ming listened quietly, his eyes flickering. As a top student, he quickly thought of the ability of Nightmare Beast. Nightmare beasts are different from ordinary aliens. They have no objective entity. It can materialize people's deepest fears and feed on the negative emotions of living things. Lang Lingyue nodded with a pale face. If Su Ming hadn't intervened, she would have been cut in half by the mantis monster's horrific attack just now. It's reasonable for some people to be afraid of this. She whispered, her voice still trembling a little. But then she reacted suddenly and her face turned pale. Wait. Then the thing we fear the most in our hearts will also. What are you afraid of? Su Ming heard her voice trembling, raised his eyebrows and asked, Is it difficult to deal with? Lang Lingyue took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. I hope I am overthinking. She looked at Su Ming's calm face and couldn't help asking. What about you? You don't seem worried at all? What are you most afraid of? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then he grinned. Me? I can only think of one thing, I will never be able to eat duck leg rice again. Lang Lingyue was speechless for a moment. Not wanting to continue this topic, he stared at the timid little girl. What's wrong with this little girl? She asked with a frown. Su Ming simply recounted the experience of meeting the little girl. However, the relationship between the little girl and Zhang Baidai was deliberately concealed. Is this little girl from 10 years ago? Lang Lingyue's pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. You don't seem surprised at all about the Jiang family conducting human experiments? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Lang Lingyue sneered. The troubles in the rich families are always the same. What's so strange about them? Su Ming shrugged. This woman's identity was indeed extraordinary. Careful! Lang Lingyue suddenly shouted. Su Ming's hair stood on end and he instinctively crouched down. Swoosh! A huge sword whizzed past his scalp, narrowly missing him. Su Ming rolled forward and just avoided the attack from the giant sword. Boom! The white tile floor was directly shattered into powder. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking up, Zhao Yan had a grim smile on his face. Little bastard, I finally found you. His eyes swept over the little girl next to Lang Lingyue, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like I'm lucky today. I also found the real body of Nightmare Beast. The Nightmare Beast's true form? Su Ming and Lang Lingyue's expressions changed at the same time. Miss Lang. As long as you kill that little girl. Zhao Yan smiled sinisterly and said, You have obtained your gold-level recommendation letter. Hearing this, the little girl was so scared that she trembled all over and wanted to stay away from Lang Lingyue. Lang Lingyue's heart also tightened, and she subconsciously looked at Su Ming. Su Ming just shook his head slowly. Lang Lingyue looked struggling. But thinking about how Su Ming had just saved him, he finally made his own decision. She reached out and pulled the little girl behind her, whispering, Don't run around, I will protect you. The little girl nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. How stupid. Zhao Yan's face was gloomy. You will regret it. He turned to Su Ming, his temples throbbing and his neck crackling as he twisted it. Su Ming. He grinned, showing his white teeth. What the hell did you feed these women? Everyone is protecting you so unreasonably? A level talent frenzy. Zhao Yan's muscles all over his body swelled up immediately. The blue veins were coiled like a dragon, and the muscles on the shoulders and back were stretching the combat suit so much that it made a tearing sound. His body grew to a height of 2 meters and 5, the huge sword in his hand was as light as a feather, and every step he took could crush the white tiles on the floor. The next moment, Zhao Yan's figure flashed and he was in front of Su Ming in the blink of an eye. The giant sword fell suddenly like a meteorite. Die for me! Boom! Su Ming blocked with his sword, but was blown back 3 meters by the brute force, his back hitting the wall heavily. That's it? Zhao Yan licked his lips, and the huge sword dragged on the ground, making a harsh sound. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and a surging red light flashed across his eyes, and bloodshot gradually filled his eyes. A level talent frenzy. In an instant, power is constantly emerging in the body. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout my body. He almost moaned out loud with pleasure. Su Ming stood up slowly, and made a beautiful sword flower with the iron sword in his hand. Now. He grinned, it's my turn now. Chapter 11, I will never change my name or surname. Zhao Yan was very familiar with the blood gushing out of the sword-wielding young man in front of him. This is clearly his own frenzy talent. Fuck. How is this possible? Zhao Yan's face twisted instantly, his eyes turned red, like a devil crawling out of purgatory. You're playing tricks on me. Clang. The iron sword and the giant sword collided fiercely, sparks flying. Zhao Yan swung the huge sword and smashed it wildly. The tiles on the ground cracked and gravel flew everywhere. You're hiding pretty fast, little bastard. Su Ming dodged like a ghost, and the iron sword in his hand emitted a green glow. With a sharp gaze, he caught the moment when Zhao Yan was about to withdraw his attack. Swish! A sword cut Zhao Yan's shoulder, and blood splattered. Ah! I'm going to tear you apart. Zhao Yan's face was distorted with pain, and he swung the huge sword tightly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Su Ming's clothes. The same talent can mean a world of difference in the hands of different people. Compared to Zhao Yan's brute force, every movement of Su Ming combines the wild beauty of a beast and the precise elegance of a swordsman. Soon, Zhao Yan was covered with wounds and bleeding profusely. Only that mouth is still unforgiving and hard. Damn you, little bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Oh, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die? Su Ming sneered and shook his head. It's a pity that your strength is not even half as good as your words. Zhao Yan was so angry that his face turned red and he almost vomited blood. Lang Lingyue on the side was stunned, her red lips slightly parted. This young man is truly unfathomable. Even a gold-level demon hunter is no match for him. The little girl clutched the corner of her clothes, her silver eyes sparkling. Big brother is so awesome. At this time, suddenly, a sticky dragging sound came from deep in the corridor. Dozens of mutilated corpses slowly crawled out. Their broken necks revealed white bones, and their internal organs were dragged on the ground, leaving shocking bloodstains. What the hell? Su Ming became alert and did not pursue the victory. He quickly jumped back. Even though he was resistant to weird scenes, he couldn't help but feel creeped when faced with 100 demons parading at night. The headless corpse in the front row suddenly raised its rotten arm and pointed at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, pay with your life. The hoarse voice seemed to come from hell. Zhao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. His muscles were tense, veins popped out on his forehead, and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He took a step back suddenly, and the huge sword slammed to the ground, and his hands shook uncontrollably. No, impossible. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat was being strangled. You would have died a long time ago. You would have died a long time ago. The ghosts did not respond, but slowly approached, black blood oozing from their empty eye sockets and their rotten mouths twisted into a strange smile. Damn it! Damn it! I'm a gold-ranked demon hunter. How could I possibly be afraid of a bunch of dead pariahs? Zhao Yan became furious and his breathing became heavy. A low roar came out of his throat, like a beast struggling before death. Get lost! He swung his sword violently, and the giant sword swept across, but it only cut the air in front of him. The ghosts dissipated like smoke and then regrouped behind him. Zhao Yan, give us back our lives. The next moment, Zhao Yan was swallowed up by the ghosts that swarmed over him. Gradually the sound died down. When the ghosts disperse, Only a skeleton was left of Zhao Yan. It seems that the rumors are true. Lan Lingyue witnessed all this with a fearful look on his face. Zhao Yan used all means to reach the gold level, and used the contraband explosive crystals that caused large-scale damage in the civilian area, resulting in the deaths of many innocent civilians. The ghosts slowly turned their heads at this time. Look in the direction of Su Ming. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat and he became alert. Thanks. A burst of subtle and chaotic sounds entered Su Ming's ears. It has the heaviness of a middle-aged man, the crispness and brightness of a young girl, and even the cheerfulness of a child. Su Ming was slightly stunned, feeling mixed emotions for a moment. Unexpectedly, the nightmare beast inadvertently helped these wronged souls fulfill their long-cherished wishes. This is a blessing in disguise. But the next moment, the cold air suddenly swept through the corridor, and ice crystals spread wildly on the walls. The bodies of these innocent people were frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Then it shattered with a crack and turned into tiny ice crystals that floated away. Su Ming felt a surge of anger in his heart. He looked solemnly in the direction where the cold was spreading. I saw a stern man in a suit and leather shoes slowly walking out from the end of the corridor. His leather shoes crushed the ice, and his eyes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, were as cold as a poisonous snake. Lan Lingyue trembled all over, her pupils contracted violently, her fingers clenched unconsciously, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. Brother. Little sister, father is very disappointed in you. Lan Lingyue's lips turned pale and her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a sound. Her legs seemed to be out of control and she was unable to move. She could only watch her brother approach step by step. With every step Lang Jin took, the ice spread an inch. Su Ming stepped forward with a sword and blocked Lang Jin's way. Lang Jin then looked at him straight in the eye and suddenly chuckled. Are you my little brother-in-law? If you want to be the son-in-law of the Lung family, you should first consider your own abilities. The two men confronted each other, and the air seemed to freeze. Su Ming's whole body was tense, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and solemnity. Lang Jin looked down from above, as if he was looking at an ant struggling in vain. Be careful. He has already reached the 5th level and is a star-level demon hunter. His current strength may be even more terrifying. Lang Lingyue suppressed the fear in her heart and reminded him with a pale face. Nightmareman's materialization abilities are limited. It's impossible to completely replicate his strength. Su Ming began to explain. But even so, the feeling of oppression from Lang Jin was still terrifying. Nightmare beast? Lang Jin frowned slightly, his eyes fixed a little, and he turned his head to look at the surrounding environment. So that's how it is. After all these years, you're still so afraid of me, little sister. But you, a mere alien, want to manipulate me? The next second, Lang Jin reached directly for his heart. In an instant, blood spurted everywhere. He looked at Su Ming, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Young man, you are very interesting. I look forward to meeting you formally. I hope you won't let me down that day. After saying this, Lang Jin's figure disappeared into the wind. The scene was silent. After a while, Su Ming's mouth twitched. Why does your brother seem to have more personality than you? Lang Lingyue was silent for a few seconds, expressionless. Can I take it that you are complimenting me? Su Ming shrugged and did not continue the topic. He asked. Besides Zhao Yan, where are the other demon hunters? Lang Lingyue shook her head. I've only seen you and Zhao Yan. The two looked at each other and knew in their hearts that the others were probably finished. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. This woman swore before that she had brought a team of experts with her. But the result is fleeting. Sure enough, the thing I can never trust the most in this life is the words of beautiful women. Suddenly, Lan Lingyue's legs went weak and she fell directly into Su Ming's arms. A faint fragrance wafts towards me. Su Ming's first reaction was that this woman was trying to take advantage of him. But the next second he found something wrong. The woman in his arms was as pale as paper and her body was shaking constantly. These were clearly symptoms of excessive blood loss. What's going on? Only then did Su Ming see a large pool of blood on her abdomen. Lifting up the woman's clothes, there was a hideous wound on the snow-white waist, with the skin and flesh turned inside out and the bone visible. Did the mantis monster do that? Su Ming tore off his t-shirt without saying a word, revealing his muscular body, and wrapped the wound tightly with the cloth. But this can only stop the bleeding temporarily, and you must seek medical attention as soon as possible. We must first kill the nightmare beast before we can escape from the illusion. Su Ming suddenly remembered what Zhao Yan said the little girl was the real body of the nightmare beast. He turned his head sharply to look at the little girl. The little girl seemed to sense his thoughts and took 2 steps back in fear, shaking her head desperately. "No, it's not me." "Can you read minds?" Su Ming was stunned, then reacted, "That's right, you are Jiang Bai Dai. But I know where the nightmare beast's true form is." Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The little girl suddenly stretched out her hand, pointed at the ceiling, and then drew a big circle. Su Ming and Lang Linyue were confused. The next second, the little girl said something shocking. "The entire Qingshan mental hospital is the real body of Nightmare Beast." Boom! The whole building suddenly shook violently. The lights in the corridor flickered wildly, countless vein-like tentacles emerged from the cracks in the walls, and the ceiling began to wriggle like a living thing. Even more terrifying is that suddenly, a wave of blood surged from the end of the corridor, hitting like a tsunami. Fuck! This is called AB level mission? Su Ming picked up Lang Linyue and ran for his life with the little girl in his arms. The demon hunting platform is cheating you. The difficulty must be at least S level. This corridor seemed to have no end, and Su Ming ran breathlessly. He couldn't outrun the blood tide in the first place, let alone bringing 2 burdens with him. Seeing the surging blood tide getting closer and closer, Lang Linyue's face turned pale. She bit her tongue hard, using the pain to keep herself awake. Ice crystals exploded from her palms, instantly freezing the wound on her abdomen. Full load to promote talent. His eyes were frost-stained, and his hands formed intricate ice seals. A half-meter thick ice wall suddenly rose from the ground and directly blocked the blood tide. Sure. Su Ming's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but whistle. "I told you earlier that you had the skill." But the next second, boom! There was a loud noise. The blood tide smashed into the ice wall with great force. The ice wall that seemed solid was shattered in an instant. Puff! The backlash of forcibly activating talent is coming. The blood spurted out by Lang Linyue condensed into ice chips in the air, and his arms hung down limply. "Are you going to die?" She closed her eyes in despair. Sudden. A biting cold air burst out from behind. I saw. A brand new ice wall stood up again, abruptly cutting off the bloody frenzy. Lang Linyue's pupils suddenly contracted. She turned her head sharply. Ice crystals were seen swirling around Su Ming's fingertips, and his icy eyes were so cold that they were breathtaking. "Don't worry, I'm here." The boy's voice was as cold as ice, and every word pierced her ears firmly. Lang Linyue's blood froze. This is clearly his icy talent? The blood tide hit the ice wall madly, and cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. But Lang Linyue's mind was filled with only stormy waves. How could he? How could he? The question in his mind swirled around his lips, but Lang Linyue swallowed it silently. Now is obviously not a good time to delve into this. Momentary beauty A-level talent ice. Su Ming stared at the crumbling ice wall with a serious expression. This is just a way to prolong our survival. If they don't come up with a solution quickly, they will still die here. At this critical moment, a slow and old voice suddenly sounded. "Little boy, do you need a hand?" Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The little girl beside him suddenly clutched the corner of his clothes, a trace of panic flashed in her silver eyes, and her whole body trembled. Su Ming glanced at her strangely. The sound came from the ward next door. Through the observation window, I saw a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed. Although he was dressed in rags, he had an indescribable aura. The moment Su Ming saw the old man's appearance clearly, he was struck by lightning. What the hell? This. How could he appear here? Lang Linyue asked subconsciously, "Who is this old man?" "You must have never been to high school." Su Ming blurted out without thinking. "Lang Linyue? Is there something wrong with me or with you? What time is it and you are still talking about this?" Anyone who has been to high school knows him. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was shaking with excitement. His picture has appeared no less than 10 times in history textbooks alone. There are countless stories about his heroic deeds. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "I will never change my name, nor my surname. Zhang San is crazy." Chapter 12 The Sword Comes. Lang Linyue's pupils suddenly shrank. Taiji Sword Master. Zhang San is crazy? This name is simply a household name. The old man on the sickbed laughed out loud, his voice as loud as a bell. I didn't expect that there are still kids who recognize me these days. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled. The legendary figure in the textbook is just separated by an iron door. 30 years ago, the Gate of Apocalypse at the foot of Mount Everest rioted, and this big man single-handedly chiseled through 100,000 evil demons. Support the collapsing building and save the people from the water and fire. How could Senior? Don't mention it. Zhang Sanfeng seemed to have remembered something that made him angry, and he cursed. Those bastards in the Apocalypse Council insisted that I was sick. Su Ming was shocked when he heard this. The blood tide is coming again. At this moment, Lan Linyue suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling. Su Ming looked up. The ice wall was shaking violently under the impact of the bloody wave. The surface is already covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and it looks like it will collapse soon. Senior, help me, he shouted urgently. Zhang Sanfeng counted with his fingers, and a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy old eyes. Don't panic. This is just an illusion created by the nightmare beast. Although I am not the real master, I am more than capable of handling this kind of small situation. Before he finished speaking, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram suddenly appeared in the old man's palm. The black and white energies spun wildly, forming a miniature black hole in the palm of his hand, and even the surrounding light was distorted and swallowed up. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming could not hide his shock. The old man casually slapped the wall with his palm. Boom! It seems like a light palm. But the moment it touched the wall, it exploded with terrifying power. The concrete wall silently melted away under the annihilation of the Tai Chi energy, and in the blink of an eye, a huge hole with a diameter of 2 meters was wiped out, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. You can leave here through this room. Zhang Sanfeng stood up with his hands folded, his sleeves moving without wind. I'm here, this building can't contain you. Thank you, Senior. Su Ming cut the door lock, pushed open the iron door and rushed in. The scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. Zhang Sanfeng's body was gradually becoming blurred, like a pencil drawing being erased bit by an eraser. Senior! What's going on? Su Ming's voice was tense. Zhang Sanfeng was picking his ears nonchalantly. Don't panic, little kid. Even though that beast can manifest me, it can't imagine the scene of my demise. He looked down at his translucent hands and grinned, so you have no choice but to erase me completely. But the rest is up to you guys. After saying this, Zhang Sanfeng blinked at Su Ming, and a flash of black and white flashed in his turbid old eyes. You're a pretty good kid. I think you'll like the guy out there too if I see him. The voice fell. Zhang Sanfeng disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Walk! Su Ming picked up Lang Linyue with one hand, grabbed the little girl with the other, and jumped out of the hole. The three of them landed in a yard overgrown with weeds. Lang Linyue covered the wound on her abdomen, her face as pale as paper. The little girl clutched the corner of Su Ming's clothes tightly, and a strange color flashed in her silver eyes. What the fuck? The moment Su Ming raised his head, his pupils were shocked. In the middle of the deserted yard, a dark red heart as high as 2 stories is beating slowly. What is even more terrifying is that countless thick blood vessels extend from the base of the heart, penetrating into the ground like tree roots, entangled and coexisting with the vigorous sycamore tree in the yard. The roots of the phoenix tree had long been dyed dark red, and there was even sticky blood dripping between the branches and leaves. Big brother. The little girl suddenly tugged at the corner of Su Ming's clothes, with a strange light flashing in her silver eyes. Break it and you can get out. Su Ming nodded without saying anything, his eyes sparkling. As he raised his hand, the sword light was like a waterfall. The green sword energy split the sticky air and directly split the giant heart into 2. Puff! Black blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the heart let out a shrill scream. The whole hospital shook violently. A dazzling white light gathered below the heart. Gradually a door is formed. Behind the door are blue sky and white clouds, as well as the familiar city outline. Exit! Hope flashed in Lang Linyue's eyes and she struggled to get up. Su Ming suddenly grabbed her and said, "Wait." He stared at the door that was so close, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and looked down at the little girl. Are you going to continue pretending? The little girl's pupils shrank slightly. Lang Linyue suddenly gasped, "You mean? That may not be the exit, but a deeper illusion." Su Ming sighed, his eyes unable to hide the disappointment, but the tip of the sword slowly pointed at the little girl. She is the real source. The little girl's expression froze instantly. What are you talking about, big brother? Her voice was still soft, and there was a faint silver light in her eyes. You have too many flaws. Su Ming had no expression on his face. Even Senior Zhang Sanfeng can't completely escape the restrictions of the nightmare beast, so why can you leave the ward? I think it's because these rules were originally set by you. Secondly, Su Ming continued, when you said the entire hospital is the nightmare beast, the surroundings immediately began to change. What a coincidence, it was as if it was following your orders. You think I'm the real body of nightmare beast? The little girl tilted her head. Su Ming shook his head. I didn't say that. You are indeed Jiang Bai Dai in her youth, although you are just the manifestation of the nightmare beast. But the nightmare beast never thought that your spiritual talent would be so powerful. It was actually devoured by the being it manifested. Nightmare beast is just your puppet. Besides, I know Jiang Bai Dai very well. Su Ming suddenly smiled. She is a woman who is extremely good at disguising herself. You deliberately let me see those memories just to show your weakness and make me believe that you are innocent. Is that all you want to say? The little girl slowly retracted her smile, the silver light in her eyes flickered madly and suppressly, as if she was about to reach some critical point. Of course, not only that, there is someone who knows you better than me yourself. Su Ming paused, a strange light flashing in his calm eyes, and his tone was drawn out. You yourself reminded me to be careful of you. Hearing this, the little girl's silver eyes suddenly shrank. Her petite body trembled violently, and she screamed with difficulty through her teeth. It's that damn woman, the damn bitch. We've suffered the same pain. Why can she go out and enjoy the beauty of the world while I have to be trapped in this damn place forever? 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? I won tea accept this. I won tea accept this. I admit you're smart, but alas, it's too late. In an instant, there was a bright silver light in the little girl's eyes, so dazzling that it was hard to look directly at. She was filled with resentment and her mental strength expanded wildly. With a wave of the little hand, the door that showed blue sky and white clouds suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into countless bloody mouths. Boom! The ground collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a terrifying bottomless abyss below. Brother and sister, please stay with me. Stay with me forever. She laughed shrilly, trying to drag Su Ming and the other man into the deeper illusion. A fantasy that can never be escaped. Hold on to me. Su Ming shouted at Lung Linyue. Open your eyes angrily. One black and one white. The energy of Tai Chi is emerging. Knowing that there was something wrong with the little girl, how could Su Ming not be prepared? Momentary beauty martial arts SSS level talent, Tai Chi. Sword. The iron sword vibrated violently, making a blue phoenix sound. A ray of green sword light contained black and white energy, forming a miniature Tai Chi vortex. Like a blue rainbow piercing the sun. Instantly pierced the little girl's forehead. Puff. There is no blood. The little girl's body cracked like precious porcelain, and dazzling silver light burst out from the dense cracks. No! She let out an inhuman scream, how dare you! The moment when silver light exploded. Su Ming's eyes blurred and he was dragged into a world of dazzling white light. When the light faded, he found himself standing in a dilapidated orphanage. The sunlight shines through the mottled sycamore leaves, casting tiny spots of light on the ground. A little girl in a washed-out dress was squatting on the weedy grass, carefully picking wildflowers. This is her past. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside me. Su Ming turned around and saw the little girl with silver eyes standing next to him. At this moment, she had lost all her hostility and just quietly looked at the self-picking flowers, with complicated emotions in her eyes. Su Ming suddenly understood this was her last revolving door. Your adult sharpness is really annoying. The little girl noticed his thoughts and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Is she doing well out there? Su Ming was stunned. He thought of the wine bottles and scattered clothes on the floor of Jiang Baidi's dormitory, and the loneliness in her eyes when she smoked. Heh, you deserve it. The little girl raised the corners of her mouth. Silence stretched between the two. Will I look good when I grow up? The little girl suddenly asked again, this time her voice was softer and full of cautious expectation. Su Ming thought of Jiang Baidi's long, beautiful legs in black stockings, and the charm of her eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. The little girl glanced at him, her face slightly flushed, but she pretended to be calm and turned her face away. Her voice was almost inaudible. It's okay. Her gaze returned to the grass and to the little girl picking flowers. Did you know? The little girl spoke at this time. Every day here, I count the sycamore leaves outside the window. 1, 2. I hope that when the 1,000th leaf falls, someone will come to take me home. Su-ming remained silent, thinking of the desperate timekeeping ritual in Ward 404. Even though I know I'm fake and I can't grow up, I can't leave here. The wind blew gently, and the wildflowers in the little girl's hands trembled slightly, so fragile that they seemed like they would disappear in the next second. But it is vivid and beautiful at this moment. Looking at this scene, the little girl suddenly smiled, with a hint of relief in her smile. The sunlight passed through her gradually transparent body, casting a faint shadow on the ground. That's enough. Her voice was very light, like a sigh or like satisfaction. That's enough. Killing third-level alien creatures, 110. Spiritual sympathy index plus 5%, current, 40%. When I opened my eyes again, Su-ming found himself standing in front of the dilapidated gate of Qingshan Sanatorium. The sun rose high and the fog dissipated. It's over? Lang Linyue asked weakly while lying on the ground. Su-ming stared at the phoenix tree. Take a deep breath and then exhale slowly. Sudden. The harsh roar of the engine came from far away. A fiery red supercar pulled up in front of them. The car window rolled down, revealing Jiang Beatty's extremely charming face with a half-smile on it. Hey, handsome boy. She whistled and glanced at Su-ming. Do you need a ride? Su-ming looked at this familiar face and was in a trance for a moment. She was completely different from the timid little girl in the illusion. Jiang Beidai opened her red lips slightly and was about to say something else, but her expression suddenly froze. As if sensing something, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the sanatorium. Su-ming followed her gaze. In the sunshine, the sycamore tree in the courtyard swayed gently, and the new leaves were still covered with tidal dew, like someone's fresh tears. In Su-ming's peripheral vision, Jiang Beatty's lips moved slightly. There was no sound, but he clearly heard the words. Thanks for your hard work. The wind blew gently, and the leaves of the sycamore tree rustled. In a trance, he seemed to hear the girl's voice again, with a bit of cunning and a bit of relief. Your vision is not bad. Su-ming was stunned. A hint of red appeared on Jiang Beatty's white earlobe, and then faded away quickly, so fast that it seemed like an illusion to him. This fleeting beauty is more frightening than any deliberate teasing. Are you shy? Su-ming couldn't help but ask. Jiang Beidai retracted her gaze and returned to her usual lazy self. She curled her hair with her fingertips and chuckled, stretching out her tone. Idiot, you saw it wrong. Su-ming curled his lips and was about to refute, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Lang Linyue struggling to stand up. The black stockings on her legs had long been torn during the battle, revealing a few patches of snow-white skin. The combat uniform was also torn at the shoulders, and all the way down, the delicate collarbone and the white and attractive outline were vaguely visible. You. Jiang Beidai followed Su-ming's gaze, her fingers curling the ends of her hair paused, her beautiful eyes narrowed, a dangerous light flashed across them. Seems like they're playing pretty wild? Chapter 13, What a Narrow Road for Enemies. The First Battle in the Spirit Realm. Su-ming touched his nose angrily, thinking that this was all thanks to you. Get in the car. Jiang Beidai rolled her eyes at him, her red lips curled up dangerously. We have plenty of time, we can talk slowly. Su-ming frowned and looked at the seriously injured Lang Linyue. She is seriously injured. Had Jiang Beidai interrupted him directly. Do you really need to worry about the eldest daughter of the Lang group? Just at this moment, bursts of roars were heard in the distance, and dozens of luxury cars roared over. Lang Linyue's face turned pale, and she covered the wound on her abdomen. Go ahead, those people are here to pick me up. When she looked up and saw Jiang Beatty's appearance clearly, her pupils suddenly contracted and she said in a lost voice. You. Jiang Beidai lifted her long red hair and smiled ostentatiously. Don't look at me, you will never be able to catch up with my beauty in your lifetime. Lang Linyue's eyes turned cold, and she turned to Su-ming and whispered. This woman is not simple, you'd better stay away from her. Same here. Jiang Beidai did not give in at all and retorted. Why doesn't a rich lady stay at home as a canary in a mansion and come here to seduce other men? Even Lang Linyue couldn't stand such words. The tips of her ears turned red instantly and all the way to the base of her ears. He simply pursed his lips and said nothing. She just stared at Su-ming with her eyes full of ripples and bit her lip. Jiang Baidai immediately followed suit and stared at Su Ming, her eyes full of seductive charm. Being stared at like this by these two top beauties, Su Ming felt as if a thorn in his back. No! I am a pure and innocent boy. How did it end up in such a state? In the speeding red sports car. Su Ming looked at the scenery outside the window that was rapidly receding. Really, nothing to ask? Jiang Baidai glanced at him sideways. About what you saw in Qingshan Mental Hospital. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Baidai to bring up this topic on her own initiative. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke slowly. These are all your privacy, aren't they? Jiang Baidai shook her long hair, not caring at all. What's there to hide? What you saw is real. I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage and was later adopted by the Jiang family. They trained me as a killing weapon. It was Qingli's parents who saved me. Her father adopted me as his godsister, although no one in the Jiang family acknowledged me as such. Only Qingli, the girl, has been following me around and calling me aunt since she was little. When she said this, a hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Later, I fled the Jiang family and lived outside for many years. I only returned to Hanhai not long ago. Su Ming listened quietly. I thought to myself, this woman only looks to be about 24 or 25 years old, but she always sounds very old-fashioned when she speaks. At the same time, he didn't expect that the cold girl would actually be a follower when she was a child. Hello? Jiang Baidai suddenly glared. It's rude to mutter about beautiful women in your heart, you know? As for Qingli, she wasn't like this before. Ever since my brother got into trouble. The voice stopped abruptly. The veins on her hands gripping the steering wheel were bulging and her knuckles were white. Su Ming's heart was shocked. I didn't expect that the beautiful girl from Jailing would have such a past. Although I don't know what the relationship between you and Qingli is. Jiang Baidai suddenly turned her head, her eyes burning. But I believe you won't bully her. Su Ming smiled bitterly. This trust was really heavy. But how could I have the ability to bully her? I should be thankful that she didn't bully me. At this moment, Su Ming's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and looked at it. Congratulations on completing the B-level mission. Successfully hunted the nightmare beast. Your reward has been received, 20,000 psychic coins. Then, another message popped up. Byte. Notification of transfer message. Hanyue transfers 100,000 spiritual energy coins to you. Please confirm receipt. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Lang Linyue was a woman who kept her word. In addition to the letter of recommendation, she gave herself all the mission rewards and also transferred 100,000 spiritual energy coins to me. Combined with the income from previous zombie missions, I no longer have to worry about money. TSK, the young lady is really generous. Jiang Baidai glanced at the screen and whistled. Why, you have to treat your sister to a good meal. $7 for all the duck leg rice. Su Ming grinned. Jiang Baidai rolled her eyes. The number of people in Hanhai City who want to treat me to a meal can line up from our school all the way to the estuary. Is this the only sincerity you have? Just kidding. Su Ming shrugged. What do you want to eat? It should be at least 3 Michelin stars. Just then. Ding-a-ling. A special and urgent call rang in the car. Jiang Baidai's face suddenly changed, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Su Ming only felt a chill on his back, and at that moment he felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. This woman's secret is also not small. You stay in the car. Jiang Baidai's tone was calm, but she did not allow for any objection. She stopped the car and walked to the side of the road in her long black stockings to answer the phone. Su Ming sat obediently in the passenger seat. In fact, I was trying hard to prick up my ears. I vaguely heard vague words such as dusk order and curse in the conversation. After Jiang Baidai hung up the phone, she walked over, the emotions in her eyes still surging. It's a pity that you lost a chance to have lunch with a beautiful woman. She flicked her fiery red hair and said, I have something urgent here and need to rush over to take care of it. Su Ming nodded to show his understanding and got out of the car on his own accord. The sports car engine roars. Jiang Baidai walked away and blew him a kiss before leaving. The next afternoon, Su Ming came to the most luxurious universal commercial building in Hanhai City. People come and go, and the dazzling array of luxury goods dazzles people. He followed the sign and walked into the Lingyu specialty area. The things sold here are basically related to the spiritual realm. And above the heads of the crowd, a huge holographic screen was broadcasting a live broadcast of a crushing battle. Long live the Thunder! He's now on a 7-game winning streak. Could it be that Quan Lei wants to challenge for 10 consecutive victories? The onlookers screamed. There was also a fat man in the crowd wearing a big gold chain, pumping his fist and shouting, "Quan Lei! I bet 30,000 on you. Give me 10 consecutive wins." Su Ming walked through the crowded crowd. Go straight to the Spirit Realm Connection Cabin specialty area. The shop assistant in tight uniform came to greet us warmly. After confirming the demand, he said he would go to the warehouse to check the inventory. Ask him to wait. At this moment, a teasing voice came from not far away. Heh, isn't this our F-class trash, Su Ming? Su Ming raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the old acquaintance Zhao Ting. Lucky for you, my brother is out on a mission today. Zhao Ting smiled sinisterly and moved closer. Otherwise he will break your legs. Hearing this, Su Ming gave a strange smile, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Seeing that Su Ming had no reaction, Zhao Ting's face turned even colder, and he threatened in a low voice. Don't think you're safe with Jiang Qingli protecting you. Your good days are numbered. Before he could finish his words, a rapid ring of a cell phone interrupted his harsh words. When Zhao Ting took out his cell phone, his eyes were still fixed on Su Ming. Judging from the situation, even if Su Ming was eaten alive, it would not be able to relieve his hatred. Su Ming raised his lips and said meaningfully, "Maybe after this call, your attitude towards me will be a little more restrained." Zhao Ting was stunned and couldn't help cursing inwardly, nervous. When the phone was connected, a middle-aged man's heavy voice came from the inside, with a little trembling, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Your brother is dead. These 4 words weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and every word smashed into Zhao Ting's ears. His breathing stopped immediately and his mind went blank. Zhao Ting's Adam's apple trembled. Father, are you kidding me? My brother is a gold-level demon hunter. How could he? Fuck you. Would I joke about something like this? There was a loud noise of something falling from the other end of the phone. The demon hunting platform has confirmed it. Your brother Zhao Yan is dead. Dead. Died in AB rank mission. I don't care where you are fooling around now, get back here immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ting still didn't come back to his senses. His eyes were dull and he stared blankly at Su Ming in front of him. Sir, you are so lucky. The clerk came over at the right time and said, the deluxe version of the connecting cabin you asked for is only one left. Okay, take me to see it. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhao Ting, smiling brightly. Thank you for your words. I seem to be really lucky today. The smile was particularly eye-catching in Zhao Ting's eyes. Su Ming's strange words and the content of the phone call intertwined and entangled madly. Even if he was dumb, he realized the horrible truth. His brother's death was related to this F-level trash in front of him. Actually, when Su Ming walked past Zhao Ting, he said lightly, I still like the arrogant look you had just now. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, which made Zhao Ting stagger back and finally left them all in a daze. In the warehouse, Su Ming finally saw the connecting cabin he had dreamed of. The overall look is very similar to the hibernation capsule in science fiction movies, with a streamlined silver shell glowing with a cold light, low-key and luxurious. Sir, you can experience it first. The clerk debugged the equipment attentively. We will adjust the parameters according to your feedback. Su Ming couldn't wait to lie down. As the clerk made an OK gesture, he slowly closed his eyes. Visitor login successful. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a pure white space. When you log in as a visitor, many functions are unavailable. After a brief exploration, Su Ming pressed the only available function, matchmaking. Randomly matching opponents. Match successful. Your opponent is Quan Lei. Quan Lei finally found someone to match him with. Ha ha. Here comes another unlucky guy. 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins. The crowd was shouting loudly, and the fat man who had placed a huge bet earlier tilted his neck as if he wanted to shout until his throat was broken. In the 14th episode, I will make Su Ming suffer a fate worse than death. Your opponent is visitor number 10086. Zhang Lei is stretching his muscles. Suddenly I heard the system reminder sound. He was stunned for a moment, then slowly revealed a cruel smile with shining white teeth. My luck is so good. I actually matched with a new tourist. He licked his lips, his eyes burning. Maybe we can achieve our 10th consecutive victory today. Random battlefield matching desert. The battle begins. The pure white space in Su Ming's eyes suddenly changed and turned into a desolate Gobi battlefield. The heat wave was blowing in our faces, dust was flying in the distance, and the sky was a sickly dark yellow color. The sound of the whistling wind in the desert filled my ears. Su Ming took a deep breath, and the hot air rushed into his nostrils. It seems as if at this moment, I am in the vast Gobi Desert in the northwest region. 50 meters away, there stood a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged all over his body, and his fists were wrapped in crackling blue electricity. When Zhang Lei saw that his opponent was a young man who looked unfamiliar with the place, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. He really is a rookie tourist. Zhang Lei's eyes flashed with cruelty. Boy, you're unlucky to meet me. Laughter reached my ears. Su Ming didn't care. He just looked down at his plain gray training suit, then glanced at the ordinary iron sword in his hand, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Laugh? I'll make sure you won't even be able to cry later. Zhang Lei was enraged by this attitude, and he clashed his fists together, bursting out with a blinding flash of lightning. I'm going to use you today to make up my 10-game winning streak. In the mall lobby, the audience in front of the holographic screen was already excited. Kuang Lei is angry. This new guy is dead. It's open. It's open. Bet on how many seconds this rookie can last. The fat man with the gold chain waved his fist excitedly. I bet 30,000. Kuang Lei will win. In the scorching desert, Zhang Lei took the lead in attacking. He stomped on the ground hard, sand and dirt flew under his feet, and he rushed towards Su Ming like a cannonball. The right fist was wrapped in blinding lightning and went straight to Su Ming's face. Die. In a flash, a sharp light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. His figure moved sideways half a step like a ghost, and he raised the iron sword lightly, with the tip of the sword accurately pointing at Zhang Lei's wrist. What? Zhang Lei's attack missed and his pupils suddenly contracted. Afterwards, he felt his right arm go numb, and the condensed power of thunder and lightning was abruptly interrupted by this sword. Without waiting for his reaction, Su Ming's sword momentum suddenly changed, and the iron sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Instantly a bloody mark appeared on his chest. Ah! Zhang Lei couldn't help but scream in pain, stumbling back with a look of disbelief on his face. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Su Ming did not answer. With just a turn of the sword, the whole person rushed towards Zhang Lei like an arrow. The sword light was like a waterfall, drawing several green arcs in the air, and each sword accurately hit Zhang Lei's vital points. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the splattering blood, Zhang Lei was defeated step by step, his eyes filled with fear. His proud A-level lightning ability. Facing this mysterious sword technique, he was completely powerless to fight back. Impossible. Zhang Lei roared and released all his spiritual energy, his whole body was filled with lightning. Thunder explosion field. Violet lightning exploded with him as the center, and the area within a radius of 10 meters turned into a pool of thunder. This is his trump card. I have used this move to kill countless opponents in seconds. However, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the iron sword suddenly emitted black and white energy, drawing a perfect Tai Chi circle in front of him. The violent thunder and lightning was completely absorbed by this Tai Chi diagram. Give it back to you. As Su Ming whispered, a more violent lightning flash than before burst out from the Tai Chi diagram, instantly engulfing Zhang Lei's figure. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, Zhang Lei flew dozens of meters away like a rag doll and fell heavily to the ground. His whole body was charred black, and after twitching a few times, he turned into a point of light and disappeared. The battle is over. Winner visitor number 10086. Inside the mall hall, there was total silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at the results on the holographic screen. Zhang Lei, known as Crazy Thunder, was defeated by an unknown tourist in just 3 moves? How is this possible? The Coca-Cola in the gold chain's hand fell to the ground with a pop, and his face was tearful. Fuck. My $30,000. What the hell? Who is this new guy? That sword technique is too terrifying. Quickly check who this tourist 10,086 is. The crowd exploded instantly. Everyone was frantically searching for information about tourist 10,086. At this time, Su Ming had quietly withdrawn from the spiritual realm. He sat up from the connecting cabin. He stretched his shoulders and smiled at the clerk. The experience is pretty good, I'll take it. After ordering door-to-door delivery, Su Ming didn't stay for long and walked away. The clerk looked at the boy's receding back, his heart leaping with joy. She can get a lot of commission from this big order. At this time, the clerk noticed the noise outside, and after listening to a few words, he looked surprised. Quan Lei actually lost? She remembered that Quan Lei was a relatively well-known anchor of the spirit realm battles with many fans. And the one who defeated him was... She suddenly froze and trembled all over. I ran back to the warehouse as fast as I could and looked through the login records of the connection cabin. It clearly shows on it visitor 10,086. Inside the meeting room of the Zhao family villa, the atmosphere was so solemn that water could drip out of it. Bang! At the main seat, Zhao Tianxiong, the head of the Zhao family, smashed the mahogany conference table with one palm. Suddenly wood chips flew everywhere. The veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms wriggling. My son Zhao Yan, a gold-level demon hunter, died in such an unclear manner? Zhao Tianxiong's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against each other. Check. Check for me. Who was involved in that B-rank mission? No matter who it is, my Zhao family will make him know what blood debt must be paid with blood. More than a dozen core members of the Zhao family were silent in the conference room. Zhao Yan is the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Zhao family. He has reached the third level before the age of 30 and is the hope of the Zhao family's future. Now this hope was destroyed by a single sword. How can I not be angry? How can I not be angry? The Zhao family is considered a big family in Hanhai, and some of the news that came to light was soon brought to the attention of the police. Zhao Tianxiong squinted his eyes and stared at the information in his hand. Qingshan Mental Hospital. Nightmare Beast. Only 2 people survived this B-rank mission. A silver-rank demon hunter codenamed Hanyu Longlinyu, with a rank ice ability, suspected to be the daughter of the Lang group. Seeing this, Zhao Tianxiong's pupils suddenly contracted. The expressions of the other people present also changed drastically. Lang group? Is this the Lang group that I imagined? Nonsense. What else could it be other than the Lang group? Master, please think twice. If it is really them. Someone looked anxious and reminded. Let alone the Zhao family. Even if all the noble families in Hanhai City were brought together, they would still be no match for the Lang group. Lang S group, the real giant. The tentacles of its business empire extend across the whole of China, and it is also one of the 3 largest shareholders of Meituan's demon hunting platform. The corner of Zhao Tianxiong's eye twitched and he continued to look down. Su Ming, a silver-level demon hunter, has an F-level talent for sleeping sickness and is recognized as a loser at Hanhai High School. Why would an F-rank talent appear in a dangerous B-rank mission? Why was he able to come back alive? But my eldest son died in there. He stared at everyone present, his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Tell me the fuck, is this reasonable? The meeting room was silent. Father. Zhao Ting huddled in the corner, his voice trembling. Brother, he did die in a B-rank mission, but that bastard Su Ming is definitely not innocent of it. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Ting. Zhao Tianxiong frowned deeply. Do you know something? Facing his father's questioning, Zhao Ting's Adam's apple trembled and he swallowed his saliva. He trembled and spoke about what happened in the past 2 days. The more Zhao Tianxiong listened, the rage in his heart grew. If it weren't for a piece of trash like you causing trouble, why would your brother go looking for trouble with that kid? Zhao Ting's face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He knew that his father had always favored his eldest brother, and now that his eldest brother was dead, his status in the family had plummeted. Master, calm down. A white-haired old man spoke slowly. He was Zhao Woya, the eldest elder of the Zhao family. The most urgent task is to find out the cause of Yenner's death. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Investigate? There's no point in investigating this. Zhao Tianxiong took a deep breath. We can put Ling Linyue's matter aside for now, but that brat must die. Just send someone to chop that guy into pieces and feed him to the dogs. No. Zhao Wuya shook his head. That kid is now under the protection of the Zhang family. If he comes openly, both sides will suffer. Then what do you say we should do? Zhao Tianxiang clenched his fists so hard that they made a clattering sound. The meeting room fell silent. The Jiang family is powerful and has deep roots in Hanhai City. They have connections in both the black and white worlds and are definitely not someone you can easily mess with. Father. Zhao Ting suddenly stood up. He was eager to make amends and restore his image in front of his father. Otherwise, he will no longer have a place in the entire Zhao family. I have an idea. There was a gleam of resentment in his eyes. The college entrance exam simulation exam will be in a week. We can ask those monsters from Martial Arts Class A to help us deal with him. Martial Arts Class A? Zhao Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. You mean? That's right. Zhao Ting grinned. Although Jiang Qingli is powerful, she can't always protect that kid. We just need to bribe enough experts. The white-haired old man Zhao Wuya nodded slowly. This plan is feasible. I know the instructor of Class A and can arrange it. Good. Zhao Tianxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just do as you say. I'm going to make that little bastard suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 15. The evil ghost comes and the whole world is shocked. As night falls, the moonlight is like water. An old residential area on the outskirts of Hanhai. Inside the room, Su Ming was lying in a brand new spirit realm connection cabin, and the cabin door slowly closed. Following a slight sound of electric current, his consciousness was instantly pulled into that pure white virtual space. Welcome to the spiritual realm. A new user has been detected. Do you want to perform a talent test? Su Ming took a deep breath and clicked confirm. The next second. Boom. A cold mechanical voice sounded in my ears. Talent testing in progress. F-level talent sleeping sickness. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched. This broken system really didn't give him any face at all. But it doesn't matter, he's used to it. Please customize the name. Evil Ghost. Su Ming's eyes flickered as he uttered this name. Whether it is an alien or a human, Su Ming can transform into a ghost if necessary. Welcome to the spirit realm, Evil Ghost. I wish you a prosperous martial arts. Su Ming stared at the translucent panel floating in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The spirit realm was even more complete than he had imagined. Real-time updated rankings, holographic live broadcast function, and even a betting system. Every match between the top 100 masters will be watched by millions of spectators. Check out the current rankings. Su Ming did not forget his goal to squeeze into the top 10,000 in the spirit realm and obtain the qualification for the martial arts college entrance examination. Spiritual domain ranking system is loading. Current ranking, 100, 8695527 China server. Looking at such a long list of numbers, Su Ming's pupils trembled and he sighed secretly. This is indeed a long way to go. Detected that the user officially logged in for the first time. Is he wearing an identity hiding mask? Note, the mask can hide your true appearance and private information. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and clicked to confirm, and a green-faced, fang-toothed evil ghost mask instantly covered his face. The cool metal feels good against the skin, but your vision is not affected at all. Matching battle. Match successful. Opponent, Iron Wall number 100,000,001, record, 23 wins and 21 losses. The next moment, light filled the air before my eyes. The scene where Su Ming was instantly switched to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Standing opposite was a sturdy man over 2 meters tall, his muscles glowing with an inexplicable metallic luster, obviously a person with a talent for physical strengthening. 0 wins and 0 losses? Ha ha ha. Newbie? TB beat his chest with a muffled sound like beating a drum. How about I let you have 3 moves? Su Ming grinned, okay. TB was indeed confident and just stood there with his arms folded across his chest. His thick eyebrows twitched, provoking the newcomer opposite him. The next moment, the sword flashed. TB still maintained that posture, but his eyes were dull, and a red mark between his eyebrows was slowly spreading. Immediately, the entire body gradually turned into light and dissipated. Until now. TB finally came to his senses, his face full of frustration. No. This doesn't count. You don't follow martial ethics, and I'm not ready yet. Before he could finish his words, his body disappeared from the spot. Su Ming shrugged. If this were reality, you would have been dead in the first second. The battle is over. The winner the devil. Just click continue matching. The following battle was like a replica. No matter whether the opponent has martial arts or natural talent, he cannot last more than 30 seconds under Su Ming's iron sword. The sword light is sometimes like a pouring rain, unstoppable, sometimes it is like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, killing with one blow. 3 consecutive wins. 4 consecutive wins. 8 consecutive wins. The number of spectators increased dramatically from just a few at the beginning to tens of thousands. When Su Ming's ninth opponent was nailed to the canyon wall by the sword, the live camera zoomed in on the evil ghost mask on his face. The patterns of the green face and fangs flickered in the shadows of the canyon, and his eyes were deep and quiet. The barrage exploded. Fuck. Bro, this is so cool? You call this a newcomer? The betting is open. Bet on how long this newcomer can keep winning. I remember the last newcomer who was this awesome was the peerless genius named Jiang Qingli. Su Ming glanced at the ranking, current ranking, 93,967. With 9 wins, he directly entered the top 100,000 of the peak list. This efficiency was much faster than he expected. It's time to call it a day. Su Ming whispered, intending to call it a day. The audience who had been watching him heard this sentence. Suddenly there was a sound of ghosts howling. Stop it. Anchor. Let's play one more game. Just one game. I'll introduce my sister to you as your wife. Don't be shameless. He's so powerful, how could he be in need of a beautiful girlfriend? Will we meet again? Boss. Boss. How can I live without you? A series of barrages floated across the translucent interface in front of Su Ming. It is worth mentioning that Su Ming noticed the user ID that sent the last bullet comment, stupid crazy thunder. Pay your father 30,000 spiritual energy coins. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Su Ming shrugged, everyone go to bed early, it's not good to stay up late. He was about to exit when a red prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Ranked 9997 Shadow Blade initiates a challenge. Do you accept? The barrage instantly boiled. It's actually Shadow Blade boss. This is truly the strongest at the top. The boss is here to snipe the new guy. Finally I can see the anchor go all out. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and clicked to confirm. The surrounding scene switches to a nighttime city with flashing neon lights. A masked man in black slowly walked out of the shadows. Your sword is very fast. Shadow Blade's voice was hoarse, but not faster than Shadow. Before he finished speaking, he turned into black mist and disappeared. When he appeared again, the dagger was already against Su Ming's back. Bite. The ice crystal shield condensed out of thin air. Su Ming didn't even turn his head, but stabbed the opponent's shoulder with his sword. Shadow Blade groaned and retreated violently, only to see dozens of icicles bursting out from the tip of the sword, instantly blocking all his escape routes. You! Shadow Blade's eyes widened, and he was frozen into a ball of ice before he could finish his words. 10 consecutive wins. Current ranking, 19876. Su Ming raised his hand and tapped the mask lightly. The sound of metal collision was particularly crisp in the silent night. That's all. At this moment, the barrage fell into silence. Where the hell did this monster come from? I thought Shadow Blade could control the anchor, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable in front of the anchor. How strong is he? Can anyone come and weigh him? Su Ming didn't pay attention to the comments and logged off from the spirit realm directly. Little did he know. The entire Lingyu forum was in an uproar because of his feat. Unprecedented. The mysterious swordsman won 10 consecutive victories. So terrifying. Top 10,000 players? Nothing special. The whole world is shocked. The second Jiang Qingli appears. And the topic that instantly soared to the top of the hot search list. Evil ghost, who is he? At this time, in the city center of Hanhai City, where every inch of land is valuable, stands a luxurious villa. Jiang Qingli was sitting cross-legged in the training room, surrounded by a faint green sword energy. Suddenly, her cell phone started vibrating wildly. Qingli. There's big news in the spirit realm. The voice of my classmate Qi Lian came from the other end of the phone. She was so excited that her voice almost broke. Jiang Qingli frowned slightly. What? There's a newcomer in the spirit realm who has won 10 consecutive games. He even defeated a top 10,000 player. Hearing this, Jiang Qingli's eyes were slightly shocked. 10 consecutive wins? It's absolutely true. The forums are going crazy now. Bang bang. Shilian excitedly slammed the table in the receiver. That new guy went from 0 to the top 20,000 in just a few hours. Oh my god. This guy is too exaggerated. How nice it would be if he was my boyfriend. Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly shrank. She knows how difficult it is for a newcomer to win 10 games in a row. Every time you win a game, the difficulty of winning the next one will increase exponentially. Even she, when she first came into contact with the spirit realm, only managed 9 consecutive victories. Jiang Qingli hung up the phone and quickly opened the Lingyu forum. The most prominent position on the homepage is the special live broadcast of the mysterious swordsman's 10 consecutive victories. She clicked on a video of a random game. In the screen, a young man in gray, wearing a demon mask, holding an iron sword. His figure flashed like a ghost, and the sword light spread like a blue phoenix's wings. Defeat the opponent within 3 moves. Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly contracted. This sword technique, why does it look more and more familiar? Wrong. How is it possible? She murmured to herself. Is there another Blue Luan sword immortal in this world? Chapter 16 Mock exam begins. Surrounded by geniuses. 18 consecutive wins, current ranking 9,527. Su Ming stared at the scarlet battle record prompt on the screen. The knuckles tapped lightly on the demon's mask, and the metallic vibrations echoed in the pure white space. In the past few days, he has been acting as an internet addict and has been immersed in the spiritual realm. Finally, with a record of 18 consecutive victories, he made it into the top 10,000. Devil. 2 big blood red words jumped wildly on the spirit realm bulletin board. All server channels exploded instantly. Wow! The fastest record among the new top 10,000. 18 consecutive wins, killing enemies above their level. Is this something a human would do? I beg you to show your face. I want to give birth to a baby for you. The barrage of comments washed over the holographic screen like a waterfall, but Su Ming just moved his neck lazily. Bite. The message prompt suddenly flashes. The moment he clicked it, Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. Xingwan, who are you? Grass. Su Ming cursed inwardly, what he feared was bound to come true. This ID name clearly belongs to the cold and aloof Miss Jiang Qingli. He looked thoughtful for a moment. He began to reply. Evil ghost, beautiful lady, when you approach someone, you should follow the basic rules. Send photos first and then talk about life holding a rose.jpg. The other side was silent for 3 seconds. Xingwan, I am Jiang Qingli. Evil ghost, oh, it's Miss Jiang. May I ask what you want to talk to me about? Evil ghost, if it's just a small matter like kissing each other, please don't bother me. I'm very busy. Half a minute later, murderous words popped up in the reply box. Xingwan, do you want to die? Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He became so fierce after just a simple teasing. Evil ghost, ahem, I was just joking. Xingwan, this will not happen again. Evil ghost, good. Look at this word good. Jiang Qingli's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Just when she wanted to ask about sword moves. A huge scarlet exclamation mark jumped out at an inopportune moment. You have been blocked by the other party. Unable to send messages. In an instant, the cold light in Jiang Qingli's eyes almost condensed into substance. She gritted her teeth secretly. Little thief. Don't let me catch you. Su Ming sat up from the spirit realm connection cabin, stretched, and loosened his slightly stiff shoulders. Ding ling ling. The phone on the bedside table rang rapidly. Well done, Su Ming. Zhang Beidi's sweet voice was a little teasing. The most searched mysterious swordsman in the spirit realm, huh? Su Ming shrugged. Are you spying on me? Puff. There was an irrepressible laughter coming from the other side. Sister, 8 out of 10 posts I read are exposing your identity. Even your habit of making a sword flower when fighting has been made into an emoticon. Su Ming smiled. Really? Zhang Baidai snorted and changed the subject. There will be a city-wide martial arts college entrance exam mock exam tomorrow. It's not as strict as the official college entrance exam, and there are no restrictions on participating in it. You can get familiar with the college entrance examination process. Clear. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and suddenly lowered his voice. Commissioner Jiang. If I take first place? He drawled out his words. Any special rewards? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Ha! Jiang Bite-Eye chuckled. Naughty. The next day. At Hanhai High School, the martial arts hall was bustling with people. Thousands of students are ready to go, and holographic projections are flowing on the dome. The 4 big scarlet characters, Wilderness Trial, were reflected. Su Ming leaned in the shadow of the corner, his fingertips stroking the hilt of the sword, his eyes calm. Ah! The sudden screams from the audience made him frown slightly. Zhang Qingli was leading the martial arts class A through the boiling crowd. She was wearing a white dress, and her beautiful face had a cold expression, like the snow lotus on the Tianshan Mountains, which could be admired from afar but not touched. The geniuses of martial arts class A wore golden badges on their chests and looked proud, like peacocks with their heads held high and their tails spread out. Like the moon surrounded by stars, he enjoys everyone's praise. Goddess Jiang Qingli. Goddess Jiang Qingli. Brother Ren Kai is still as handsome as ever today. A girl's scream was heard from the stands. Ren Kai shook his bangs and stared at the beautiful figure in front of him. Quiet. The nearly 50-year-old vice president's voice was sonorous and powerful, and the electronic loudspeaker made the air tremble. This mock exam adopts the wilderness survival mode. There are 3 rules for scoring: killing strange beasts, taking away the brooches and points of other candidates, and finding hidden supply points. In addition, the badges made of gold, silver, and bronze represent 30 points, 20 points, and 10 points respectively. The points ranking will be updated in real time. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. In addition, the person ranked first will be rewarded with a super gift. At this point, the vice principal paused and glanced at Jiang Qingli in the audience. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this reward is prepared for Jiang Qingli. Finally, I have one thing to remind you: the entire mock exam process will be broadcast live on the internet. If you perform well, you may be valued by noble people without taking the college entrance examination. Suddenly, Su Ming felt as if a thorn was on his back and looked up. I saw that there were quite a few people in the ranks of the martial arts class A, casting unfriendly eyes towards me. Among them, there was a yellow-haired guy who was imitating the action of cutting a throat. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind worked quickly, and he soon figured out the reason. The Zhao family is willing to spend a lot of money. Looking at the golden badges on the chests of those people, his eyes were burning and the corners of his mouth were raised in a dangerous arc. I originally thought this mock exam would be quite boring. But apparently someone is having some fun. Start teleporting now. As the vice principal's words fell, the space formation from another world suddenly hummed, and a purple beam of light shot up into the sky. The next moment, the damp smell of rotting leaves hit me in the face. Su Ming looked around and found that the environment he was in had changed from a crowded martial arts hall to a primeval forest. The towering ancient trees above blocked out the sun, and from time to time the cries of birds and beasts could be heard in the distance. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air came from all directions. 3 figures leaped out of the bushes like ghosts and surrounded Su Ming, the golden brooches on their chests sparkling. Ha ha ha! We are so lucky. We didn't expect to meet our target as soon as we landed. The yellow-haired man spat, and the short blade left an afterimage in his palm. Who says it isn't? This guy is just an F-class piece of trash. There is no easier way to make money in the world than this. Stop talking nonsense and just break his limbs. I don't have that much free time to waste with this kind of rubbish. The 3 Class A geniuses were quite arrogant. He totally ignored Su Ming and talked to him without any reservations. A swarm of live broadcast drones buzzed among the treetops, and bullet screens washed over the holographic screen like a waterfall. Fuck. It's already such a big drama at the beginning. 3 top geniuses from Class A besiege a loser from Class C. He is not an ordinary loser, he has an F-level talent, and can be called the loser among losers. Why is this person motionless? Is he just frightened and stunned? How much did the Zhao family give? Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and suddenly spoke. He turned his wrist and skillfully swung the sword, with a sincere expression on his face. I wonder if the money I paid for you as dogs is enough to buy a coffin. Chapter 17, 3 against 1 but got killed? Do you know how to play? The barrage paused for a moment, then exploded instantly. Is this person crazy? How can an F-rank loser be so arrogant? Am I the only one who thinks he is handsome? He is not afraid of the strong and faces challenges head on. Brother above, when he is beaten to death, you will no longer think he is handsome. Court death. A fierce light suddenly appeared in the yellow-haired man's eyes, his figure suddenly blurred, and the short blade drew a cold arc and went straight for Su Ming's throat. In addition, the two of them attacked at the same time. A fireball condenses in the palm of the red-haired woman on the left. The sturdy man on the right had his fists wrapped in ochre-colored energy. Several half-meter high ground spikes emerged, blocking all of Su Ming's escape routes. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curled up coldly, and the iron sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light. Die! When the yellow-haired short blade was only half an inch away from his throat, Su Ming moved his feet 3 inches to the side and slashed the sword diagonally upwards. In an instant, screams were heard. I saw the broken arm flying and blood splattering everywhere. Before the red-haired woman could even throw the fireball out of her hand, the iron sword pierced through her palm like a poisonous snake. Boom! The out-of-control flames swirled back and swallowed her whole. Impossible! The sturdy man's eyes were bloodshot, and he punched Su Ming's back with both fists with the force of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Dozens of thorns suddenly exploded from the ground, but they didn't even touch the corner of Su Ming's clothes, and were crushed into powder by the sword energy. Su Ming threw the sword back without even turning his head. The iron sword turned into a green meteor and pierced through the sturdy man's shoulder, nailing him to the trunk of an ancient tree. The hilt of the sword trembled continuously. The treetops are shaking and the leaves are falling with a rustling sound. The barrage exploded instantly. 3 seconds? What did I see? This is fucking F-class? The genius of Class A was treated like a dog and killed. In the Zhao family meeting room, Zhao Tianxiong slammed the table and stood up, his eyes red and blood oozing from his gums. Useless. What a crap genius. They are all fucking useless. Inform Ren Kai that I have agreed to his last condition. I will make sure that bastard dies without a complete corpse. My Zhao family will bear all the responsibilities for him. Different from Zhao Tianxiong's anger. On the contrary, Zhao Wuya, the eldest elder of the Zhao family, had a deep gaze. He lived long and saw a lot. This sharp sword light looks like a high-level swordsmanship talent. Puff. The iron sword was pulled out from the flesh and blood, bringing up a string of blood beads. The sturdy man fell to his knees with a thump, sweat pouring down his forehead and his entire face twisted and deformed due to pain. He looked at his companions in horror. The red-haired woman had turned into a bald woman, her whole body was charred and smoking, and she twitched from time to time. The yellow-haired man had an arm broken and was curled up wailing. You, who are you? The sturdy man's eyes were filled with fear and his voice couldn't stop shaking. Su Ming shook off the blood stains on his sword and grinned, You came here to hunt me, but you don't even know who I am? We just get paid to do the job. The strong man covered his bloody shoulder, his voice trembling. Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. Don't worry. Su Ming squatted down and patted his pale face, I am the most generous person. The strong man just breathed a sigh of relief. Leave one hand and I'll let you go. Su Ming's smile suddenly turned cold. What? The strong man's pupils suddenly shrank. They are Class A geniuses. If they lose an arm, their lives will be over. No, this is absolutely not possible. Oh? Su Ming raised the sturdy man's chin with the tip of his sword, so you want to keep your life? A cold light flashed, and the iron sword clanged and stabbed in front of the strong man. Choose for yourself. The boy's voice was as cold as ice. Do you want my hand, or my life? The strong man stared at the rusty iron sword. The cold light from the sword blade stung his eyes so much that his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Of course, you can also pick up this sword and try to fight back. Su Ming grinned. But I don't recommend you do that. The consequences will be disastrous. Cold sweat oozed from the sturdy man's forehead. He gritted his teeth and grabbed his right arm with his left hand. Crack! The sound of breaking bones and screams echoed in the forest. The choice of a wise man. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the yellow-haired man who was slumped on the ground. No! You, don't come over here! Don't come over here! Huang Mao's face turned pale, and he struggled to crawl back, shouting. I am a genius in Class A. Su Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and a cold light flashed as he waved his hand. Ah! Huang Mao could only watch his remaining arm being chopped off and scream like a pig being slaughtered. The bald woman did not escape the same fate and had one arm chopped off by Su Ming. 3 golden badges jingled in Su Ming's palm. 90 points were obtained. He swiped the screen of his phone and the scoreboard showed. First place, Su Ming 90 points. Second place, Jiang Qingli 50 points. Third place, Ren Kai 40 points. To be honest, these points are quite good. Su Ming licked his lips, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. In that case, why not just go hunt those Class A geniuses? As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments exploded. It is not enough to defeat the 3 Class A geniuses, he will continue to hunt. Who on earth is he? Those geniuses will be in trouble if they mess with such an evil star. In the school's senior management meeting room, the air was so thick that water could be squeezed out of it. Who is this student named Su Ming? The martial arts specialist of Class A, the gray-haired Feng Hongyuan, slammed the table and stood up, his gray beard shaking with anger. How dare you destroy the 3 geniuses in my Class A? They are the pillars of the country. His eyes were bloodshot, and saliva was spurting out far away. Fire him. He should be fired immediately. No. For such a cruel act, he should be sent directly to prison. The school leaders looked at each other in surprise. They were also shocked by this student's performance. The combined efforts of the 3 Class A geniuses were no match for him. They also couldn't figure out Su Ming's background. Even the vice principal in the first seat had a serious expression on his face, staring at the sword-wielding boy on the holographic screen without saying a word. At this time, a chuckle suddenly sounded from the corner. Jiang Baidai played with the ends of her hair, her red lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. Old man, can you call this a genius? 3 people fighting one and still getting killed in return, do you know how to play? The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone present looked over at once. No one expected that Jiang Baidai, who has always had a low presence, would speak up at this time. Moreover, he started calling Feng Hongyuan old man. You know, Feng Hongyuan is a highly respected senior in the education field, and more importantly, he himself is a 4th-level strongman. Presumptuous. A terrifying pressure erupted from Feng Hongyuan's body, uneducated thing. Didn't your parents teach you what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? Even under the pressure of a 4th-level strongman? Jiang Baidai was still at ease, with a curl of her lips and a silver light flashing in her eyes. You old bastard, how dare you take advantage of your age in front of me? Don't think I don't know what you did behind my back. The reason why I don't care is because it's just a clown's idea, not worth mentioning. But if you insist on digging it out and exposing it to the sun, can your old bones, half buried in the earth, bear it? Feng Hongyuan's pupils contracted. What do you mean? Stop slandering me. Jiang Baidai suddenly stopped smiling, her voice as cold as ice. How much benefit did the Zhao family give you? Let your old dog help harm others? As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room exploded. The school leaders all looked at Feng Hongyuan. Feng Hongyuan's face turned ashen, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and even his gray beard was trembling slightly. The silver light in Jiang Baidai's eyes suddenly increased. Article 7 of the school rules clearly states, if school officials collude with outside forces to persecute students, the consequences will be the loss of their cultivation at the least, and at the worst. She suddenly smiled dangerously. You'll be shot. Chapter 18, Single-handedly challenge the Lord-level beast. Xingli's licking dog is coming. Feng Hongyuan's face turned from blue to white, and his eyes stared at Jiang Baidai like a poisonous snake. Where's the evidence? His voice was hoarse. Without evidence it's slander. Jiang Baidai lazily crossed her legs, her white calves swaying in the air. You old fool, I don't think you will cry until you see the coffin. A silver USB flash drive appeared at her fingertips without her noticing, and its metal surface reflected a cold light. The records of the Zhao family's transfers to you over the years, including the dirty things between you and the Zhao family's eldest elder Zhao Wuya, are all in there. But, Teacher Feng, you are still strong despite your age. You are still working as a zero for others behind the scenes. Would you like to listen to the recording? Jiang Baidai tilted her head and smiled innocently. The part where you called Zhao Wuya your godfather was particularly exciting. The whole audience was silent. Everyone held their breath and looked at Feng Hongyuan with strange eyes. Feng Hongyuan was so embarrassed that his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly attacked. The palm that looked like a dry claw emitted an earthy yellow energy. He attacked Jiang Baidai like a ghost, his palm turned into sharp claws like an eagle's beak and went straight for her throat. "Stop," the vice principal slammed the table and stood up. But Jiang Baidai didn't move at all, but her pupils suddenly turned silver white. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Fang Hongyuan's violent figure suddenly froze in mid-air, and the ferocious look on his face froze in an instant. Crack! The sound of bones cracking that made your scalp tingle echoed throughout the conference room. Fang Hongyuan's right arm was twisted at a strange angle, as if it had been broken. This fourth-rank warrior was manipulated by an invisible force like a puppet and fell to his knees, his forehead hitting the ground heavily. The investigation team of the Ministry of Education is on the way. Jiang Baidai leaned over and patted the old man's cheek. "Enjoy your retirement life." The change in the offensive and defensive situation happened in just a moment. The air froze and the entire conference room was shrouded in dead silence. Everyone stayed where they were, with different expressions. Or fear, or shock, or gloating. What happened today completely overturned their imagination. Who could have thought that Jiang Baidai, who had always had the image of a delicate little white flower, would suddenly become so strong and ruthless, crushing Feng Hongyuan in all aspects? Just as the sword-wielding young man on the holographic screen crushed all the Class A geniuses with overwhelming force. The sound of the Adam's apple rolling was particularly clear in the silent conference room. This teacher and student couple is so terrifying. Bite. Su Ming stepped on the chest of a Class A genius, and a scarlet warning popped up on his phone. Candidate Zheng Meng loses his ability to fight and is eliminated. The barrage was instantly flooded with exclamation marks like snowflakes. 2 words. Invincible. I am increasingly looking forward to the century battle between him and Jiang Qingli. The 9th one. Su Ming shook off the blood beads on the blade of the sword and put it back into the sheath. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from a distance, shaking over the primeval forest, and the birds and beasts trembled. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and with the agility of a ghost, he climbed up to the treetop in no time. Looking up. Finally, the pressure rising from the northwest was locked onto. That is the lair of the third-order Lord-level monster, ghost-faced Spider Queen. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Hunting a Lord-level monster will give you a full 1,000 points. Madman. The invigilator who was lying like Guyu in front of the console suddenly stood up with a look of shock. Crazy, crazy. This guy must be crazy. The red dot representing Su Ming on the holographic map was approaching the scarlet mark in a straight line. In previous mock exams, no one had ever dared to challenge the Lord-level monsters alone. The young man galloped through the dense forest as nimbly as if he were walking on flat ground. 5 minutes later, Su Ming stopped and squatted on the thick branches of the ancient tree. Through the gaps between the leaves, he saw the whole nest clearly. The spider web with a diameter of 30 meters was like a huge pale mouth. In the center lies a ghost-faced spider queen as big as a car. The 8 compound eyes glowed with a faint green light, and the human face pattern under the abdomen twisted and squirmed with the breathing. Su Ming's eyes flickered. Recall the record about the ghost-faced spider in the illustrated book of abnormal creatures of Apocalypse. The hardness of the carapace on the back is comparable to that of titanium alloy, but the 3 inches below the ghost face pattern on the abdomen is the vital point. But please note that when it lays eggs, it will also secrete paralyzing poison gas. Su Ming took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with brilliance, his legs suddenly exerted force, and he rushed towards the spider queen like a cannonball. Hiss. The spider queen's scarlet compound eyes instantly locked onto Su Ming, and as her abdomen contracted, a large amount of smelly mucus spurted out. Su Ming rolled sideways, and the mucus flew past his back narrowly. The big tree behind him that 2 people could hug together suddenly dissolved into a hole as big as a washbasin with a sizzling sound, and pungent white smoke was emitting. Break! Su Ming shouted loudly. The long sword in his hand glowed brightly with green light, and 3 sword energies formed a V shape and slashed towards the nodes of the spider web. The entire giant net suddenly shook violently. The spider queen's huge body also staggered. Without the balance of the spider web, the spider queen's speed slowed down significantly. Roar! The spider queen was furious, and her sickle-like forelimbs chopped down with a sound of breaking through the air, plowing a half-meter deep ditch on the ground. The 8 long legs turned into afterimages and stabbed from all directions like javelins. Su Ming sneered. As if expected, he leaped into the air the moment the long legs stabbed at him. The Spider Queen's abdomen suddenly twisted, and dozens of fist-sized egg bombs shot out. Su Ming was in a state of awe. He bit his tongue secretly to keep himself alert, then he pushed his feet and retreated quickly. Bang bang bang, the egg bombs exploded, and more than 20 ghost-faced baby spiders rushed out from the paralyzing poisonous fog in an instant, pouncing on them with bared fangs and claws. Court death. Su Ming flipped in the air, and a green sword energy slashed out in a fan shape, instantly splitting the baby spiders in the front row into two halves. Taking advantage of the recoil, he slid directly under the spider's belly. Die for me! Su Ming roared, and the green light of his sword suddenly increased, accurately piercing the weak spot 3 inches below the ghost face. Squeak! The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream and green blood gushed out like a fountain. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Killing third-level alien creatures, 210. Spiritual Sympathy Index plus 5%, current, 45%. The realm has been raised to the 5th level of the 2nd stage. At the same time, the phone in my pocket also rang. Bite. Congratulations on killing the 3rd Order Lord level beast, the ghost-faced Spider Queen. Points plus 1,000. Su Ming slid the screen and glanced at the current ranking. First place, Su Ming 1559 points. Second place, Jiang Qingli 785 points. Third place, Renkai 650 points. Far ahead, leaving the rest far behind. The barrage keeps on brushing. How can I be so uneducated that I can only shout fuck all over the world? I actually killed a Lord-level monster alone. Su Ming shook off the bloodstains on the sword and was about to leave. The bushes around suddenly rustled. Several figures came out of nowhere and blocked his way. The leader, Renkai, stared at Su Ming in front of him. The corner of my eye caught sight of the huge corpse of the Spider Queen not far away. The pupils suddenly contracted. This. When the others saw the scene, they also looked at Su Ming with fear. A person single-handedly killed a Lord-level monster? This is something that even these Class A students dare not even think about. Some people swallowed their saliva secretly. Fortunately, they had more people on their side and could calm down a little. Interesting. A mere Class C student is actually capable of hunting down a Lord-level beast alone. It seems like you are hiding very well. Renkai's voice was gloomy, his eyes were as sinister as a venomous snake. Su Ming picked his ears and didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A good dog doesn't block the road. Sharp-tongued. Renkai suddenly shouted, his pupils glowed with a faint silver light, and the air was rippling with transparent waves. Since you are so arrogant, why not try my mental shock? Mental S-level talent mental shock. Crack. Su Ming frowned, his temples throbbing, as if a silver needle was pricking his brain. Does it hurt? Renkai smiled sinisterly. I've only used 30% of my strength. Don't think you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is just because you have some ability. Do you understand? A maggot like you is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. The lackeys behind him suddenly became excited and laughed out loud. Brother Kai is so awesome. Renkai raised his finger and pointed at Su Ming's forehead. I heard that you and your martial arts specialist are having an affair? This is a good opportunity for her to have a good look at her pretty face being ruined. As he spoke, Renkai clenched his fist. Sen Lang's mental strength suddenly surged. A headache came over me. Su Ming's hand holding the sword did not move at all. This level of mental pressure was far less than that of little Jiang Baidai. He stared at Renkai's distorted face and suddenly sneered. How many bones did the Zhao family give you to work so hard as a dog? The air froze instantly. Court death. As if a sore spot had been exposed, veins popped up on Renkai's forehead, and his pupils, shining with silver light, almost popped out. I'm going to turn you into an idiot. You can try. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and his smile gradually turned cold. At this time. Stop. Before he finished speaking, several water arrows broke through the air. Renkai's face changed. While retreating hastily, gather a mental barrier. But in the blink of an eye, spider web-like cracks appeared. He looked at the visitor with gloomy eyes. The lotus in the pond stepped on the water mist and floated down to the ground. The girl has a pretty face with a soft oval shape, but there is a hint of fierce heroism between her eyebrows. Do you have any shame, Renkai? Her fingertips condensed into a spinning water blade. You colluded with the Zhao family to hunt down students from the same school. You have brought shame to Class A. Shi Lian, this matter has nothing to do with you. Renkai said in a deep voice, don't think that I won't attack you just because you have a good relationship with Jiang Qingli. Shi Lian's face showed undisguised disgust, and he said sarcastically, how dare you, a dead licker like you, mention Qingli's name? Chapter 19. What I want is an absolute crushing victory. Jiang Qingli is here. Renkai's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that this grandson is actually a bootlicker of my dream lover. Shi Lian. Renkai squeezed out a sound from between his teeth. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to get out of here or not? Shi Lian didn't say anything, and 3-foot-high waves suddenly rose around her body. Crystal clear water droplets condensed into arrows in mid-air. Whoosh whoosh. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the water arrow rushed towards Renkai and others. While they were distracted, Shi Lian rushed to Su Ming and urged him in a low voice. Why don't you run? I will try my best to buy you some time. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing how calm he was, Shi Lian stamped her feet anxiously. They won't do anything to me. It's dangerous for you to stay here. Why are you helping me? Su Ming tilted his head to look at the oval-faced girl. Could it be that Jiang Qingli sent you here? Oh my god. How can you be so shameless? Shi Lian's eyes widened upon hearing this, and then she rolled her eyes. Are you familiar with Qingli? Does she know your name? Su Ming shrugged. I have seen and touched her black and white stockings, lovely little face, and delicate feet. Tell me if I am familiar with it. This matter has nothing to do with her at all. I'm doing this for the reputation of our martial arts class A. We can't let a bad apple like Renkai spoil the whole thing. Shi Lian, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Renkai's eyes were filled with hatred. Since you don't want to drink my toast, then forget about leaving. That's it, it's over. Shi Lian glared at Su Ming in dismay. It's too late to run now. Su Ming shrugged and took a step forward. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Are you crazy? Shi Lian quickly grabbed his arm, her nails almost digging into the flesh. I'm here to save you. Not to watch you commit suicide for me. The number of live broadcast comments has increased at this moment. Ha ha. This girl is chubby, but she's actually quite cute. Does the boss still need you to save him? Just kill him instantly. What's the use of suicide? It's not as exaggerated or scary as you say. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and chuckled, I am enough to deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals by myself. Before he finished speaking, his aura exploded. Shi Lian was stunned. You. Su Ming raised his hand to stop him, and the next moment, a blood color surged in his eyes. Momentary beauty frenzy. Boom. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and shot out like a cannonball. The explosive gust of wind blew up Shi Lian's long black hair and made it dance wildly. The girl staggered back, muttering, I'm afraid this guy is a pretentious guy. Su Ming rushed into the crowd like a ghost, with the iron sword in his hand emitting a dazzling green light. Renkai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly formed a mental barrier. Crack! Before the sword arrives, the sword energy has already torn the transparent shield apart. Ah! Renkai screamed and retreated violently, blood gushing out of his mouth like crazy. Brother Kai! Just as the younger brother beside him raised the alloy shield, Su Ming turned around and kicked him in the waist. Bang! The huge force was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, and the shield was dented instantly. He flew up like a broken sack and only stopped after breaking 3 ancient trees. Fuck! Let's go together. The remaining 4 people unleashed their talents at the same time, and fireballs and ice cones came overwhelmingly. But Su Ming just grinned. As his wrist turned, the sword tip rotated and several green sword auras whizzed out. Those attacks disappeared without a trace as if they hit a black hole. Su Ming swung his sword and the iron sword suddenly emitted a blinding green light. The sword energy within a 10-meter radius was surging and dancing like a mess. The fallen leaves were crushed into powder, and the tree trunks were instantly covered with spider web and sword marks. The 4 men were instantly covered in wounds, and their wailing was incessant. One sword suppresses 4 people. The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck! Who still remembers that he is only an F rank? 1 against 6, but still got crushed? Do you know how to play? No matter what he does next, I won't be surprised anymore. Renkai's face turned pale, and he suddenly took out a tube of scarlet potion and stabbed it into his neck. You forced me to do this. The sound of muscles swelling is so deafening. Blood oozed from his skin, and his aura instantly broke through the third level. Frenzy potion? Su Ming raised his eyebrows. You even dare to use banned drugs? I want you to die. Renkai roared and pounced. The mental power in his body overloaded and exploded, causing the thick ancient trees to explode one after another. Su Ming's clothes fluttered in the wind without any wind. He did not dodge or evade, but lightly raised his sword. Puff! Blood flowers bloom. Renkai's right arm was broken at the root. Ah! He knelt on the ground and screamed, only to find the tip of the sword against his throat. That's it? Su Ming stepped on his head and crushed it into the dirt. S-level genius? Witnessing this scene, Shi Lian stood there in a daze. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open and her rosy little mouth was slightly open, almost enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? Shi Lian's fingertips pinched into her palm unconsciously, her nails almost piercing her skin, but she didn't feel any pain at all. The sharp sword-light and violent posture made him look like a ferocious beast out of a cage. I thought I came to save people, but ended up being a spectator watching a show. She looked up stiffly at the live broadcast drone buzzing in the treetops. Is this reasonable? The barrage of comments is swiping the screen like crazy. Ha, this young lady has begun to doubt her life. I seem to see in her how we were at the beginning. Shi Lian's ears felt hot and an inexplicable sense of shame and anger surged in her heart. She had just vowed to save the person, but it turned out that the person didn't need her at all. Su Ming pressed down the sword, and bloodstains appeared immediately. You can't kill me. I'm an S-class psychic genius. Renkai's eyes trembled, and he said tremblingly, if you kill me, you will be expelled directly. Our Class A martial arts specialist is a 4th level expert, he will not let you go. Su Ming responded softly. You're right, I really can't kill you. Renkai just breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming suddenly grinned, but I will make you live a life worse than death. Renkai's body trembled, not understanding what Su Ming meant until he saw Su Ming's pupils glowing with silver light. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. Momentary beauty spiritual system S-rank psychic shock. At this moment, Renkai's hands and feet became cold, as if he had fallen into an abyss. He shook his head repeatedly and said incoherently, no, don't. The mental power gathered into an invisible screw of steel and went straight to the dragon's lair. Insert into Renkai's brain and stir it wildly. Within 2 seconds, Renkai's eyes became completely distracted. The corner of his mouth was crooked, saliva flowed uncontrollably, and a silly sound came from his throat. What's even more embarrassing is that he peed his pants right in front of the live camera. There was a large wet spot on my pants and a fishy smell filled the air. But he was completely unaware of it. Instead, he grabbed the mud on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it happily. Hee hee, delicious, mud is delicious. The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. S-level genius Renkai was made into a fool? This is too outrageous. Shi Lian stared at this scene in amazement, and after a long while she managed to utter. What did you do to him? Su Ming flicked his wrist and grinned. Nothing, just let him experience what a real mental shock is. At this moment, a cold voice came from the dense forest. You shouldn't have destroyed him. Su Ming didn't seem surprised by the voice, and his lips curled up slightly. What? The Jiang University beauty feels sorry for your little liquor? He turned towards the source of the sound. Amid the mottled shadows of the trees, Jiang Qingli was dressed in a white robe as white as snow, and even though her sword was not unsheathed, she was already chilling. Chapter 20 Su Ming vs. Jiang Qingli. Staring at the young man not far away, Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly contracted. The young man stood tall, holding a sword, his deep black eyes surging with blood. It was as if the dormant beast had finally torn off its disguise. Sharp and unstoppable. His aura. Jiang Qingli's fingertips unconsciously clenched the hilt of the sword. The last time we met, he was just an ordinary student whose psychic energy fluctuations were pitifully weak. But the aura surrounding him at this moment actually made her tremble in her heart. That is the strong man's instinctive awareness of danger. In less than half a month. She stared at the vague smile on Su Ming's lips, and her heart was stirred. How could the change be so great? Jiang Qingli was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. If you destroy Rinkai, many people will come to trouble you. Su Ming shrugged and chuckled. It doesn't matter. After all, what I am best at is dealing with all kinds of troubles. Jiang Qingli frowned slightly when she heard this. His cold gaze couldn't help but fall on the rusty iron sword in his hand. The blood energy wrapped around it was quite shocking. How? Su Ming's eyes sparkled, but his voice was gentle and playful. Mr. Jiang, do you want to try my sword? He knew that this battle was unavoidable, and neither of them was the type to give up the first place. Not to mention, there is a deeper, unknown connection between the two. The highlight is finally here. I'm not sleepy anymore after this. Let us fight. Let us fight. The showdown of the century, buy it and leave it. Buy it and leave it. The barrage of comments exploded instantly, and the gambling game took shape at the speed of light. F-Class Counterattack Dark Horse vs Jiang Family SS-Class Sword Fairy Goddess. The local tyrant with the ID Stupid Crazy Thunder. Pay your father 30,000 spiritual coins. He even threw 100,000 spiritual energy coins directly at Su Ming. The comments instantly exploded. Big Brother is awesome. This is an all-in. The entire dense forest fell into deathly silence. Even the chirping of insects disappeared completely. The young man stood with a sword in his hand, his eyes deep and calm. The girl's black hair fluttered slightly, and the sword was not unsheathed, but the chill was overwhelming. Suddenly, a whistling wind arose in the forest. The battle broke out instantly. Buzz! Jiang Qingli shook her wrist, and the Qingwan sword came out of its sheath, making a clear sword sound. The blue sword energy filled the sky and poured down like a rainstorm. There was a gleam in Su Ming's eyes. Momentary beauty martial arts SSS level talent Tai Chi. The sword's power is as gentle as water, and it can move a great object with just a little force. The sharp green sword energy was completely dispelled, and the ground was torn into spiderweb like cracks by the aftermath. Amid the sword energy, Su Ming stood as steady as a mountain, standing still. Jiang Qingli's eyes narrowed. The sword tip drew a green streak and pierced Su Ming's face. So fast. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and he raised his sword to block. Clang. The two swords collided, sparks flew, and airwaves exploded. Su Ming used the force to retreat 3 steps to relieve the impact. Jiang Qingli remained calm, taking advantage of the situation to pursue the enemy, with sword moves pouring down like a rainstorm, not giving the enemy any chance to breathe. Su Ming chuckled, and the sword tip, wrapped in black and white air, suddenly spun. The Tai Chi field expanded instantly and actually took all of Jiang Qingli's attacks. Qi Lian's pupils shrank suddenly and her voice trembled. How is this possible? There is actually someone who can fight Jiang Qingli head-on? The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. Is this a high school student? I'm afraid these two monsters are fighting each other. Awesome. My blood is boiling. In the school office, Fang Hongyuan has been taken away by the investigation bureau. When all the leaders saw the duel between Su Ming and Jiang Qingli, they were all shocked and speechless. Even the knowledgeable vice principal looked surprised. He didn't even notice the teacup slipping from his hands and hitting the ground. Jiang Baidai raised her red lips slightly, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Little bastard, you hit it well enough. On the screen, Jiang Qingli's sword moves became more and more fierce. That absolutely beautiful icy face was tense, her cherry lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes were so solemn that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. Seeing her like this, Jiang Baidai almost laughed out loud. Ever since Xiao Qingli awakened her SS-level talent, she has been crushing her peers all the way, but today she finally hit a wall. In the dense forest, sword energy is everywhere. Jiang Qingli couldn't conquer him after a long time, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Boom! The spiritual energy in her body suddenly exploded, the aura around her continued to rise, and she instantly broke through the 3rd-level barrier. You are strong. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice as cold as an icy spring, but that's it. The difference in spiritual power between the 3rd and 2nd levels is like the difference between heaven and earth. In an instant, her sword power surged, and the Qingwan sword energy swept over like a raging wave. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Su Ming was forced to retreat again and again, and the edge of his sword was almost suppressed to the point where he couldn't lift it. However, just when she thought she had one, the spiritual power in Su Ming's body suddenly boiled. Spiritual track. As Jiang Qingli reached the third level, his realm also broke through to the seventh level of the second level. A violent force suddenly surged out of his originally exhausted body. Su Ming felt that his blood was boiling and his eyes were shining. The black and white energy coiled around like a dragon, instantly covering the rusty sword body, and the sword tip trembled and made a sharp clanging sound. Boom! The Qinghuan sword force that Jiang Qingli slashed out was actually crushed by the black and white vortex. A cold light suddenly appeared. The tip of Su Ming's sword was already in front of Jiang Qingli's throat. The whole audience was silent. Su Ming panted slightly, put away his sword and stepped back. "Thank you." Jiang Qingli's pupils shrank slightly, and she stared at the Qinghuan sword in her hand for a long time, her hands trembling slightly. "I lost?" As these words came out, the barrage of comments completely boiled over. "I declare that from this moment on, the new king ascends the throne." Fuck. Jiang Qingli actually lost. "I lost all my pants in this round." Stupid Quan Lei. Pay your father 30,000 spiritual energy coins. I made a killing. I made a killing. You are simply my god. Several comments popped up instantly: envy, jealousy, and hatred. This guy is so lucky. Jiang Qingli was stunned for a moment, with complex emotions in her eyes. For a long time, she has been carrying the reputations of the #1 genius in the vast sea and the sharpest sword of the Jiang family. But now that she has been defeated, she inexplicably feels a sense of relief. At the moment when the young man sheathed his sword, her pupils suddenly contracted. The sword flower made by the flip of his wrist was the iconic move of the evil ghost in the spiritual realm. No wonder the opponent's sword moves always seemed strangely familiar during a duel. She stared at Su Ming's face and murmured in a low voice, "So that little thief is you? Is that person in the dream you?" This was the girl's unspoken murmur. At the same time. Ding. System prompt. Spiritual Sympathy Index +1. Spiritual Sympathy Index +1. Current Jiang Qingli's Spiritual Affinity Index, 50%. The sudden system notification sound made Su Ming's scalp numb. When he looked up, he met the girl's burning gaze. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously turned his eyes away. His Adam's apple rolled twice and he turned and left. It runs pretty fast. Jiang Qingli looked at his back as he fled in panic, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her clenched fists trembling slightly. As the final countdown reached 0, the mock exam officially came to an end. The martial arts hall was bustling with people. When the vice president announced the result, the whole audience went wild. The martial arts class A, which was known to be full of elites, actually only had Jiang Qingli and Qi Lian left. Fuck. Did the geniuses in class A collectively fail? They formed a team to hunt for Lord-level monsters, but ended up being wiped out? Bullshit. He was killed by a ruthless guy from Class C alone. An eyewitness gestured excitedly. "I saw with my own eyes that guy beating up everyone he saw, and he specifically targeted the people in Class A." Someone beside him lowered his voice. "Shoo. Keep your voice down. Can't you see Jiang Qingli is over there?" "Oh, I heard that even Jiang Qingli." "Quiet." The vice president on the stage shouted loudly, and the sound made the whole venue buzz. He squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd, finally staring at the young man standing in the corner with a sword in his arms. The young man looked indifferent, his fingertips still gently stroking the hilt of the sword, as if those amazing performances in the mock exam had nothing to do with him. There is only the final sprint left before the college entrance examination. The vice principal suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling. "Everyone, pay attention." He ended his lecture hastily and didn't even bother to drink the customary chicken soup. Now his mind was filled with only one thought: he must immediately meet this genius evildoer who was pretending to be a pig but was actually a tiger. Half an hour later. Office of the Vice President. Su Ming received a text message from Jiang Baidai and rushed over. Dong dong. Su Ming knocked on the door politely. "Come in." As Su Ming pushed the door open, the air in the room froze instantly. Dozens of fiery gazes shot at him at the same time, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Su Ming touched his nose angrily, feeling a little uncomfortable all over. It would be fine if I was stared at by a group of pretty girls like this. But if it comes to a group of old men in their 50s, it's better to stay away from them. His eyes caught sight of Jiang Baidai in the corner. This woman was winking at him. Su Ming was worried that her big eyes would twitch. Next to her stood a girl with a cold look: Jiang Qingli. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Jiang Qingli turned away without saying a word. Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly, he seemed to be in trouble. Student Su Ming. The vice president suddenly slammed the table and stood up, scaring several school leaders so much that they almost dropped the thermos cups in their hands. The old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Your performance is simply. He was stuck for a long time and couldn't come up with any words. No wonder, an F-grade loser kills all the elites in the school. Even third-rate online novels don't dare to write this plot. Now the internet is going crazy, some speculate that he is the secret weapon of a hidden family, and some even say that he is a god descended from heaven. I have seen many geniuses rise, but I have never seen someone like you. The vice president's beard was shaking with excitement, and he was choosing his words carefully. A student who defies nature. Thanks. Su Ming nodded in response, his expression as calm as usual. Even with the system in hand, if you can't even control this situation, it would be a shame to the vast majority of fellow time travelers. The vice president stroked his beard, with a gleam of approval in his eyes. Good. Very good. It's rare to be able to remain humble after such an achievement. He looked serious. As the first place in the mock exam, you will be qualified to enter the secret treasure of Apocalypse, the psychic hot spring. The psychic tide only erupts once every 10 years, which is a priceless treasure for practitioners. It can strengthen the body, and most importantly, it can tap the potential of the human body. Secret treasure of revelation? Su Ming recalled the information about these 4 words in his mind. After the gate of Apocalypse came, psychic energy changed the environment of Blue Star. Some special places with abundant spiritual energy will become treasures, the so-called treasures of revelation. It should be yours alone. The vice president suddenly changed the subject, but some of your behaviors in the mock exam were not appropriate. After discussion at the top level, he observed Su Ming's reaction and said, I decided to let you and Jiang Qingli split it equally. Student Su Ming, you should have no objection, right? Su Ming grinned. I'm sorry, I have a problem. His voice was not loud, but it made the whole office quiet instantly. The smile on Su Ming's face gradually faded. My behavior was inappropriate? What was wrong with my behavior? He raised his hand to interrupt the vice principal who wanted to interrupt, and his tone became more and more sharp. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. The Zhao family bribed those people from Class A to attack me, so it's only natural for me to destroy them. Su Ming sneered. As for Ren Kai turning into a fool, when he took banned drugs and tried to kill me, no one stood up and said he'd behaved inappropriately. Chapter 21 Hot Spring Ambiguity. The vice president was speechless for a moment, and other school leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Beidi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, and her red lips unconsciously curled up into an alluring curve. Jiang Qingli stood aside, with a complicated expression on her pretty and cold face, and her delicate hands unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. The whole audience fell silent. The vice principal was silent for a moment before speaking. It is true that the school was not thoughtful enough in this matter. On behalf of the entire Han High School, I apologize to you. Su Ming nodded slightly, understanding the principle of knowing when to quit. I can give the reward to Jiang Qingli, but it's not because the school requires it, but because I want to. He looked at the gorgeous girl and blinked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingli bit her red lips lightly with her snow-white teeth. This little thief. But she is Jiang Qingli, when did she ever need charity from others? No. Just as the words of refusal came to his lips, he caught a glimpse of his Aunt Zhang Baidai winking at him frantically. Then, an urgent voice exploded in her mind. Silly girl. Hurry up and agree. We are all family, why are you separating us? Jiang Qingli's delicate body trembled, and the scene of Zhang Baidai and Su Ming flirting with each other flashed through her mind. An indescribable emotion surged into her heart, making her chest feel stuffy and unable to breathe. Thank you. She lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and the sound was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing this, the vice principal breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At least it ended with a happy ending. However, when some are happy, others are sad. The atmosphere in the Zhao family hall was terribly depressing. Waste. They are all fucking waste. Zhao Tianxiong fell into a state of madness, his eyes were red, and he kicked Zhao Ting in the chest. Zhao Ting flew backwards and hit the wall with a bang, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. I spent 500,000 psychic coins. And I used them all as a stepping stone for that F-rank bastard? Zhao Woya beside him also had a terribly gloomy expression on his face. Holding a cell phone in my hand that can't be reached. Obviously, something had happened to his old lover Fong Hongyuan. His dry hands were shaking, his eyes were fixed on the replay of the battle between Su Ming and Jiang Qingli on the screen, and suddenly his pupils contracted. Etc. He suddenly pressed the pause button, and the picture froze on two intersecting sword lights. Same. Very similar. Master, look. His voice trembled, their sword moves are simply from the same source. Zhao Tianxiang was stunned when he heard this, and then a sinister light flashed in his eyes. You mean? That's right. Zhao Woya smiled sinisterly. Perhaps, we have been trapped in a misunderstanding. The enemy may not be our enemy. We can definitely kill with a borrowed knife. He made a gesture of wiping his neck and lowered his voice. Let the Zhang family take care of this bastard for us. 2 days later. The psychic hot spring is located deep in a valley shrouded by an ancient barrier. The surroundings were filled with fog and the air was filled with rich psychic particles. The hot spring pool is hexagonal in shape, the water is light blue, and the surface glows faintly, obviously containing extremely strong energy. When Su Ming and Jiang Qingli arrived, the top talents from the other 3 key high schools had already gathered there. These people all ranked first in the mock exams of their respective schools. They are familiar with each other and even have some friendships. However, when they saw 2 people coming from Hanhai High School, their faces instantly turned gloomy. When did Hanhai High School become eligible to take up 2 places? The red-haired young man Chu Feng sneered and swept his eyes over Su Ming with contempt. I heard that Hanhai High School got 2 first places in this mock exam? Lin Wan crossed his arms and said sarcastically, but this guy. I don't think I've seen him before? Xiao Shui glanced at Su Ming calmly and said to Jiang Qingli. Qingli, you've always been so arrogant, why do you even keep someone like this around you now? Jiang Qingli's expression was cold, and she was about to speak. Su Ming laughed first. Why, are you guys afraid that I will take away your spiritual energy share? Chu Feng sneered, afraid? Just because of a waste like you? He took a step forward, his fist blazing with flames. Do you dare to take my punch? Get out if you lose. Su Ming remained calm and did not even take a fighting stance. Are you sure you want to do it here? Arrogant. Chu Feng roared, and the fiery sun fist burst out, with the blazing fist wind blasting towards Su Ming. However, Su Ming just turned slightly. His right hand grabbed his wrist like lightning and used the force to swing it. Chu Feng was smashed to the ground, and dust flew everywhere. A level scorching sun fist, decent power, but crude technique. Su Ming commented, his tone as relaxed as if he was discussing the weather. The voice was calm, but it made everyone's pupils shrink. You're looking for death. Chu Feng's anger rose, and the flames on his fists became even more intense. That's enough. Jiang Qingli's Qinghuan sword was half an inch out of its sheath, flashing with a cold light. She glanced at everyone, her tone cold. Su Ming's quota is real and valid, and even I am just taking advantage of him. Anyone who has any objections can challenge me now. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Xu Feng muttered unwillingly, Jiang Qingli, when did you start protecting this kind of person? She flicked her fingertips, and the sword energy cut off a strand of the other person's hair. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll have to pay with your head next time. At this time, the entire hot spring barrier suddenly shook, and the administrator's voice came from the air. The psychic tide is about to begin, everyone please enter the pool. Chu Feng and the others' faces turned pale, but they did not take any further action. Su Ming withdrew his hand and walked calmly towards the hot spring pool, as if everything that had just happened was just a casual act. 10 minutes later. In the steaming hot mist, Su Ming stared at the stone tablet engraved with Hanhai High School area, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. 4 hot spring pools are separated by thick stone walls. Geniuses from 3 key high schools have entered the water one after another, and their school area is only 3 square meters. What are you standing there for? Jiang Qingli's cold voice suddenly pierced through the mist. She changed into a moon-white ice silk gauze dress today. At this moment, it is soaked by the water vapor by the pool, showing a translucent texture. Su Ming turned around after hearing this. I almost bumped into those plump breasts that were about to burst out. He quickly took a half step back and stepped into the pool, and the splashing water directly wet the other person's clothes. You! Jiang Qingli looked down at the wet cloth that was pressed against her skin. The tips of his ears instantly turned red as blood, and even his neck turned a faint pink. The fog suddenly thickened. Jiang Qingli bit her lip and stepped into the pool quickly. The hem of the white gauze floated up in the sound of the splashing water. At a glance, you can see the straight jade legs and the small and delicate jade feet. She sank to her collarbone before stopping, her black hair spread out on the water, blooming like a black lotus. Keep your eyes. The girl's voice was filled with gritted teeth. Su Ming whistled and inadvertently moved half a foot closer to her. The vice president has agreed that we should share resources. The psychic tide erupted at this moment. The water in the pool suddenly surged and boiled. Jiang Qingli was pushed by the waves and staggered, and her back slammed into Su Ming's arms. Through the wet clothes, Su Ming's arms could clearly feel two soft touches. He subconsciously held her waist, and the skin under his palm was surprisingly hot. Let go. Jiang Qingli raised her hand and elbowed him. It hit Su Ming's chest exactly, and he groaned. Jiang Qingli took the opportunity to break free from the embrace, and the water droplets that rose when she stood up rolled down her collarbone into the snow-white groove. Su Ming rubbed his chest, grinned, and deliberately dragged out the tone. Xiao Jiang, your heartbeat is disturbing my ears. Chapter 22. Domineeringly protecting her husband? No, you heard it wrong. The girl tried to remain calm, her voice trembling with an undisguised tremor, but she still maintained a cool demeanor. Ding. System prompt. Spiritual Sympathy Index +1. Spiritual Sympathy Index +1. Current Jiang Qingli's Spiritual Affinity Index, 55%. Breakthrough to the 8th level of the 2nd stage. The system prompt sounded. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, with a hint of smile on his lips. Sudden. Ding. A large amount of spiritual energy detected. Automatically absorbing. Something strange happened. The psychic particles were originally evenly distributed in 4 areas. At this moment, all the water was madly converging towards the pool where Su Ming was, just like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The waters around Su Ming gradually began to glow with dazzling blue-gold light. What's going on? The concentration of spiritual energy is decreasing rapidly. Chu Feng in the next pool stood up suddenly, water droplets dripping down his red hair, his face full of shock. Lin Wan and Xiao Shui's faces changed drastically at the same time. The pool water they were soaking in had become crystal clear and no longer emitted the aura it should have. The 3 of them looked at the only area of Hanhai High School where blue mist was surging. That bastard is responsible. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, he is absorbing our spiritual energy. At this moment, Su Ming is in a wonderful state. He felt all the pores on his body relax and greedily devour the psychic energy particles. Jiang Qingli was sitting less than a meter away from him, and also benefited from this torrent of spiritual energy. Her snow-white skin glowed with a faint blue light, and the spiritual power in her body was growing at an astonishing rate. Something's wrong. Jiang Qingli opened her beautiful eyes and keenly sensed the hostility of the other 3 people. She turned and looked at Su Ming. I found that his eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, obviously he was at a critical moment in his cultivation. Su Ming? She called softly, but received no response. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qingli directly interrupted the process of absorbing spiritual energy. As he walked out of the pool, the spiritual energy in his body boiled, instantly drying up his wet clothes. At this time, boom! A blazing fireball broke through the air and headed straight for Su Ming. Jiang Qingli's pupils suddenly shrank. The Qingluan sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the sword tip accurately split the fireball. The blast of air blew away the fog that was covering her eyes, and even lifted up Jiang Qingli's black hair, revealing her pretty face that was as cold as ice. Chu Feng, are you looking for death? Her voice was cold enough to freeze. Jiang Qingli, get out of the way. Chu Feng's fists were burning with flames. This kid used evil magic to steal spiritual energy, breaking the rules. Lin Wan held a silver longbow, and 3 psychic arrows had already condensed on the bowstring. Qingli, we have always respected you, but today's incident must be explained. Xiao Shui didn't say anything, but her hands had already formed complex hand seals. The temperature around her dropped sharply, and thin ice began to condense on the surface of the pool water. Stop talking nonsense. Want to touch him? Jiang Qingli said coldly, you have to get past me first. You. Chu Feng was so angry that he was shaking all over. Jiang Qingli, you actually turned against us for a piece of trash? Waste? Jiang Qingli's eyes flashed coldly. The person who can defeat you with one move is also called waste? Then what are you? Worse than trash? This sentence completely ignited Chu Feng's anger. He roared, the flames on his fist suddenly exploded, and the whole person rushed over like a cannonball. The blazing sun rises into the sky. Faced with this fatal move, Jiang Qingli did not retreat but advanced. The Qingluan sword drew a graceful arc, and wherever the sword passed, the blazing flames were split in two. Bang! The sword and fist collided, and a wave of air exploded. Chu Feng staggered back 3 steps, while Jiang Qingli just fluttered his sleeves and stood firmly in place. Let's go together. Interrupt him. Lin Wan gave a delicate shout, and 3 spiritual arrows flew out from the bowstring, forming a triangle shape and shooting towards Su Ming's face. At the same time, Xiao Shui completed the seal, and dozens of ice cones instantly condensed above the pool water, piercing towards Su Ming with the force of breaking through the air. A trace of solemnity flashed across Jiang Qingli's eyes. She shook her wrist, and the Qingluan sword suddenly split into 3 sword shadows, accurately shooting down the spiritual arrow. At the same time, his left palm slapped the water surface, creating a water curtain that blocked all the ice cones. Jiang Qingli, you can't protect him. Chu Feng pounced again with a grim smile. This time his fist was wrapped in dark red flames, and it was even more powerful than before. Jiang Qingli knew that the battle could not last long and had to be decisive quickly. She took a deep breath, the spiritual energy in her body circulated wildly, and the Qingluan sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light. The clear sound of swords echoed throughout the hot spring area. A green sword energy spread its wings like a green phoenix, instantly blasting Chu Feng away. The aftermath even shattered Lin Wan's bowstring, forcing Xiao Shui to retreat again and again. The 3 of them were in a state of panic, their faces full of disbelief. You are actually at level 3. Blood was oozing from the corners of Chu Feng's mouth and his voice was trembling. Jiang Qingli stood with a sword in hand, the tip of the sword pointed at the 3 people. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. At this moment, the pool water behind her suddenly boiled. A powerful spiritual pressure burst out from Su Ming, and the entire pool began to tremble. Breakthrough to the 3rd level. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be stars flowing in his pupils. He stood up, and drops of water slid down his exquisite muscle lines. His eyes swept across the 3 embarrassed people and finally fell on Jiang Qingli's back. Thank you for your hard work, he said softly. Jiang Qingli didn't look back, but her tense shoulders obviously relaxed a little. Solved? Su Ming walked up to her and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Leave it to me next. Chu Feng and the other 2 turned pale. They could clearly feel the oppressive feeling emanating from Su Ming that was the aura of a 3rd-level expert. Impossible. Lin Wan murmured, he is also at the 3rd level. Su Ming grinned, revealing his white teeth. Now, it's time to settle the accounts. He slowly raised his hand, and a ball of black and white energy condensed in his palm. The Tai Chi pattern rotates slowly in it, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. Wait! Xiao Shui suddenly shouted, we admit defeat. We'll give you the psychic hot spring. Chu Feng wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Ming's cold eyes, he finally lowered his head. Su Ming snorted coldly and dispersed the energy in his hand. Go away. The 3 men fled the hot spring area without looking back as if they had been pardoned. After they left, Su Ming turned to look at Jiang Qingli and found that she was staring at him with a complicated look. What's wrong? Jiang Qingli was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. You've been awake for a long time, haven't you? Are you deliberately watching me fight 3 people alone? Su Ming staggered when she pulled him, and the tip of his nose almost touched her hair. He could smell the faint fragrance on her. Well. He blinked. I saw you were having a lot of fun playing, and I couldn't bear to disturb you. You. Jiang Qingli's chest was heaving violently with anger. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly felt her feet go weak. The previous battle had consumed too much of her spiritual energy. Su Ming quickly grabbed her slender waist and said, be careful. The 2 looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Jiang Qingli didn't know if it was because of the fog or because she was in a trance, but she seemed to see the person in her dream. In the midst of the hot spring, her cheeks were flushed, more charming than the sunset in the sky. Ding! System prompt. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 5%. Current Jiang Qingli's Spiritual Affinity Index, 60%. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard the voice of the administrator coming from outside the barrier. The psychic tide is over. Please leave in an orderly manner. Jiang Qingli woke up as if from a dream, pushed Su Ming away, and hurriedly sorted out her clothes. Let's go, let's go. Looking at her fleeing back, Su Ming touched his nose and smiled like a child who had stolen candy. In real life, classmate Xiao Jiang doesn't seem to be that difficult to approach. Hello, Auntie. Late at night, Jiang Baidai lazily sank into the leather sofa, holding a slender lady's cigarette between her slender fingers, the scarlet cigarette but flickering in the darkness. What's wrong, Xiao Qingli? She blew out a puff of smoke, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Are you missing your aunt in the middle of the night? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and only the sound of light breathing could be heard. Jiang Baidai raised her eyebrows and flicked the ash into the ashtray. Are you not feeling comfortable soaking in the spiritual hot spring? Or, I met him. Jiang Qingli's voice suddenly sounded. Who? Jiang Baidai narrowed her eyes. The person in the dream. Chapter 23 Succubus. So many succubi. All kinds of beautiful women. Jiang Baidai stood up straight, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Oh? So what happened? Tell your aunt. I don't want to say. Tisk. Jiang Baidai leaned back on the sofa again, deliberately dragging out the tone. Could it be that he was chopped down with a sword? There was silence on the other end of the phone again. After a long while, Jiang Qingli's muffled voice came. No. At that moment, Jiang Qingli's voice became smaller and smaller. I couldn't lift the sword. Jiang Baidai's fingers holding the cigarette suddenly froze. This sounds like a fairy tale. As an SS-level swordsman with talent, there are times when he can't even lift his sword. But Jiang Baidai heard the hidden meaning. She stared at the pack of cigarettes with a paulownia tree printed on it on the coffee table, and suddenly her throat felt tight. Aunt? A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Baidai suddenly put out the cigarette, sparks flying everywhere. Go to bed early. She heard herself say this dryly, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching the phone. After the call was hung up, the only thing left in the room was a wisp of smoke slowly rising from the ashtray. At the same time, Hanhai Old Community. Su Ming's phone screen suddenly lit up in the dark, and a text message from an unfamiliar number popped up. Evil Ghost Boss. I am your biggest fan. The live broadcast of the mock exam a few days ago made my blood boil. Are you interested in collaborating to make something big? Su Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the ID of the sender, stupid Quang Lei. Pay your father 30,000 spiritual energy coins. This person knows that he is a demon? He also knows that he is Su Ming? How did you know? Hey, I'm not good at anything except my eyesight. I wonder if you guys have heard of the Hell Arena. Hell Arena? Su Ming's eyes flickered. The Hell Arena of the black market is a real underground Shura field with no rules, only life and death. The rewards for winning streak have always been generous, but few people dare to accept it after all. Only those who can finish 3 games alive are ruthless people. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, tapped the screen a few times, and replied. Where do you get the confidence to think I would take on this kind of black market business? As soon as the message was sent, the other party replied almost immediately. Stop it, big guy. I've been observing you for a long time. From winning 18 games in a row in the spirit realm to overwhelming the entire field in the mock exam. Your style is tailor-made for the Hell Arena. Then, he sent a photo of an evil ghost mask, which was the same one he wore in the spirit realm, with a green face and fangs, and the metal surface glowing with a cold light. Su Ming chuckled. This man was well prepared. He tapped his fingers. You want to set up a scheme to make a lot of money? Then what benefits can I get? Ha ha. You are indeed a big shot, you are so smart. I pay and you work. We split the profits 50-50. Then he sent a voice message in a very low voice. Boss, to be honest, the Zhao family is behind this competition. If you can win all 10 games, you will not only get an A-level psychic weapon, but also make the Zhao family lose everything. Su Ming's eyes lit up and he stroked the phone with his bony fingers. The market price of an A-level psychic weapon is at least hundreds of thousands of psychic coins. Of course, the most important thing is to be able to trick the Zhao family. Why not? He tapped his fingertips to reply. Time and place. The other party replied immediately. The boss is straightforward. Tomorrow night at midnight, the black market Mei Bar. Late next night, black market. The neon sign of Mei Yi Bar is particularly eye-catching in the night. As the most famous den of brothel in Hanhai City, even Su Ming, a good-natured high school student, has heard of its reputation. Su Ming pushed open the heavy metal door, and deafening electronic music instantly hit him. The dance floor was packed with twisting bodies, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol and perfume. Hey, a handsome boy with a new face. A blonde woman in a low-cut leather skirt caught my eyes. She twisted her slender waist and came over. She deliberately pulled her collar down again, revealing most of her snow-white roundness. First time here? Sister, will buy you a drink? Su Ming raised his eyes and glanced at the woman's pupils, which were a charming pink and purple, and the small fangs that were exposed when she smiled. This is the biggest feature of Mei Yi, and the reason why countless men linger on it. A group of licensed succubi. Su Ming flicked his finger and opened the scabbard at his waist with a swish. A dazzling cold light flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a harmless smile. Don't be an eyesore here. The woman was stunned for a moment, then she laughed so hard that her body shook, and deliberately blew into his ear. You have a bad temper. She licked her lips and looked back and forth at him. Could it be that he is a wolfhound with an owner? Suddenly, the woman's delicate face froze, her nose twitched slightly, and her pupils trembled. You have the deathly aura of a succubus? Her expression suddenly changed, and a seductive cold light flashed in her eyes. You are not welcome here, please leave. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Bloodthirsty princess is also an old employee of yours? Hearing this, the woman's pupils suddenly contracted. So it was you who killed the bloodthirsty princess? She was indeed an employee here before, but she betrayed us and almost dragged us down with her. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and she squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. Did that damn bitch die miserably? Su Ming shrugged. It's okay. The woman's expression changed several times, and suddenly she smiled sweetly. Sisters, our distinguished guest has arrived. In an instant, beautiful girls surrounded Su Ming. When the fat man wearing a gold chain came to Mei Yi Bar, this is what he saw. Su Ming lazily sank into the leather sofa, while 7 or 8 gorgeous succubus ladies served him attentively. Their slender jade fingers rubbed his shoulders, their soft hands gently beat his legs, and even a charming lady brought peeled grapes to his mouth. The people around saw this scene and were jealous. Whose young master is this? It's worth dying for letting me enjoy this once. The fat guy was stunned and his saliva was almost flowing with envy. I became more and more convinced, he is indeed the evil ghost boss. What a grand show, what a scene. He was suddenly full of confidence in winning tonight's Hell Arena. 10 minutes later, the two came to the depths of a narrow alley, and a tunnel leading underground appeared before them. A damp, rotten smell mixed with the smell of blood hit me in the face, and the walls on both sides of the tunnel were covered with dried bloody handprints. Su Ming, wearing a demon mask, glanced at the fat man next to him. He had a conflicted expression on his face, as if he wanted to say something but was holding it back as if he was constipated. If you have something to say, just say it. Ahem, boss, do you have any tips for those succubi just now? Su Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. All this time was just for this matter. He said calmly, nothing special, just a skill. The fat man was speechless for a moment, and the admiration in his heart was like a surging river. After a long tunnel, the two came to an iron gate. 2 hideous skulls were hung on the door lintel, with ghostly green fire flickering in their empty eye sockets. Arrive! The fat man lowered his voice and rubbed his hands excitedly. This is the entrance to the Hell Arena. There were several corpses lying in a mess on the open space in front of the door. The blood on the ground had not yet coagulated, and it was obvious that they had just been thrown out. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, mixed with the peculiar damp and musty smell of the underground, which was nauseating. 2 burly men, nearly 2 meters tall, were guarding the door. They had muscular bodies, faces covered with hideous scars, and looked at the visitors with sinister eyes. The fat man stepped forward quickly, smiling and saying, 2 brothers, we are here to participate in the competition. One of the men, a big man with a thick face, looked the 2 of them up and down. His eyes fixed on Su Ming's evil ghost mask and he sneered. Who are you trying to scare with a mask on? You dare to come to the Hell Arena to die? Don't get so scared that you pee your pants and dirty our place. Another big man waved his hands impatiently. This is not the place for you to be, get out of here. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Oh? Then what does it take to be eligible to enter? The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and patted his bulging muscles. At least you should be able to take my punch. But looking at you like this, I'm afraid you can't even withstand a single finger from me. The fat man was sweating with anxiety and was about to speak to mediate when he saw Su Ming suddenly move. His figure flashed like a ghost, and his right hand lightly placed on the big man's wrist, applying a little force with his fingertips. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Ah! The big man turned pale in an instant, fell to his knees, and covered his wrist, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Now, are we qualified to go in? Su Ming shook his hands, his tone as calm as before. The fat man stared at the wailing strong man on the ground in amazement, then looked at Su Ming and swallowed his saliva. Boss, you are too. The remaining strong man's face suddenly changed, knowing that he had met a tough opponent. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Please come in. As the iron gate slammed shut behind him, deafening cheers came like a tide. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, sweat, and cheap tobacco. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Adjusting to the glaring spotlight, his eyes swept towards the center of the ring. It was a circular arena with a diameter of 50 meters. Its surface was dark red and black, and it was stained with the blood of countless people. The rules here are simple. The fat man pulled Su Ming through the crowd and explained in a low voice, the champion has to defend 10 life and death battles. For every victory, the prize money will be doubled. If you win 10 games in a row, you'll get a great psychic weapon. Su Ming followed him to the front row, where the view was excellent and he could clearly see every detail on the ring. At this moment, a bloody fight was taking place on the stage. Bone Crusher Wang Meng vs Iron Man Gao Peng. Bang! With a dull thud, Gao Peng was hit in the chest by a heavy punch, and his back hit the ring heavily, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could struggle to get up, Wang Meng had already stepped on his chest with his fist wrapped in a chain raised high. In your next life, remember to pick a weakling. Before he finished speaking, an iron fist came down with a whistling wind. Crack! The sound of the skull breaking was drowned out by the audience's screams. Blood splattered on Wang Meng's face. He licked the corner of his mouth and showed an expression of enjoyment. The host's excited voice resounded throughout the venue. 7 consecutive wins. The first 7 consecutive wins of the night is born. Bone Crusher Wang Meng. Is there anyone who dares to challenge? The audience seats were boiling like a tsunami. Some people shouted Wang Meng's name, and some even threw money onto the ring to cheer. Wang Meng raised his bloodstained fist high, enjoying the worship of the crowd, but his eyes swept across the audience provocatively, as if to say, who else? In the dead silence, Su Ming slowly raised his hand. The spotlight suddenly hit him, and the evil ghost mask glowed with a cold metallic luster under the strong light. Chapter 24 Special Challenge. Su Ming, bet on me to win. The whole audience was in an uproar. A new face. A mysterious swordsman wearing a demon mask. The host screamed and waved his arms exaggeratedly. He will challenge Wang Meng, the bone crusher who has won 7 consecutive games. The audience seats were boiling instantly. Ha ha ha. Here comes another one seeking death. It's open. Bet on how many games he can last. Wang Meng grinned fiercely, his fists wrapped in chains clanged loudly, and the spiked tips were still dripping with Gao Peng's blood. Little guy, with your skinny arms and legs, can you withstand a punch from me? Su Ming did not answer, but walked slowly onto the stage. The iron sword was unsheathed silently, taking the most basic starting posture. Wang Meng's face darkened, and the iron chain shook, playing tricks. The host swung his arm down suddenly. Begin. Wang Meng rushed over like a wild bull, his iron fist tearing through the air and heading straight for Su Ming's face. Boom! The fist wind exploded and the air shook. However, Su Ming just turned sideways slightly. The iron sword drew an arc like a swimming dragon. Clang! The sword accurately blocked the chain fist, sparks flying. Wang Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. His punch was powerful enough to shatter a steel plate, but it was caught by a rusty iron sword? Good strength, but average technique. Su Ming commented calmly, and with a flick of his wrist, a hidden force bounced back along the chain. Crack! Wang Meng's right arm joint was dislocated, and the severe pain made him groan and stagger back 2 steps. The whole audience was in an uproar. What the hell? Wang Meng was knocked back? Who is this new guy? Wang Meng's face was gloomy, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Swinging the iron chain, the spiked boxing glove swung out like a meteor hammer, directly attacking Su Ming's throat. Su Ming's eyes turned cold and his figure suddenly became blurred. Swish! The sword flashed like lightning and the iron chain broke with a sound. What? Wang Mang was shocked and hadn't reacted yet. Su Ming has stepped forward and made a clean and neat upward move. Broken arm in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. The wailing sound begins. The whole place was in dead silence. The next second, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. A newcomer kills Wang Mang in seconds? Isn't this a monster? The host's voice trembled with excitement. Instant kill. Absolutely instant kill. This evil swordsman will become the new champion of tonight. The fat man danced excitedly in the audience. Boss, you are awesome. Su Ming sheathed his sword, glanced at the audience, and said calmly. Next. The following game was exactly the same. In the second match, Su Ming knocked his opponent's weapon away with his sword and put the tip of the sword against his throat. In the third match, the opponent had just taken up his stance when he was blown out of the arena by the sword energy. When Su Ming easily won the sixth game, the audience was already silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at the slender figure on the stage. Seventh scene. The host's voice was obviously trembling at this time. The opponent is blood-poisoned Zhang Quang. A tall and thin man slowly walked onto the stage. His face was pale, his eyes were glowing an abnormal red, and his fingernails were as sharp as knives. B-level talent blood claw. The fat man yelled from the audience, Boss, be careful. His nails are poisonous. Start. Zhang Quang's figure flashed like a ghost and appeared behind Su Ming in an instant. The blood-red nails, emitting a cold and eerie light, went straight to his back. At the critical moment, Su Ming didn't even turn his head and swung his sword back. Bite. The sword tip accurately blocked the bloody claws, sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Quang's pupils suddenly shrank, and before he could change his moves, he felt a chill on his wrist. Ah! He screamed, and his right hand was broken at the wrist. Su Ming's sword continued to move, cutting across the opponent's legs like flowing water. Blood is spilling everywhere. Plop! Zhang Quang immediately fell to his knees, his face full of horror. No, don't kill me. Su Ming lightly raised the tip of his sword, and a blood mark suddenly appeared on the pale face. Roll. Zhang Quang was as if he had been pardoned, and he fled off the stage, tumbling and crawling. The whole audience was boiling again. Seventh consecutive win. Oh my god. Every match is an absolute crushing victory. Where the hell did this monster come from? At this moment, the host suddenly pressed the headset and his face changed suddenly. He swallowed and raised the microphone tremblingly. Dear audience, the Hell Arena has just received a special challenge. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone held their breath waiting for what would happen next. As long as the Devil Swordsman is willing to challenge 3 top masters at the same time. The host's voice suddenly rose. The organizer will upgrade the reward to an S-level psychic weapon. What? The audience exploded. The fat man's face suddenly changed, and he shouted hurriedly, Boss, this is definitely a trap. S-level weapons are simply unavailable on the black market. How could they possibly be willing to give them up? Quiet. The host looked unhappy and shouted, Please do not interfere with the events on the stage. The fat man blushed, Fuck you. You guys obviously can't afford to have fun anymore. Someone. Beat this fat guy up and throw him out. Before he could finish his words, the sword in Su Ming's hand stopped steadily in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted and beads of cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Boss, let's go, the fat man urged, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Su Ming shook his head, a hint of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke slowly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Bet on me to win. These 3 words seemed to carry some kind of magic, making the originally noisy underground venue quiet instantly. The fat man widened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with his Adam's apple rolling. The host was stunned, and the microphone in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The fat man's expression changed wildly, and finally a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Okay. I'll go bankrupt and bet on you to win this time. The host wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and picked up the microphone, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness this historic moment together. Please welcome the first challenger, Wild Beast Baruch, the creator of 10 consecutive victories in the Hell Arena. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a giant man over 2 meters tall walked onto the stage, his muscles glowing with metallic luster. The second one is Phantom Thousand Faces. The host's voice trembled. Everyone who has seen his true face has become a corpse. A black shadow appeared silently in the corner of the ring, as if merging with the shadow. At last, the host suddenly knelt down on the ground, leaned back, and his loud voice broke. Please welcome the well-deserved emperor of our hell arena. The whole audience suddenly erupted in crazy cheers like a tsunami. Emperor? That man is here today too? Tyrant Talon. The man who once set a record of 24 consecutive victories, the well-deserved king of the crown. The host screamed at the top of his lungs. Boom! The entire arena shook violently. Tyrone slowly walked onto the stage, his naked upper body covered in scars and muscular. His eyes were bloodshot, with a crazy fighting spirit burning in his pupils, like a beast that had been imprisoned for a long time and finally broke free from its cage. The unparalleled wild momentum swept the entire venue. The fat man's face turned pale, cold sweat dripped down his face, and his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. 3 third-level masters, and even the tyrant. He turned and looked at Su Ming tremblingly. But he found that the young man didn't even raise his eyelids, his fingers gently stroked the hilt of the sword, and his eyes still revealed that familiar indifference. Fuck it, I'm going all out. The fat man gritted his teeth and slammed all his belongings on the gambling table, including the big gold chain around his neck. I'd bet on the boss to win. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sound of war drums echoed in the underground space, and the shouts from the audience receded like the tide. The only sound left on the ring was the heavy breathing. Su Ming slowly raised the iron sword, and the sword tip shone with a cold light under the spotlight. Under the evil ghost mask, a sharp light flashed in those deep eyes. The battle begins. Chapter 25. Who else? The host's words haven't even finished yet. The mad beast Baruch is rushing towards us like a cannonball. The metal fist, with a sound of breaking through the air, hit Su Ming in the face. Boom! Su Ming did not dodge or evade, and blocked it with his iron sword. Clang! Amid the sound of metal clashing, the ground of the arena beneath Su Ming's feet instantly cracked. What? Baruch opened his eyes wide, watching in disbelief that his fist, which was powerful enough to shatter steel plates, was firmly blocked by a rusty sword. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned his wrist lightly, and the sword tip coiled up along the opponent's arm like a spirit snake. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and Baruch's thick arm was instantly twisted into a strange angle. Ah! The giant howled in pain and staggered back several steps. At this moment, the air behind Su Ming suddenly twisted. Swish! A cold light pierced silently into the back. At the critical moment, Su Ming's body moved sideways half an inch like a ghost. The sword tip backhandedly raised. Bite! Sparks flying. The iron sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light, and the sword energy went upstream. Ah! Qianmian groaned, retreated violently, and his entire right arm was instantly covered with fine bloodstains. Boom! Tyrant Tyrone entered fiercely at this moment, with blood-colored energy wrapped around his fist, falling like a meteorite. Su Ming blocked with his sword, and was blown several meters away by the huge force. Boom! Su Ming's back hit the iron cage at the edge of the ring hard. His throat felt sweet and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Boss! The fat man was so anxious that he jumped up and down in the audience. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Tyrant! 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 Tyrone grinned and moved his neck, making a crackling sound. Is that all you have? Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the bloodshot in his eyes grew thicker. Momentary beauty frenzy. Boom! Violent energy bursts out from the body. Su Ming's muscles swelled slightly, and his veins bulged like a dragon. The pupils were filled with a terrifying blood red. That's more like it. Tai Long licked his lips, and his eyes showed more fighting spirit. Baruch roared and rushed forward again. Qianmian shuttled through the shadows like a ghost, and his dagger glowed with a dark blue poisonous light. 3 parties are surrounding it. A decisive situation. The audience erupted in crazy shouts. The fat man stared at the fight on the ring, holding his breath, and was not even aware of his nails digging into his palms. At the critical moment, the silver light in Su Ming's eyes suddenly increased. Momentary beauty spiritual shock. Ah! Baruch instantly held his head and screamed, blood gushing out of his 7 orifices. His huge body fell to the ground with a boom. Upon seeing this, Shenmian immediately hid into the shadows. Can you escape? Su Ming sneered, and the sword tip suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light, and dozens of sword energies poured down like a rainstorm. Ah! Shenmian was forced to reveal his true form and fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his body. In a flash, 2 of the 3 strongest men have fallen. The whole place was in dead silence. Buzz! Su Ming's pupils flickered silver white, and invisible ripples continued to spread. Tyrone groaned, and blood oozed from all his orifices. But the next second, he laughed ferociously. What a trifle! The totem on his chest glowed scarlet, and as he withstood the mental shock, he struck with his iron fist with tremendous force. Boom! Su Ming was knocked back 3 steps, and the Tai Chi field expanded instantly. The black and white energies entangled like dragons, completely dissipating the violent force of the fist. Interesting. Tyrone licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. But how many times can you unload it? His fists blasted out like machine guns, and the fist shadows in the sky completely submerged Su Ming. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gas explosions continued, most of the arena collapsed, and smoke and dust rose up. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and the sword drew a perfect arc. The next moment, the black and white sword energy was spinning like a millstone, and Tyrone's fist was actually blown back. What? Tyrone was knocked back by the force of his own punch, vomiting blood. He struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were burning with crazy fighting spirit. For so many years, no one has been able to push me to this point. He pressed the totem on his chest, and strange blood-colored lines spread out. It's your honor to die by this move. Blood rage. A raging blood flame gushed out from Tyrone's body. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and hideous blood-red scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Roar! The inhuman roar shocked the whole audience. At this moment, Tyrone has completely transformed into a humanoid beast. Crazy, crazy. The host collapsed to the ground, tyrant mode. The last time he used this move, he tore 2 Lord-level monsters apart with his bare hands. Su Ming chuckled, and bloodshot eyes and black and white energy intertwined wildly. What a coincidence. I just finished warming up as well. Boom! The 2 of them disappeared at the same time. The next second. Boom! A huge wave of air exploded into the sky, and the people in the front row of the audience were knocked over by the huge force. When the smoke cleared, people saw a scene they would never forget. Su Ming's iron sword pierced through Tyrone's chest, and Tyrone's fist stopped 3 inches in front of Su Ming's eyebrows, unable to move forward any further. Plop! The tyrant's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Silence. Deathly silence. Su Ming stood alone in the center of the arena, his blood-stained sword pointed diagonally at the ground, his green-faced, fang-toothed demon mask glowing coldly. Who else? These 3 words exploded like thunder, and the audience seats instantly boiled. Aya. The entire hell arena is completely crazy. The audience screamed hysterically. Someone fainted from excitement. More people were tearing their hair out crazily. Evil ghost. Evil ghost. Evil ghost. The fat man was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes and he waved his arms wildly, just like Fan Jin who passed the imperial examination. I'm rich. I'm rich. The host's eyes were dull and lifeless, and his mouth was trembling as he announced, the winner is the evil swordsman. 10 minutes later. The staff of the Hell Arena respectfully led Su Ming and the fat man to a hidden box. Dear guests, please wait here for a moment. Seeing the staff leave, the fat man immediately took out his phone, poking the screen with his fingers, his eyes widened. Holy crap! Boss! We're totally rich. 50 to 1. A full 3 million psychic coins. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, so little? Too little? The fat man's eyes widened. Is this too little? How much did the Zhao family pay in compensation? Su Ming suddenly narrowed his eyes. The fat man looked around suspiciously, came over and lowered his voice, although the owner of the Hell Arena is someone else, but tonight it is the Zhao family who is the banker. This time we have lost at least 100 million. Su Ming heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled up dangerously. Very good. This alone makes the trip worthwhile. As he was talking, the staff member who had just left came in holding a rosewood box. After opening it, there was a pitch-black sword inside. The sword was covered with fine blood-colored lines, and it seemed to be beating slightly as if it had life. S-Class Psychic Weapon Knight, as agreed, it is yours. Su Ming took the sword and stroked the sword lightly with his fingertips. Feeling the powerful energy contained therein, he nodded with satisfaction. Finally, we have upgraded our muskets to big guns. Although the iron sword has been with him for a long time, its material is limited and cannot support the current stage of the battle. Mr. Evil Ghost, my master wants to see you. At this time, an old man in a black tang suit walked in. He bowed slightly, his voice was hoarse but with a majesty that could not be refused. Master? Su Ming chuckled. It seems that the boss behind the Hell Arena can't sit still anymore. Su Ming and his companion followed the old man through a dark corridor and finally stopped in front of a metal door carved with a towering iceberg. The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a cold breath, as well as the rich smell of cigar smoke and whiskey, hit me in the face. A priceless crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the scarlet carpet was embroidered with intricate golden patterns. A man in a white suit sat with his back to the door in the boss chair in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the still bustling arena below. His figure was tall and slender, and he exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Mr. Devil. The man slowly turned around, revealing a pale and handsome face. His gold-rimmed glasses glowed coldly, and there was a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. Or, should I call you Su Ming? Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted because he knew the stern man in front of him. It was Lang Linyue's elder brother Lang Jin. Chapter 26, Sky High Reward. Set off now. I heard my little sister mention you, a young man with a promising future? Lang Jin chuckled and tapped the armrest of the seat with his fingertips. I didn't expect you to come to me. You fought your way through the Hell Arena single-handedly. Even Tyrant Tyrone was no match for you. It's amazing. He stood up and walked slowly towards Su Ming, his cold eyes locking onto his prey like a venomous snake. But I'm curious, why did you come to my place wearing a mask? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, it's just a personal hobby, isn't it okay? Lang Jin suddenly laughed, but his laughter was chilling. Interesting. I haven't seen a young man as interesting as you in a long time. He suddenly stopped smiling, his eyes suddenly sharp, but do you know how much you made me lose tonight? Su Ming tilted his head, pretending to be confused. Oh? Didn't your men take the initiative to challenge you to a 3-on-1 match? I thought you were very generous. Lang Jin narrowed his eyes, and the aura around him suddenly turned icy cold. You sharp-tongued brat, do you think you can run wild in my territory just because you have some strength? Before he finished speaking, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows in the room, each emitting an aura that was no weaker than that of Tyrone. Su Ming clenched the sword in his hand, and his eyes gradually turned colder under the mask. It seems that this is your way of entertaining guests? Lang Jin slowly raised his hand, signaling his men to retreat, and a smile reappeared on his lips. Don't be nervous, I just want to make a deal with you. Transaction? Su Ming raised his eyebrows. That's right, Lang Jin walked up to Su Ming and said in a low voice. With your ability, it's a waste to stay in a high school. Why don't you come and work for me? Money, power, women, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Su Ming was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. It sounds tempting. Unfortunately, I am not interested in being someone else's dog. In that case... Lang Jin pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke calmly. Then you can leave now. Su Ming and the fat man looked at each other, then turned and left the room. Uncle Hu, what do you think of this boy? Lang Jin tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, his eyes dim behind his glasses. He didn't even blink when something that ordinary people only dream of was right in front of him. I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen a young man with such a character. Hubo, the old man in tang suit, said hoarsely, it's the first time I've seen it. Lang Jin said in a heavy voice, the family doesn't have much time left for my little sister. This is all I can do. Hubo hesitated to speak. Master, you have done your best. I hope that miss will understand your painstaking efforts one day. Lang Jin raised his hand to interrupt, I hope so. At the same time, in the Zhao family hall, the crystal chandelier above the head shook violently, reflecting the mess on the ground. The precious porcelain was shattered into powder, and the mahogany coffee table was cracked in two. 100 million. A full 100 million spiritual energy coins. Fuck it. Zhao Tianxian's eyes were bloodshot and veins on his neck were bulging. He grabbed the gilded ashtray and smashed it hard at the manager who was kneeling on the ground. Who did it? Who the hell did it? Bang! The steward's forehead was bleeding instantly, but he didn't even dare to wipe it off. He handed over the phone tremblingly. Master, the video just sent from the black market. In the picture, the evil ghost swordsman's sword moves are sharp and familiar, especially the iconic sword flowers exactly the same as Su Ming in the mock exam. Is it that little bastard? Zhao Tianxiong suddenly froze, his face turned from red to blue and then to white, and he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. It's him. Zhao Wudao's voice was squeezed out from his throat with difficulty, and his dry fingers clenched tightly. Su Ming. Impossible. Zhao Ting's hands and feet were cold, and his voice was trembling. How could he be so powerful? That's Tyrant Tyrone. A monster that can tear even a third-level alien beast apart. Zhang family. Zhao Tianxiong wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a venomous cold light, urged the Zhang family to take action immediately. If we delay any longer, this little beast will make a scene. No. This is not enough. He gritted his teeth, took out a bloody token from the secret compartment of the bookcase and smashed it on the butler's face. Go to dead or not and put up a bounty. 10 million psychic coins for that bastard's head. A few minutes later, the reward post from the Zhao family instantly detonated the entire Hanhai City dark web. S-level hunting mission, target Su Ming, third-year student at Hanhai High School. Additional requirement, the entire killing process must be recorded. When the two left the Hell Arena, it was sunrise and the morning light was just rising. Boss, we're rich. The fat man rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Boss, according to our agreement of 50-50 split, I will transfer 1.5 million to you right now. Bite. The phone beeped. Su Ming glanced at the account information and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is much more efficient than working hard on demon hunting missions. Looking at the balance in his mobile phone, the fat man was extremely excited and patted his chest vigorously. Let's go. I'll treat you to a nice meal. The most expensive Longting Pavilion in Hanhai. We won't leave until we're drunk today. Su Ming smiled and did not refuse. Although duck leg rice is delicious, it's nice to change the taste occasionally. Half an hour later, the two came to the prosperous downtown area of Hanhai, where the streets were crowded with people and traffic. The fat man kept talking all the way. He always talks about buying a luxury car or a luxury house, looking like a typical nouveau riche. Su Ming listened quietly, occasionally nodding in response. When passing by the demon hunting building, a heart-wrenching cry caught Su Ming's attention. Please. Save our village. A ragged middle-aged man knelt in front of the building, his forehead bleeding. Those werewolves have occupied our village, and people are killed every day. I escaped with great difficulty. Please. However, the demon hunters coming in and out just glanced at him indifferently and left in a hurry. Oh, here it comes again. The fat man sighed and shook his head. This person has been kneeling here for several days, and no one dares to take him. Su Ming frowned. Why? Well, it's a long story. This incident has been going on for half a month. Xinshir village is on the edge of the wilderness area. For some reason, it was suddenly attacked by the Bloodfang tribe. I heard that the werewolf leader is at the peak of the third level, and he brought dozens of mutant wolf cubs with him. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The demon hunting guild doesn't care? What the hell? The fat man lowered his voice. Who would take a job that doesn't pay? That village is so poor that they can't even afford the basic commission. Su Ming was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, his cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Zhang Baidai. Hello? Little bastard. Are you fucking tired of living? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Baidai's voice was anxious and angry. Do you know that you are on the wanted list? The Zhao family offers a reward of 10 million psychic coins for your head. 10 million? Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes sparkled and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hee, the Zhao family really thinks highly of me. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Baidai's voice was unusually anxious. Little bastard. Now is not the time to joke around. Once the bounty for Are You Dead is issued, all the assassins around the Hanhai will be targeting you. Su Ming's eyes swept over the villager who was still kowtowing for help in front of the demon hunting building. His voice was terrifyingly calm. It's okay. Commissioner Jiang, do you still remember what I said before? There was a sudden silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, What? If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If water comes, we will block it with earth. In other words, I'll kill as many as you can. Hang up the phone. Su-ming turned to the fat man, whose face had turned pale with fear, and said, "It looks like we'll have to eat at Longting Pavilion another day." He strode towards the villager whose forehead was covered in blood. Seeing this, the demon hunters around couldn't help but stop and look over here. There was a noisy discussion. I recognize him. He's the talented newcomer who smashed the test monument earlier. He was promoted to silver level that day. It's useless. Even a gold level player can't do anything. What use can a silver level player be? In my opinion, this guy is still too young. Being young and energetic is a good thing, but being overly energetic is no different from seeking death. The mocking voices of doubt filled my ears. Su-ming turned a deaf ear to it. He squatted down under the desperate gaze of the middle-aged man. Where is Qingshi village? A ray of hope suddenly burst out from the villager's cloudy eyes. At the edge of the wilderness 50 miles northwest. Sir, please. Lead the way. Su-ming did not say much, just uttered 2 words briefly, then he turned to look at the fat man. You, go prepare an off-road vehicle. The fat man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But seeing the cold light flashing in Su-ming's eyes, he finally nodded heavily. Don't worry, boss. 10 minutes. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Massacre. The Art of Execution. Boom boo. The off-road vehicle roared out of the Hanhai city, and its tires kicked up a cloud of dust. The villager in the passenger seat tightly grasped the seatbelt, his knuckles turned white, and a hoarse sound came out of his throat. My lord, those beasts would nail living people to stakes and watch them bleed and wail, my wife. He suddenly choked up, turbid tears rolling down his cheeks. She was still yelling at me and the child to run away. The car fell into dead silence, with only the man's hysterical crying as the only sound. The fat man's eyes turned red when he heard this. Su-ming stroked the blood-colored lines on the blade of the knight's sword, but a frightening brutality was surging in his eyes. As the vehicle drove on, the surrounding scenery gradually became desolate. On both sides of the dilapidated road, you can occasionally see unknown remains that have been eaten away to the point that only skeletons remain. Parking. Su-ming suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on a village in the distance that was shrouded in an ominous aura. Even from such a distance, I could smell the blood on the wind. Boss, Qingshi village is just ahead. The fat man swallowed and said, I'll just send you here, okay? Su-ming opened the car door, and the blood-red lines on the knight's sword glowed with a strange red light. You wait here. When Su-ming stepped into Qingshi village, the scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. Blood soaked the soil and a foul smell filled the air. More than a dozen corpses were hung upside down on wooden racks, with dried blood dripping from their toes and gathering on the ground to form dark red streams. Some of the corpses had been eaten beyond recognition, with only bones visible. Brute. His knuckles were clenched white, and the dark knight's sword was trembling slightly in his hand. The blood-colored patterns on the sword seemed to sense the murderous intent of its owner, and it emitted an eerie red light. Ouch! A 3-meter-tall white werewolf howled towards the sky, with a fresh human corpse hanging on its sharp claws. The surrounding werewolves scrambled for flesh and blood, greedy whimpers rolling in their throats. Su-ming's eyes turned completely cold. You all deserve to die. The cold words drifted in the night wind. The werewolf leader's long pointed ears stood up and his scarlet eyes looked towards the village entrance vigilantly. A slender figure walked slowly towards them. The werewolf leader's nose twitched violently, and he suddenly revealed a ferocious smile, revealing his white and interlaced fangs. The flesh and blood of a psychic is the most delicious. More than 30 werewolves stopped eating at the same time, and a group of dark green eyeballs appeared, which was very creepy. Whoosh! A burly werewolf pounced first. Amid the screaming sound of sharp claws tearing through the air, Su-ming's eyes were filled with blood frenzy. Just a flick of the wrist. Swish! The sword in the knight suddenly burst out with a 3-foot bloodlight. The werewolf that pounced on him was cut in half instantly. The internal organs were scattered all over the floor. The first one. The corners of Su-ming's mouth slowly curled up into a dangerous arc, and his eyes were bloodshot and sharp. He shook off the blood drops on the sword, stomped on the still twitching heart, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. The wolves rioted instantly. Kill him. The werewolf leader's pupils were scarlet, and his roar shook the nearby houses. Several werewolves formed a fan-shaped encirclement in the front, and another dozen or so went around the back to block the retreat. Su Ming sneered, "A bunch of beasts, do you still know how to coordinate tactics?" With a slight shake of the wrist, the sword tip suddenly burst out with a dazzling green sword light. An arc-shaped sword energy swept out. The werewolves in the front row were broken at the knees. Momentary beauty spiritual shock. The moment the dozen or so wolves behind him jumped up, their bodies suddenly froze. The next second, their heads exploded one after another like ripe watermelons. Puff! 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 Scarlet blood mixed with broken bones splashed, blooming into gorgeous blood flowers. Roar! The werewolf leader finally couldn't sit still anymore. Its joints crackled, its muscles expanded to an exaggerated degree, and strange blood-colored lines appeared on its body. "Come here and die." Su Ming's eyes were burning. He noticed that there was a blood-red crystal embedded in the werewolf leader's chest, flickering with his breathing. Die! The werewolf leader turned into a white afterimage. The sharp claws, accompanied by a bloody wind, chopped down on the head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The ground beneath Su Ming's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web, but he did not retreat even a single step. He took the opportunity to rush forward, his left fist wrapped in black and white energy, hitting the leader's abdomen hard. With a twist of the fist, the power of Tai Chi penetrates into the body. Puff! Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs spurted out of the werewolf leader's mouth. Roar! It struggled to get up, roaring hysterically. The wolves around him went crazy instantly and rushed towards Su Ming like a tide. Continue! Su Ming's eyes were burning and the sword was shaking. At the same time, the noise of the fierce battle disturbed a half-collapsed cellar in Qingshi village. In the cracks of the cellar, several pairs of frightened eyes were staring outside through the gaps in the wooden boards. "Mom, it looks like it's a human." A young man with a dusty face lowered his voice and tremblingly pulled the woman next to him. "Shoo! Be quiet." The woman hurriedly covered the boy's mouth, her face full of panic, her nails almost digging into his skin. "Those beasts will disguise themselves as humans to trick us out." But the next second, the explosive sound of the sword tearing through the air made everyone tremble. Puff! The muffled sound of blood splattering was close at hand, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The young man bravely opened the gap, and his pupils suddenly contracted. I saw a slender figure moving among the wolves like a ghost, and every swing of the ink-black sword in his hand brought about a bloody storm. "It's the demon hunter! The demon hunter is here to save us!" Suppressed cries broke out in the cellar. "Impossible!" The white-haired old man in the corner murmured. "Why would those big shots care about a poor village like ours?" The thick smell of blood poured into the cellar through the cracks. Vomit! The boy couldn't help but feel nauseous and retching, but he still kept his eyes wide open, staring at the scene in front of him. The man's movements in slaughtering the wolves were smooth and flowing, as if he was not fighting but carrying out an elegant execution. "Strange monster." The old man trembled. "He is more like a monster than those werewolves." "No." The boy's eyes lit up frighteningly. "He is a hero. He is a hero who came to kill all those beasts." He broke free from his mother's obstruction, clawed at the gap and screamed, "Kill! Kill them all!" Outside the cellar, Su Ming's eyes swept in the direction where the villagers were hiding. "Hide well." He said this calmly and turned to face the furious werewolf leader. "Human, you are strong." The leader's voice became hoarse and distorted, and the blood-colored crystal on his chest burst out with a dazzling red light. "But the Bloodfang tribe will never back down." The body size swelled again, the fur fell off, revealing bloody muscle tissue. The spine on the back pierced the skin, and white bone spurs grew out. The werewolf leader came running towards us on all fours. The ground cracked wherever it passed, and the airwaves blew away the rubble along the way. "There is a second stage?" Su Ming sneered, holding the sword forward, with black and white aura appearing in his eyes. "Zheng." The black and white energies entwine around the sword like a dragon, and the clear sword sound resounds through the sky. Boom! The moment the two violent energies collided, the shockwave blew away all the rubble within a 10-meter radius. The werewolf leader's sharp claws stopped abruptly 3 inches away from Su Ming's throat. Su Ming's left hand, which was entangled with black and white energy, was clamped tightly, unable to move. Crack! The Tai Chi force was transmitted along the sharp claws, and the leader's entire right arm was instantly shattered. Roar! The severe pain drove the werewolf leader crazy. Kill it while it's sick. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and the sword shook like the cry of a blue phoenix. In an instant, the sword light poured down like a rainstorm. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being torn apart was continuous. The werewolf leader's body was instantly chopped into pieces in the air. Blood rain mixed with pieces of flesh fell down, dyeing the area within a radius of 10 meters scarlet. The third-level peak werewolf leader. Death without a complete body. Killing third-level alien creatures, 310. Spiritual sympathy index plus 5%, current, 65%. When everything had settled, the sound of breaking wood boards came from the direction of the cellar. The surviving villagers supported each other and climbed out of the ruins, with a dazed look on their faces as if they had survived a disaster. They looked at the young man standing with the sword in hand. I felt both grateful and terrified. It was because this young man who single-handedly killed an entire wolf pack still had murderous intent lingering around him. Chapter 28 Blood Sacrifice. Someone is coming to the house. The young man was the first to rush to Su Ming, his eyes bright on his dirty face. Thank you. Su Ming put away the night sword and glanced at the surviving villagers. Most of them were pale and thin, dressed in tattered clothes, with fear still lingering in their eyes. How many are still alive? Su Ming asked in a deep voice. 20 or 30 people. The boy choked up and answered, originally there were more than 200 people in the village. Su Ming felt chilled when he heard this, his eyes falling on the body hanging upside down in the distance. Most of the corpses were incomplete, obviously they were tortured to death by wolves. Grown-ups. A white-haired old man trembled and walked forward, his cloudy eyes full of tears. You are the benefactor of our entire village. Su Ming sighed, let's take care of the wounded first. He turned towards the village entrance. The fat man had already run over with the villagers, with an uneasy look on his face. Boss. The fat man swallowed his saliva and looked at the mess on the ground. Is this solved? Where are those werewolves? Su Ming nodded slightly. Kill them all, not a single one is left. Hearing this, the fat man's eyes burst into fanatical admiration. Fuck. You are indeed a big shot. Awesome. The villagers beside him trembled all over, knelt down, and kowtowed frantically, hitting their foreheads on the ground with a loud thump. Benefactor. We in Qingshi village will never forget your great kindness. What a pity. What a pity for my poor wife. The man burst into tears. Su Ming stepped forward and helped him up. It was a complete disaster that came out of nowhere. No one expected that the Bloodfang tribe would suddenly attack the human village. Ever since the Gate of Apocalypse arrived and the Apocalypse era began, humans are no longer the absolute overlords of the Blue Planet. The world is divided into 3 major regions. There is a safe zone where humans live, a wilderness zone where aliens roam, and an absolute restricted zone where the Gate of Apocalypse is located. In the vast sea, humans and aliens have always kept to themselves, each guarding their own territory and living in peace. The fat man came over and said in a low voice, Boss, I thought about it carefully, and there is something wrong with this matter. He hadn't finished his words. A flash of scarlet flashed in Su Ming's peripheral vision. Looking closely, it was the blood-red crystal that fell from the werewolf leader's chest. Su Ming picked up the crystal and observed it. Some kind of scarlet liquid was flowing inside the crystal, and there were twisted and strange runes engraved on the back. The moment my fingertips touched, a bone-chilling chill came over me. The fat man next to him took a look and said, This seems to be some kind of spell? A spell? Su Ming suddenly remembered the time when he eavesdropped on Jiang Beatty's phone call and something she mentioned curse. His heart sank and he immediately called Jiang Beidai. Commissioner Shao Jiang. Su Ming spoke first, his voice unusually solemn. Do you remember the last time you made a phone call in the car? I actually overheard some of it. There was silence for a few seconds. Little bastard, eavesdropping on a beautiful woman's phone call is not gentlemanly behavior. But where the hell are you now? Her voice suddenly rose. The killers in the entire vast sea are looking for you. How dare you still have the mind to hang out outside? No, I mean. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he simply got straight to the point. I may have discovered the curse. There was a sudden sound of glass breaking from the other end of the phone, and Jiang Beatty's tone suddenly became sharp. Where is it? Describe it in detail. Su Ming explained the details of the blood-colored crystal one by one, especially the twisted rune. There was a strange silence on the other end of the phone, even the sound of breathing disappeared. 3 seconds later, Jiang Beatty's voice was as cold as ice. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Not long after, the familiar red sports car came speeding towards them. Jiang Beidai pushed the door and got out of the car, her high heels stepping on the blood-soaked mud, and her scarlet skirt fluttering in the wind. Her eyes swept across the wolf corpses and bloodstains on the ground, and finally fell on the blood-colored crystal in Su Ming's hand. Her pupils suddenly contracted. It is indeed a cursed seal. There was a rare solemnity in her voice. Su Ming handed over the crystal stone. The werewolf leader has this thing embedded in his chest. It seems to be able to transform werewolves. Jiang Beidai took a deep breath and clenched the crystal tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. This is the Scarlet Curse, a product of a mysterious organization, specifically used to stimulate the bloodthirsty nature of aliens and perform inhumane blood sacrifice rituals. Blood sacrifice? Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Are you saying that these werewolves were instigated to attack the village for the purpose of blood sacrifice? That's right. Jiang Beatty's voice was low and cold. They are not ordinary aliens, but puppets controlled by the curse. After the blood sacrifice is completed, the curse will absorb the resentment and vitality of the deceased and transform it into some kind of energy. Su Ming's heart was shocked. Who is the mastermind behind this? Jiang Beidai was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered 4 words. The Order of the Dusk. Su Ming was stunned. The fat man beside him suddenly changed his expression and couldn't help but said, "The Twilight Cult? Is it the evil cult organization that worships the Gate of Apocalypse in legend?" Su Ming frowned and turned to look at the fat man. You actually knew? He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Boss, you don't know. They are just a bunch of lunatics. They think the Gate of Apocalypse is the key to a new world. Jiang Beidai nodded slightly. Your friend knows a lot. As she spoke, she took out a silver metal box from her small bag and carefully placed the blood-colored crystal inside. The moment the box was closed, a circle of blue runes lit up on the surface, completely isolating the aura of the crystal. 2 months ago, 3 villages around the vast sea were attacked by strange beasts at the same time. Jiang Beatty's voice was low. After investigation, we found that the leaders of the beasts that led the beasts to attack the village all had the same scarlet crystals embedded in their bodies. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. You mean? The Order of the Dusk. Jiang Beidai took a deep breath, a glimmer of silver flashed across her eyes. There may be a big move in Hanhai City recently. Su Ming's eyes were solemn. The fat man beside him turned pale and sweated profusely. Jiang Beidai put away the silver metal box and her tone returned to her usual lazy tone, but there was still a hint of solemnity in her eyes. TSK, the Scarlet Seal, it's really troublesome. She waved her hand casually, turned and walked towards the red sports car. I have to go first. As she stepped into the car with her long black stockings, she suddenly looked back, with 3 parts of anger and 7 parts of charm in the corners of her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, but what came out was a fierce warning. Also, you better behave yourself recently, you little bastard. The Zhao family's bounty is no joke. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, stroked the hilt of the sword in his hand, and chuckled. Yes, Commissioner Xiao Jiang. Boom. The engine started, and the red sports car sped away and disappeared from sight. Specialist? Is she your guidance specialist? The fat man asked curiously. Su Ming glanced at him and said, Have you forgotten? I'm still a high school student. But where are the high school students? The fat man suddenly fell silent, his eyes swept across the wolf corpses on the ground, he shrank his neck, and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Slaying wolves alone, clearing the hell arena, and now getting involved with the Twilight Cult, is this what high school students are supposed to do now? What are you mumbling about? Su Ming frowned. What should we do next? The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. This half-day experience was even more thrilling than a roller coaster, causing him to be very excited. Su Ming glanced at him strangely. Go home and catch up on your sleep. What else can you do? An old residential area on the outskirts of Hanhai. Su Ming pushed open the door and paused. There was a faint scent in the air, like some high-end perfume, but mixed with a hint of blood. Someone has been here. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword knight and walked silently into the house. Chapter 29, Kill the Killer. Jiang Qingli called. Killer? Su Ming glanced towards the bedroom, and a ray of light came through the crack in the door. He held his breath, the sword was unsheathed silently, and the blood-colored lines on the sword flickered slightly. Squeak! The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Sitting on a chair next to the bed was a woman in a tight black leather jacket. She crossed her legs and played with a silver dagger with her fingertips. The blade shone coldly under the light. "Oh, you're finally back?" The woman raised her head, her red lips curled up in a dangerous arc. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Su Ming." Su Ming narrowed his eyes. "The killer of dead or not?" The woman chuckled, her voice lazy and charming. "Let me introduce myself. Codename Nightingale. I'm an A-level assassin. I've come here specifically to take your head." She stood up, twirling the dagger between her fingers with deadly grace. "A reward of 10 million psychic coins is worth my personal trip." Su Ming sneered. "Just you?" "Of course not. How could we be so careless when dealing with a target worth 10 million? Nightingale tilted her head, her smile becoming more dangerous. "Others are already lying in ambush nearby." Before he finished speaking, several dark shadows suddenly flashed outside the window. The Zhao family really spent a lot of money. Su Ming sneered and glanced quickly between Nightingale and the window. 10 million psychic coins is enough to attract all of you gutter rats. The Nightingale smiled instead of getting angry, her red lips slightly parted. "You're still pretty stubborn. But it doesn't matter. Wait till I cut off your tongue and see how you can." Before she finished her words, Su Ming had already moved. He exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Nightingale like an arrow, and the sword of night drew a sharp arc of light. At the same time, bang! The window glass exploded and 3 dark shadows rushed into the room like ghosts. The sword light was so close that Nightingale's pupils suddenly shrank. With his body twisted strangely, he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The silver dagger in his hand collided with the sword, splashing a string of sparks. "Good reaction," Su Ming praised, and with a flip of his wrist, the sword's momentum suddenly changed from a straight stab to a horizontal sweep. Bang! Nightingale was forced to retreat, and his back hit the wall hard. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This high school student's swordsmanship was so sophisticated. "Don't just stand there. Come on together," Nightingale shouted sternly. The other 3 killers attacked at the same time. One of them held 2 short knives, and the blades glowed with a faint blue light. Another person threw out several darts, and the sound of swish-swish breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. The last person made seals with his hands and muttered something, obviously preparing some kind of psychic magic. Su Ming glanced at it. It can be roughly judged that the 4 killers in front of him, except the last one, are all talented in martial arts. Although momentary beauty is still cooling down. But relying on the Tier-1 swordsmanship, Su Ming was not afraid of being surrounded by 4 people. Su Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his wrist shook rapidly. The night sword seemed to come to life in his hands, forming an impenetrable defensive net. Ding ding ding! All the darts were shot down, and the double-blade killer's attack was also cleverly resolved. But the killer who was making the seal suddenly shouted, and an invisible mental shockwave attacked Su Ming. Snort! Su Ming groaned, his temple throbbing. The double-knife killer seized this opportunity and rushed forward. The blade went straight for Su Ming's throat. It's clearly a killer move. At the critical moment, Su Ming's body moved 3 inches to the left like a ghost, and the blade fell into the air. He clenched his right fist, burst out with force, and hit the opponent's chest hard. Crack! The sound of the other person's sternum breaking was clearly audible, and his entire chest sank instantly. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out of his mouth, and he flew backwards, his head tilted, apparently dead. "The first one," Su Ming said coldly. Nightingale's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that Su Ming could be so at ease when surrounded by 4 people. She made a gesture, and the other 2 killers immediately changed their tactics, starting to roam around and harass instead of fighting head-on. "Don't take yourself too seriously." Nightingale sneered, suddenly took out a small bottle from his waist and threw it to the ground. Bang! Purple smoke instantly filled the entire room, blocking Su Ming's vision. "I can't see anything. Let me see how you deal with it." Nightingale's voice came from the smoke. Su Ming sneered, "I admire your naivety." He closed his eyes and tried his best to sense the movements around him. Although his vision was blocked, his perception became sharper. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came from the left. Su Ming instantly raised his sword to block, and a poison dart was split in half. The next moment, he suddenly turned around, and the dark sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing straight into a certain position in the smoke. Puff! There was a dull sound of the sword entering the flesh, followed by a shrill scream. The second one. Su Ming said coldly, his voice like the announcement of the god of death. The nightingale's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. She didn't expect Su Ming to be able to accurately determine the location without being able to see. This young man's strength far exceeded her expectations. Damn it! Use Plan B! Nightingale shouted. The remaining killer immediately stepped back, took out a black ball from his arms, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The roar of the explosion was deafening, and the floor beneath my feet suddenly collapsed. Su Ming fell directly to the next level. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of high heels hitting the ground came from above. Nightingale stood at the edge of the hole, looking down at Su Ming below, eyes full of cat and mouse playfulness. You are so tenacious, handsome boy. She licked her lips, but the game should be over now. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly a faint blue light appeared all around. The psychic trap that had been set up long ago was activated. Su Ming looked around, his eyes narrowed slightly. These psychic traps form a closed force field. He only felt that his body suddenly became 10 times heavier. The whole person seemed to be swimming in a muddy swamp, and the movements became slow. For this 10 million, we have made sufficient preparations. Nightingale jumped down lightly, turning the silver dagger between her fingers. Do you have any last words? Last words? Su Ming sneered, you are the ones who should say the last words. There was a flash of green light in his eyes. As he raised his hand, the sword flashed, and the killer who set the trap didn't even have time to react before his head flew high. Blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The third one. Su Ming said coldly, his voice like ice in the underworld. Nightingale's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stepped back. How is this possible? Su Ming, who was in the muddy force field, took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Every heavy footstep was like a hammer hitting Nightingale's heart. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. The last one. The young man said coldly, the tip of his sword pointed directly at Nightingale's throat. Go to hell. Her figure flashed like a ghost, and the dagger drew a strange arc, going straight to Su Ming's heart. Su Ming did not dodge or evade, and the Dark Knight sword came forward to meet it. The moment the two weapons collided, a dazzling light burst out. Crack! The dagger in Nightingale's hand broke with a sound. She looked at the broken blade in her hand in disbelief, her eyes full of horror. This is impossible. This is an A-level psychic weapon. Su Ming did not give her time to think. The sword turned and the body was separated. The Nightingale's head rolled to the ground, and the headless Nightingale fell to the ground. Ding ding ding. Su Ming was wiping the blood off the blade when his cell phone rang suddenly. The caller ID shows Jiang Qingli. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. This was the first time she took the initiative to contact him. Of course, the private chat in the spirit realm doesn't count. Chapter 30, The Jiang Family Takes Action. Overwhelming pressure. Hello? You? The girl's rare rapid breathing sound came from the other end of the phone. There is an imperceptible tremor in the cold voice. I know about the Zhao family's bounty. Could it be? Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. Xiao Jiang, are you worried about me? Don't be so self-indulgent. Jiang Qingli immediately regained her coolness, but lost it again in the next second. What's that noise over there? The dull thump of a heavy object being dragged. It was Su Ming who was piling the killer's bodies in the corner. He answered casually. Nothing, I just dealt with a few mice that got into the wrong house. There was a sudden strange silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Jiang Qingli's very low voice finally rang out. The family meeting just ended. Second uncle and his family received a visiting invitation from the Zhao family. She paused, and it was obvious that the next words were difficult to say. The Jiang family might want to deal with you. Jiang family? Su Ming was stunned, and his brows slowly frowned. Why would the Jiang family want to deal with me? I have no grudge against them. Jiang Qingli was silent for a moment, her voice trembling with repression. Maybe it's because you broke my myth of invincibility. The Jiang family cannot accept giving up the golden signboard of the first pride of the vast sea. This concerns the reputation of the entire family. Su Ming was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, then sneered. Just for such a ridiculous reason? Jiang Qingli's voice suddenly turned cold. They've gone crazy a long time ago. Since the day my father died, the Jiang family has ceased to be the same Jiang family. Su Ming was silent for a few seconds after hearing this. Okay, I'll pay attention. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming looked gloomy. The fragmented experimental fragments of Qingshan Mental Hospital flashed through my mind. Pale shadowless lamp. The blood-soaked bandages on the operating table. And the little Jiang Baidai huddled in the corner of the ward and shivered. Jiang family. He murmured softly, his fingers slowly stroking the blade of the knight. The blood-colored lines on the sword flickered slightly, as if sensing the owner's surging emotions. Even Su Ming did not expect the Jiang family to come so aggressively and so overwhelmingly. As the top wealthy family in Hanhai City, the Jiang family controls huge media resources. In just a few days, all major news platforms, psychic forums, and electronic screens on the streets were flooded with reports about Su Ming stealing Jiang Qingli's sword moves. Shock. F-level waste actually secretly learned the Jiang family's genius swordsmanship? The Jiang family's pride, Jiang Qingli, had her reputation tarnished by a shameless person. This is the shame of the vast sea. Expert analysis, Su Ming's sword moves are 90% similar to Jiang family Qingyuan swordsmanship. On the huge electronic screen at the entrance of the Demon Hunting Guild, the battle clips of Su Ming and Jiang Qingli in the mock exam were played in a loop. The swordsmanship expert hired by the Jiang family at a high price circled the trajectory of the two people's sword moves on the screen, deliberately slowed down the speed, pointed at the turning point of Su Ming's sword, and said confidently, "Everyone, please look, this move, Blue Luan Spin, is Miss Jiang's secret swordsmanship." And the way Su Ming used his sword, the angle of force, and even the route of his spiritual energy are exactly the same as hers. If this isn't stealing someone's skills, then what is it? Public opinion was instantly ignited. I knew it. How could an F-rank loser suddenly become so strong? Turns out he stole the Jiang family's swordsmanship. Despicable. He has committed a serious crime. Jiang Qingli is an SS-level genius, but she was taken advantage of by someone like this. How disgusting. There was a lot of discussion on the streets. The navy hired by the Jiang family mixed in with the crowd and constantly fanned the flames, portraying Su Ming as a sinister and cunning person who stole other people's martial arts and was a shameless person. This was not the end. The Jiang family issued another announcement, which spread throughout the city in a blink of an eye. The Jiang family will set up a life and death arena at the Demon Hunting Guild at noon tomorrow. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian, will challenge Su Ming in the name of cleaning up the family. This fight is a life and death battle at your own risk, and no one else is allowed to interfere. As soon as the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Jiang Xian? He was the top expert of the previous generation of the Jiang family. It is said that he has already entered the 4th level. Su Ming is finished, this is clearly a bid for his life. He deserves it. Who told him to steal someone else's swordsmanship? The atmosphere in the Jiang family's meeting room was solemn. Jiang Xian, the second uncle of the Jiang family, stood with his hands behind his back, a sinister look on his face. Several Jiang family elders stood beside him, all with stern expressions. Jiang Xian, is this matter really going to develop into a life and death duel? A white-haired elder frowned. Jiang Xian said calmly, Su Ming stole my Jiang family's swordsmanship and humiliated Qingli's reputation. This is a taboo. If we don't punish him severely, how can my Jiang family keep its reputation? The white-haired elder's beard trembled. But that's overdoing it. Besides, you and I both know that there's no way someone else could steal your martial arts talent. The talent for martial arts is engraved in our genes, how can we learn it just by looking at it? Do you know that many people are privately laughing at our Jiang family for finding a random excuse to bully the weak and oppress others? That's why. Jiang Xian suddenly sneered, I'm going to crush this little rat to death on the stage in front of the whole city. Let the world know who has the final say in this vast sea of land. You. The elder was so angry that he was shaking all over. The Jiang family's century-old reputation is about to be ruined. That's enough. Jiang Xian kicked over the coffee table, and the precious porcelain tea sets shattered to the ground. I am the current head of the family. The white-haired elder stumbled back 2 steps, looked at the mess on the ground, and suddenly laughed miserably. Good, very good. Sooner or later the Jiang family will be destroyed by you. Before he could finish his words, he walked away angrily. Jiang Xian looked at his back with sinister eyes and spat on the ground. Foolish and ignorant old man. Someone come. Following Jiang Xian's order, several dark shadows emerged behind him. I heard Jiang Dai is back, go and bring her back. He licked his dry lips, with lustful light in his eyes. Remember, to be complete. Late at night, in an old neighborhood. The phone vibrated wildly on the coffee table, and the screen lit up. Su Ming pressed the answer button. The fat man's angry roar came from the receiver immediately. Boss. These Jiang family bastards are actually playing dirty tricks. Heh, Su Ming sneered, you're just trying to find an excuse to justify your actions. The fat man was so angry that he trembled when he spoke. These wealthy families are really disgusting. They're still talking about this bullshit, cleaning up the family. FK. Those idiots on the internet are still following suit. If martial arts talent is so easy to imitate, then everyone in the world would be able to do a few moves of Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. That's normal. In fact, they know it all in their hearts, they just want to watch the fun. Su Ming shrugged. I want to see the loser's counterattack, and I also want to see him fall from the clouds. Are you really going? The fat man's voice suddenly tightened, that bastard Jiang Xian is not easy to deal with. Now that someone has set up the stage. Su Ming's eyes were cold, and he raised the corners of his mouth. How can I live up to such kindness? Okay. Then I'll go and bet on you right now. The fat man's excited voice came from the phone, I'll put all my money on you. Su Ming was stunned. This fat man changed his expression too quickly. He chuckled, press one for me, too. No problem. When I hung up the phone. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 unhurried knocks on the door. Su Ming frowned and reached out his right hand towards the dark night beside the sofa. At this moment, there was a slight click sound from the door lock. Jiang Baidai leaned against the doorframe, her long black silk legs faintly visible under her slit red skirt. She shook the keychain in her hand and smiled lazily. A small privilege. Su Ming glanced at the keys she was shaking inside. Isn't this a privilege for breaking into someone's house? This is about caring about your physical and mental health. She suddenly leaned closer, and a familiar fragrance filled her nose. Su Ming shrugged upon hearing this. How can such a beautiful lady be so shameless? She suddenly raised her eyes, with a rare look of worry in her eyes, and uttered a few words with trembling red lips. Can we win, tomorrow? Why don't we just not? She opened her red lips slightly and then pursed them tightly, as if she knew the boy's temper and swallowed back the words she had not spoken. This usually lazy and charming woman now seemed a bit restless and anxious. Su Ming's eyes were deep, with a mysterious light flashing in them. Momentary beauty start. Replica of the spiritual SS level talent All Things in the Universe. Current talent slot, a level frenzy, SS level All Things in the Universe, SSS level Tai Chi. He had a faint smile on his face, but his tone was serious. Don't worry, we will win. Jiang Baidai nodded slightly, but the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. Su Ming simply changed the subject and asked. How's the matter of the Scarlet Curse going? Jiang Baidai sighed. Those pagans are better at hiding than gutter rats. Su Ming listened quietly without saying anything. Okay. Jiang Baidai waved her hand and opened her red lips. It's getting late. Sister, I'll leave first. Don't you want to sleep here? My bed is very big. Su Ming suddenly said. Jiang Baidai paused, her eyes flickered, her red lips curled slightly, and she asked with a half smile, really? Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he pretended to be calm and said, really? When their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly in the air. Jiang Baidai suddenly took a step back, raised her hand to tuck a strand of scattered hair behind her ear, and her fair cheeks were stained with a faint blush. Good luck tomorrow. She said this, and her skirt swung in an arc as she turned around. The footsteps of the departing people were obviously more hurried than usual. Chapter 31, Life and Death Arena. At noon the next day. There was a lot of noise in front of the Demon Hunting Guild. The Life and Death Arena was set up in the central training ground of the Demon Hunting Guild. The arena, made entirely of black iron, glowed coldly under the sun. Dozens of holographic cameras are set up all around to ensure that every angle can be captured clearly. Live broadcast across the entire network. At this moment, the crowd parted like a tide. Su Ming was dressed in black and walked slowly towards him with the knight's sword in his hand. The discussion came like a tide. Look! That's Su Ming who secretly learned Jiang Qingli's swordsmanship. How can I learn martial arts talent secretly? No, do you really believe it? Who cares, brother? Aren't we all here to watch the fun? He dared to fight against the entire Jiang family alone. This young man must have forgotten how to write the word death. The fat man squeezed out of the crowd, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and whispered, "Boss, I spent the whole night investigating Jiang Xian last night. Although there are very few records of this person's actions, his talent seems to be some kind of gangchi ability." Su Ming nodded slightly, his eyes flickering. The Jiang family is here. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated and separated to both sides like a tide. A team of warriors dressed in Jiang family uniforms strode over, led by Jiang Xian. He was dressed in a dark robe, had a sinister look on his face, and exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The aura of a fourth-order strongman spread out undisguisedly, causing the people around him to unconsciously take a few steps back. Su Ming. Jiang Xian stood in front of the ring and said in a cold voice, "You stole the swordsmanship of my Jiang family and humiliated Qingli's reputation. Today I will clean up the Jiang family." Su Ming sneered, "Why does Master Jiang have to find these high-sounding excuses? Why not just say you want to kill me?" A cold light flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. Without saying anything more, he leaped and landed lightly in the center of the arena. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Su Ming as if he was looking at an ant. Su Ming didn't waste any words. He exerted force on his feet and shot towards the stage like an arrow, landing steadily opposite Jiang Xian. The life and death contest begins. As the referee gave the order, the whole audience fell silent instantly. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The speed of the fourth-level strong man was as fast as lightning. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he instinctively blocked with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and violent force came through the sword. Su Ming was knocked back several steps, and the arena under his feet cracked. What a powerful force! Su Ming was secretly shocked. The gap between the fourth level and the third level was indeed like a chasm. Jiang Xian sneered, "Is that all you have?" Before he finished speaking, he rushed forward again, his palm as sharp as a knife, aiming straight at Su Ming's throat. Su Ming's pupils shrank. Jiang Xian's palm was actually covered with a layer of green spiritual energy, as hard as iron. S-level talent in martial arts, bronze energy, someone in the audience exclaimed. Bang! Su Ming was blasted backwards by the strong energy. His back smashed the black iron guardrail at the edge of the ring, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The whole audience was in an uproar. Su Ming's eyes were fierce, and the spiritual energy in his body was running wildly. Moment of beauty frenzy. Boom! Violent energy burst out from his body. Su Ming's muscles swelled, veins popped out, and bloodshot eyes filled. He held the sword with both hands, the Tai Chi field shrank to the extreme, and the black and white energies wrapped around the sword. Clang! The two energies collided, and a sharp explosion echoed throughout the venue. The airwave exploded and the arena collapsed. In the smoke and dust, a figure flew out backwards and slammed heavily on the edge of the ring. It's Su Ming. He was covered in blood, and his left arm was twisted and deformed, obviously broken. Boss! The fat man's eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Xian walked out of the smoke and dust, his clothes were slightly torn, but his aura was still strong. You didn't expect it, did you? I've already reached the peak of the fourth level. I'm only one step away from reaching the fifth level. When the people around heard this, they gasped and were shocked. Peak of level 4. Jiang Xian seemed very satisfied with the reactions of the people around him, and said coldly to Su Ming. The next move will take your life. Su Ming struggled to stand up and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his shirt red. The gap is too big. The strength of the spiritual energy of a peak fourth-order strongman was far beyond his imagination. In the distance, Jiang Qingli stood at the edge of the crowd, her cold eyes fixed on the young man on the stage. He pursed his lips tightly and dug his fingertips deep into his palms, not even noticing the bleeding. Su Ming took a deep breath, and bloodshot eyes intertwined with black and white energy. The blood-stained corner of his mouth suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. It's too early to talk big. He grabbed his twisted left arm with his right hand and twisted it violently in front of everyone. Bang! With the teeth-grinding sound of bones being realigned, the broken arm bone was forcibly put back into place. Jiang Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and his aura stagnated. The audience's scalps felt numb and their pupils contracted violently. Setting bones with bare hands is not uncommon, but they have never seen a ruthless person who can do it without changing his expression in a life-and-death battle in their lives. Now it's my turn. Su Ming's voice seemed to come from hell, and the night sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling bloodlight. He actually gave up on defense completely, facing Jiang Xian's palm wind and stabbing straight into the opponent's heart. Life for life. Madman. Jiang Xian's face changed drastically, and he instinctively withdrew his attack. How could he, the dignified patriarch of the Jiang family, exchange his life with a high school student? This retreat will immediately reveal the winner. You've been fooled. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Su Ming's lips, and silver light flashed in his eyes. A moment of beauty, everything in the universe. Boom! The scene in front of Jiang Xian suddenly collapsed. He was horrified to find that he was standing on the edge of a cliff with a terrifying abyss under his feet. Illusion? He shouted, and the bronze energy exploded, and the illusion shattered like glass. The real sword tip had pierced 3 inches into his shoulder. Court death. Jiang Xian was furious, and his bronze palm suddenly grabbed the sword blade. Su Ming's sword suddenly changed its momentum, and the sword tip that was originally stabbing straight suddenly drew a strange arc. The bronze energy that Jiang Xian hastily built up was shattered by a sword. The sword's force was still there, and it tore a wound on his chest so deep that the bone could be seen. Puff! Jiang Xian spurted blood and retreated violently, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Ming rushed forward, and the sword's tip flashed in a perfect arc. Jiang Xian soared into the sky with his broken arm. Blood splattered everywhere. The shrill wails instantly resounded throughout the venue. Jiang Xian's broken arm was covered in blood, his face was distorted, and the cold sweat mixed with blood on his forehead hit the ground. You! His Adam's apple rolled, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Su Ming's bloodstained face looked like a demon in the sunlight. The voice was eerily calm. Do you think you're awesome? Before the words fell, he didn't hesitate at all, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The tip of the sword went straight for Jiang Xian's throat. Don't hurt the patriarch. 3 loud shouts suddenly exploded like thunder. In the Jiang family's spectator booth, 3 gray-robed elders jumped up at the same time. 3 fourth-order pressures rolled towards the arena like a landslide or tsunami. Boom! When the tip of Su Ming's sword was only half an inch away from Jiang Xian's throat, 3 powerful pressures came like a giant python strangling him. Bang! The unexpected force blasted Su Ming back more than 10 meters. Puff! He fell heavily to the ground, spurting blood. Fuck you! Do the Jiang family still have any shame? The fat man was cursing in the audience, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But he was pinned to the ground by the Jiang family warriors who rushed over. The whole audience was in an uproar. The live broadcast camera shook violently, and the barrage of comments exploded instantly. What the hell is this? A despicable 4-on-1 fight? What about the life and death contest that we agreed not to let outsiders interfere? How fucking despicable. The Jiang family's century-old reputation has been thrown away? Little beast. The armless Jiang Xian was helped up by the elder, his face twisted and bloody with a fierce smile. Did you really think you won? The 3 elders were approaching step by step, and the all-pervasive pressure was getting closer and closer. Crack! 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 Su Ming's bones made crackling sounds as he could not bear the weight. He clenched his teeth, a suppressed roar came out of his throat, and bloodshot eyes. He actually withstood the psychic suppression of 3 fourth-level warriors, pressed his forehead against the ground, and arched his spine inch by inch. He stood up suddenly. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the bloody figure. Like a sword that would rather break than bend. Seeing this scene, the fat man clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turned red instantly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Fuck these bastards. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Jiang Xian's eyelids twitched violently, and he went completely insane, roaring hysterically. Pulling out the tendons and skinning them. Hanging the corpses at the city gates. The gray-robed elder at the front put his fingers together like a knife, and a blazing flame rose into the air, transforming into a several-meter-long giant blade that chopped down on his head. Clang! The clear sound of the sword resounded through the sky. A green sword light came from the sky and chopped the giant flaming blade into pieces in mid-air. Stop! A voice as cold as frost suddenly pierced the sky, sweeping across the entire place with a biting chill. Chapter 32: Visitors in the Snowstorm. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The girl was dressed in a white dress as white as snow, her sleeves fluttering in the wind, and her ink-black hair dancing with the wind. She held the Tier-1 sword in her hand, and the sword tip was shining with a sharp cold light, reflecting her face that was as delicate as jade but as cold as ice. Jiang Qingli. Are you crazy? Jiang Xian's eyes were red with anger, betraying the family for an outsider? She turned a deaf ear to him, stood in front of Su Ming with her sword across her body, and uttered a few cold words. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Jiang Xian roared angrily, are you worthy of the Jiang family that has nurtured you for so many years? Without the Jiang family, you wouldn't be who you are today. Jiang Qingli suddenly chuckled. The hatred that had been suppressed for many years emerged in his eyes. When she raised her eyes, a piercing cold light flashed in them. I don't need to be worthy of the Jiang family. The sword tip trembles, and the clear sword sound is like a phoenix cry in the sky. I just have to be worthy of my father. Every word she uttered was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Jiang Xian, how dare you say you don't know the inside story of my father's death? Jiang Xian's pupils suddenly shrank like needles and he staggered back half a step. You! The Tier-1 sword in the girl's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light. As the sword energy surged, her dress billowed like clouds, and her cold voice resounded throughout the venue. Remember, it's not me who relies on the Jiang family. The sword swept across the ground, creating a 3-foot gully, forcing the Jiang family to retreat. But the Jiang family relies on me. Great, great. Very good. Jiang Xian was so angry that he was shaking all over and roaring in rage. Someone! Capture them for me! As soon as Jiang Xian finished speaking, several powerful auras suddenly erupted from the audience. A group of Jiang family elders flew over from the outside viewing area to the stage. But when their eyes fell on Jiang Qingli standing with a sword across his body, there was an obvious change in his expression. Are we really going to attack Qingli? Shut up! I'm the patriarch. I'm the patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Xian's face was distorted like a devil, saliva was flying from his mouth, and he held high the token of the head of the family in his hand. The elders of the Jiang family looked at each other, but no one dared to disobey the order of the head of the family. They slowly dispersed and surrounded Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. The spiritual pressure of the 4th-level strong men piled up like a tide, causing the ground of the arena to crack inch by inch. Miss Qingli, I'm sorry. The leading white-bearded elder sighed. A blazing fireball suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand, and even the air was distorted by the burning. Jiang Qingli's eyes narrowed. He stood sideways in front of Su Ming and whispered, Can you still move? Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the blood patterns on the Dark Knight sword lit up with a strange red light. He grinned with bloody lips, I can't die. Before he could finish his words, a group of Jiang family elders suddenly launched an attack. Fireballs, wind blades, and ice cones intertwined into a deathweb, completely covering the area where the two were. Jiang Qingli's sword drew a perfect arc, and the Tier-1 sword energy swirled around, splitting the 3 attacks in half. Jiang Xian spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, grinning and showing his white teeth. It's just a last-ditch effort. Set up the formation. Hearing the master's order, several elders of the Jiang family formed hand seals that changed intricately, and intricate spiritual patterns appeared on the ground. This is the Jiang family's soul-locking formation. Someone in the audience exclaimed, the Jiang family really came prepared. The moment the formation lit up, Su Ming felt as if all the spiritual energy in his body was stuck in a quagmire. The sword in Jiang Qingli's hand suddenly slowed down and could not move again. The white-bearded elder in the lead formed seals with his hands, and dazzling golden light burst out from his fingertips. Town. Boom. A golden beam of light fell from the sky. Jiang Qingli was awed and raised his sword to take the attack. Bang. The sword tip pressed down inch by inch. The girl gritted her teeth secretly, and the sword let out a wail as it could not bear the heavy burden. Her knuckles were cracked, and blood flowed down the hilt of the sword, dripping at Su Ming's feet. The scarlet color fell into Su Ming's eyes, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Let's go. His eyes were bloodshot. You can't hold on. Blood was flowing from her lips, but her voice was colder than the edge of a sword. Shut up. If I take one step back, you will definitely die today. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 10%. Current Spiritual Alignment Index, 75%. The golden light column surged again. Her body suddenly sank a few points, and a fine crack suddenly appeared on the Tier-1 sword. But he held on tightly to the last 3 inches of space in front of Su Ming. Jiang Qingli. Su Ming's voice was hoarse as he watched the cracks on her sword spread to the tip. Are you fucking going to die? Jiang Qingli pursed her lips and said nothing. In the audience, the fat man was pinned to the ground by the Jiang family warriors, his face pressed against the cold ground. But he still struggled to look up at the ring, veins popping out on his forehead. Fuck your Jiang family. On the stage. The blood on Jiang Qingli's lips grew thicker, the hand holding the sword began to tremble, and her body, which was as straight as frost and snow, gradually became shorter. The white-bearded elder headed by the Jiang family could not bear to see this and advised. Qingli, why do you have to? He didn't finish his words. Jiang Xian interrupted him with a grim smile, raised his intact left hand, and the bronze energy condensed into a giant palm shadow. It's over. Get down on your knees and die. The moment the giant palm pressed down, the sky, which was originally bright and sunny, suddenly darkened. The audience looked up at the same time. At some point, gloomy clouds had covered the entire sky. The next moment, a violent storm arose, and heavy snow poured down like a waterfall. It's snowing today? Some people stretched out their hands to catch the snowflakes in astonishment, but were frozen to death. This snow is so cold. The temperature dropped to freezing point. Even the blood on the ring that had not yet dried up froze instantly. Jiang Xian's giant palm of energy actually condensed into an ice sculpture in the air, and then bang exploded into ice crystals all over the sky. Snap, snap, snap. Clear applause came from deep in the snow. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a slender figure walking on the snow. He was wearing a sophisticated white suit, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were glowing with an icy blue light. With every step you take, ice spreads beneath your feet. What a show! Lang Jin stood at the edge of the ring, with flying snow swirling around him. He twisted his fingertips lightly. A crystal-clear ice flower bloomed in the palm of my hand. Master Jiang, are you trying to use your numbers to bully the minority? Jiang Xian's broken arm froze instantly and stopped bleeding. His pupils suddenly contracted and his Adam's apple rolled. Lang Jin? This is our Jiang family's private matter. It has nothing to do with your Lang group. Private matter? Lang Jin chuckled. Do you know that Su Ming is mine? The wind and snow suddenly became violent at this moment. Freezing to death. People in the audience tried their best to wrap themselves tightly. The entire life and death arena completely turned into a world of ice and snow. Jiang Xian's pupils contracted violently. Your Lang group is going to become an enemy of my Jiang family just for a high school student? An enemy? Lang Jin chuckled and pushed the frame with his fingertips. Are you worthy? Are you from the Jiang family worthy? Jiang Xian's face suddenly turned gloomy. Master Jiang only has one arm left, which is a bit disgraceful. Why don't you let me help you make it symmetrical? Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly. Crack! Jiang Xian's left arm was suddenly covered by ice crystals that appeared out of nowhere, and the frozen arm began to crack inch by inch. Ah! Jiang Xian let out a heart-wrenching scream and staggered back several steps. He was supported by the elder behind him and did not fall. Lang Jin ignored them and walked straight toward Su Ming and Jiang Qingli. With every step he took, the spiritual patterns of the soul-locking array broke an inch. When he stood in front of the two of them, the entire Jiang family formation had completely collapsed. Can you still stand up? Lang Jin looked down at Su Ming, who was half kneeling on the ground, his voice calm. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his blood-stained mouth. I can't die. Lang Jin nodded slightly. Cold ember. Jiang Xian barely stood up with the help of the elders, his voice distorted by pain. Do you really want to intervene? Don't forget that our two families are still cooperating. Cooperate? Lang Jin turned around, and wind and snow formed a vortex around him. That's gone now. Jiang Xian's expression suddenly changed. You. Lang Jin suddenly raised his hand. An icy spike condensed out of thin air and pressed against Jiang Xian's throat. The whole place was in dead silence. The people in the audience held their breath and dared not blink even when snowflakes fell on their eyelashes. Master Lang. The white-bearded elder of the Jiang family hurried forward. It was my Jiang family who was at fault in this matter. Please show some mercy. Lang Jin ignored him and Bing Ling continued to move forward. Elder brother. A soft, slightly trembling female voice suddenly broke the silence. In the wind and snow, Lang Linyue walked slowly towards them holding a black umbrella. Rin Chan? Lang Jin frowned slightly. Why are you here? Lang Linyue walked to her brother's side, her eyes swept over Su Ming who was covered in blood, and her pupils shrank slightly. She whispered, the family has spoken. Lang Jin was silent for a moment, and the ice spike suddenly dissipated. Jiang Xian collapsed to the ground as if he had been pardoned, and was hurriedly helped up by the elders. Go away. Lang Jin waved his hand. If it happens again, I don't mind changing the head of the Jiang family. The elders of the Jiang family dared not say much. Jiang Xian, supporting his broken arm, left in a hurry. The Jiang family members who had come here with such a threatening momentum were now in such a miserable state as dogs that had lost their homes. The wind and snow gradually subsided. Lang Jin turned and looked at Su Ming. Can we go? Su Ming stood up, leaning on the dark night sword. The blood pattern on the sword glowed slightly. Don't bother. Lang Jin did not comment, and turned his gaze to Jiang Qingli. Miss Qingli needs treatment. Jiang Qingli shook her head and put the cracked Qing-1 sword back into its sheath. No need. Lang Jin shook his head and chuckled. You two are quite amusing. Su Ming and Jiang Qingli's eyes met in the wind and snow. The girl's ears turned red and she turned her face away. Lang Jin glanced at his watch and said, Shaolin, send Miss Qingli back. Lang Linyue nodded and was about to step forward, but Jiang Qingli took a step back. I can walk by myself. She turned to Su Ming, moved her lips slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded slightly and turned away. A series of shallow footprints were left on the snow, which were soon covered by new snow. Stubborn girl. Lang Jin commented, then looked at Su Ming. Come with me. Su Ming turned to look at the fat man in the audience who had a worried look on his face, and made a don't worry gesture to him. The fat man understood, nodded vigorously, and said silently with his mouth. Boss. I'll wait for your news. Chapter 33, Secret Realm of Cold Abyss. Line Group S Han Hai Branch, top floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Han Hai City are dim like stars in the snowy night. Su Ming sat on the leather sofa. After being treated by the Long family's doctor, the injuries on his body have almost healed. He held a cup of hot tea and looked around the luxurious office. The style of the office is exactly the same as that of the Hell Arena, with dark-toned decorations and a cold and depressing style. It matches Lang Jin's personality quite well. Why help me? He asked straight to the point. Lang Jin stood in front of the window, his back was tall and straight. 2 reasons. He turned around, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses sharp as an eagle. First, I can't stand the Jiang family bullying the weak with their numbers. And the second one? Lang Jin walked to the desk. He took out a silver metal box from the drawer. It was the same box that Zhang Baidai had used to hold the scarlet seal. Because of this, he opened the box. Different from the scarlet crystal that appeared in Qingshi village. A bright yellow crystal lay quietly in it. The runes became more vivid, twisted and strange, and seemed to be pulsating slightly as if they had life. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Twilight Cult? It seems you know a lot. That's good. It saves me the trouble of explaining it to you. Lang Jin closed the lid with a click, his eyes cold. The Jiang family has connections with the Twilight Cult. Su Ming was awed and held the teacup tightly. Do you have any evidence? Not yet. Lang Jin said frankly, but the few businessmen that Jiang Xian has been in frequent contact with recently are all peripheral members of the Twilight Cult. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he said seriously. Thanks for the reminder. This news is very important to both himself and Jiang Qingli. Apart from these 2 reasons, I have another important favor that I would like to ask of you personally. What is it? Lang Jin's voice was rarely filled with fatigue. The children of the Long family are all raised in the Gu raising style. Every member of the Long family must pass the Han Yuan trial when they are 20 years old. Lang Jin's fingertips unconsciously stroked the frame of his glasses. Only those who survive are qualified to inherit the family business. Outside the French window. The wind and snow hit the glass, making a crackling sound. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and Lang Linua's delicate yet somewhat cold face appeared in his mind. So what you mean? This trial has been brought forward. Lang Jin suddenly slammed his fist on the desk, and the entire mahogany tabletop instantly burst into ice. Those old guys used the excuse of unusual movements in the ice secret realm to set the date for next Wednesday. This was the first time Su Ming saw this man out of control. His voice trembled with anger. They want Xiaolin to die in there. Let her die in there. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, his face full of disbelief. Why? The man tapped the ice on the table with his fingertips and said slowly. The first head of the Lang family once encountered a strange adventure in the Gate of Apocalypse, and the ice bloodline has been passed down since then. As he was talking, his fist suddenly clenched and his knuckles turned white. In the eyes of the Lang family, Xiaolin's ice talent is only a level, and is not worthy of the Lang family's name at all. They feel that such blood is a stain on the family. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't believe his ears. His pupils suddenly contracted and even his breathing stagnated. Is this the Lang family that controls a huge business empire and possesses countless resources? The so-called noble family style is so despicable? My little sister appears to be strong and indifferent, but in fact, that is just a disguise. She always lives in the shadow of her family. The demon hunting platform is the Lang family's business. She desperately wants to climb up and prove herself, even if it only gets a word of recognition. Lang Jin shook his head, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. This girl, after all, doesn't understand. In the eyes of those people, bloodline is far more important than these things. Su Ming understood and asked. What is the specific content of the trial? You should have heard of the Apocalypse secret treasure. The Cold Abyss secret realm is also an Apocalypse secret treasure formed by the explosion of psychic energy. Su Ming nodded slightly. He had bathed in the psychic hot springs before, so he naturally knew the secret treasures of revelation. Unlike the psychic hot spring, the Hanyuan secret realm is a special secret realm among the Apocalypse secret treasures. Lang Jin took a deep breath and regained his composure. It's 30 degrees below zero, and there are many ice-type beasts in this desert. Participants need to fight for 3 frost cores. He opened the drawer and took out a yellowed torn page of an ancient book. An intricate map of the ice cave was drawn on the parchment, with densely packed red characters marking the corners. Ice Soul Rift Area. Hanging Soul Corridor Area. Core of the Polar Altar. The death rate of the Frost Abyss trial was as high as 40% in previous years. And this time, he suddenly took off his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched the frame with his knuckles turning white. Because of the unusual movements in the secret realm, the Lang family sent out an exploration team and found traces similar to the Twilight Cult. At the end, his voice became a little deeper. Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. After what happened in Qingshi village, Su Ming already understood that the Twilight Cult was a group of complete lunatics. In that case, can't the trial be cancelled? Su Ming frowned. The elders won't agree. The Frost Abyss trial has been passed down for hundreds of years. They won't stop the trial just because of some groundless rumors. There was suppressed anger in Lang Jin's voice. Su Ming was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then why did you choose me? The rules allow each contestant to bring 1 helper. Lang Jin looked at him directly. The age limit is under 25 years old. This is exactly what tests the Lang family's network resources. 3 reasons. Lang Jin raised his slender fingers. First, you can survive a level 4 siege. Second, you have a hidden card that I can't see through. Third, he suddenly showed his first genuine smile of the night. There's a photo of you hidden in Xiaolin's desk drawer. That cool girl has a crush on me? Very discerning. Su Ming was silent for a moment after hearing this, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. I can agree, but I have one condition. You say? I want an S-level psychic weapon like a long sword. Lang Jin was stunned. Didn't you beat me in the Hell Arena? Are you planning to go the dual sword route? Lang Jin paused in the middle of his words. Are you doing this for the girl from the Zheng family? Su Ming nodded and spread his hands. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have died young now. You are also a man, you should understand that it is difficult to repay this favor. Lang Jin, what about me? Didn't I save you too? Can you compare with other pretty girls? Su understood him at a glance, and didn't I agree to your request? Hearing this, Lang Jin's eyes revealed a hint of smile behind his gold-rimmed glasses. It seems that my sister has a long way to go. Okay, I promise. When Su Ming pushed the door and left, he glanced at Lang Jin with a mysterious light in his eyes. Momentary beauty start. Reprint of the Nature SS level talent Winter is coming. Current talent slot, SS level Myriad Things, SS level Winter is coming, SSS level Tai Chi. As soon as Su Ming opened the door, he saw a beautiful figure standing at the end of the corridor. Lang Lingyue stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Snowflakes fell on the ends of her hair, making her skin look as cold and white as porcelain. She heard the door open and turned around abruptly. A hint of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to her cold and aloof look. You came out. Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing Ling Jin in the office. In fact, in a place where the two of them couldn't see, Ling Jin was sticking close to the wall, with his ears pricked up, eavesdropping on what the two people were doing outside. Ling Jin is a sister con. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Why, are you waiting for me? Lang Linyue's ears turned slightly red, but her expression remained unchanged. Don't be so sentimental. After a pause, she added in a low voice. What my eldest brother said was just a joke. Oh? Su Ming deliberately dragged out his tone, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Which part? The Frost Abyss trial, or photo? She interrupted quickly, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly changed to a colder tone and said. Those are just collecting information, yes. Collecting information. Su Ming chuckled and moved forward. Lang Linyue subconsciously took a half step back, her back pressed against the cold glass window, her eyelashes trembling slightly. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Su Ming blinked, his eyes sincere. I just think that the way you blush. Much cuter than usual. Lang Linyue's pupils shrank slightly and her breathing stagnated. The next second, she pushed Su Ming away, turned around and left, her steps so hurried as if she was fleeing. Su Ming looked at her back and his smile deepened. Chapter 34 Take My Bazooka. When Su Ming walked out of Lang's building holding the sword box, the snow had stopped. The fat man was pacing back and forth anxiously at the door of the building, his head covered with snow, rubbing his arms with his hands, and shivering with cold. Seeing Su Ming coming out, he rushed forward. Boss, are you okay? Did that ice face give you any trouble? Su Ming waved his hand. It's okay, I just want to help you with a small favor. The fat man's eyebrows twitched. He knew it very well. How small can a small favor for a big shot like that be? But the boss didn't want to say it, so he wisely stopped asking. At this time, the fat man noticed the sword box in Su Ming's arms. Boss, what is this? The sunlight shines on the snow-white sword box, making the gilded patterns on the box flow like a river of stars. The lock popped open with a click. A snow-white long sword lay quietly in the box. The sword body was like ice crystal, and the edge of the blade was glowing with the cold moonlight. 7 star-shaped sapphires were embedded on the sword spine, arranged like the Big Dipper. The most peculiar thing is that the hilt of the sword is carved with a blue phoenix flapping its wings and a blood-red jade bead in its beak. Frost cry. Another S-class psychic weapon? The fat guy's eyes almost popped out. Su Ming nodded, took out his cell phone and called Jiang Qingli. I got an S-class sword with a blue phoenix pattern. Oh. The girl's cold voice came faintly. Soon. She sent Su Ming an address. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming said to the fat man, I have something else to do, you go back first. The fat man winked and said, I understand, boss. 20 minutes later. Su Ming stood in front of an exquisite and elegant villa. When the door opens, Jiang Qingli was wearing a moon-white nightgown, with water dripping from the ends of her hair. When she saw the Frost Ming lying in the snow-white sword box, his eyes lit up imperceptibly. Su Ming, who noticed this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she liked it, that was good. But soon, Jiang Qingli shifted her gaze from Frost Sound to the wound on Su Ming's left arm. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. How is your injury? Su Ming deliberately shook his left arm, and a faint herbal scent came from under the fabric. It's no longer a problem. The Lang family's doctor has a great talent for healing. That's good. She whispered. Immediately, Su Ming pushed the sword box in front of her. Don't you want to try the sword? Jiang Qingli was silent for a while. This is the collection of the Lung family. A trace of sharp vigilance flashed in the girl's eyes. Why did he give you this? Probably because I promised to do him a favor. Su Ming shrugged and did not mention the matter of the Cold Abyss trial. But more importantly, I think it suits you very well. Jiang Qingli was silent for a moment, and suddenly pushed the sword back to Su Ming. It's too valuable, I can't accept it. Oh? Su Ming took a step forward and looked directly into her eyes. Then when you blocked that blow for me in the ring, why didn't you think it's too dangerous? I can't block it. Jiang Qingli's ears turned slightly red, and she turned her face away. That's different. Why is it different? Su Ming deliberately moved closer, close enough to smell the faint fragrance from her hair. Or does Miss Jiang despise the gift I gave her? You. Jiang Qingli glared at him angrily, but when she saw the scars on his face that had not yet healed, her momentum suddenly weakened. She bit her lower lip and finally whispered, "Thank you." Su Ming smiled, "That's right." Jiang Qingli carefully picked up the frost sword. Buzz. The sword suddenly made a clear sound, as if responding to her touch. Her eyes widened in surprise. She felt a cool spiritual energy flowing into her body through her fingertips, merging perfectly with her own spiritual energy. It looks like it likes you very much. Su Ming said softly, maybe it has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Qingli did not answer. But Su Ming saw a hint of moisture flash in the corner of her eyes. She quickly turned and walked towards the training room, leaving only one sentence, I want to try the sword. Su Ming followed her, leaned against the door of the training room, and watched her dance with the sword. The frost sword seemed to come alive in her hand. The sword light was like snow, and every move carried a biting chill, yet it was perfectly combined with the agility of the Tier-1 swordsmanship. Beautiful. Su Ming admired sincerely. Jiang Qingli put away his sword and stood up, breathing a little faster. He stared down at the frost sword in his hand. Not enough. I'm not strong enough. She spoke softly, her fingertips stroking the Tier-1 on the hilt. Su Ming looked at her silently, noticing the gloom that flashed across her eyes. The Jiang family will not let this go. I know. Su Ming nodded, his expression becoming serious. Lang Jin told me that Zhang Xian might have connections with the Twilight cult. Jiang Qingli's fingers suddenly tightened, and the frost sword made a clang sound. Are you sure? It's just a suspicion, there's no solid evidence yet. Su Ming walked a few steps closer and lowered his voice. But if it's true, it will be dangerous for you to continue staying in the Jiang family. Jiang Qingli was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head. I can't leave. The clues my father left behind are all in the Jiang family's ancestral home. Su Ming frowned, what clue? The cause of his death, and the whereabouts of his mother. Jiang Qingli's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Okay, then you must be careful. Su Ming said seriously. The same to you. Although she didn't know what little favor Su Ming was going to do for the Lung family, Jiang Qingli keenly sensed that it was very dangerous. Su Ming nodded, turned, and left. Jiang Qingli leaned against the window and quietly watched his back until he disappeared from her sight. At this time, it was already night. Su Ming hailed a taxi, leaned back in the back seat, and closed his eyes to rest. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and smiled. Young man, why are you still going out so late? You don't look well. Yeah, I was a little hurt. Su Ming responded calmly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of the night sword. The driver was about to talk again. Sudden. Boom. The roar of the engine exploded from the back. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In the rearview mirror, 3 modified off-road vehicles were tearing through the twilight and rushing towards us like steel beasts. A figure popped out from the roof of the car, carrying a pitch-black psychic rifle on his shoulder. Someone from the Zhao family? Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Psychic rifle? This is a controlled weapon that the military will only use against large alien beasts. Why are you here? What the hell? What's going on? The driver was so scared that the steering wheel shook and the car skidded. Speed up! Su Ming shouted. The driver's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and he stepped on the accelerator. The engine of the old taxi roared under the heavy load and the speed soared instantly. However, bang! 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 The psychic bullet tore through the air, exploding a blinding flame at the rear of the car. Are they crazy? Shooting in the city? The driver's face turned pale. Su Ming sneered, the Zhao family is now a group of mad dogs. It seems that Jiang Xian's defeat has become the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Zhao family. He held the car window with one hand. Psychic infusion. The blade of the knight's sword is covered with blood red lines, ready for battle at any time. Whoosh! A bullet grazed the car window, leaving a hideous crack on the windshield. The driver was so frightened that the car was moving wildly in a zigzag manner, and the tires made a sharp scream as they rubbed against the ground. I can't get rid of it. Su Ming's eyes darkened. The Zhao family's south off-road vehicle outperforms taxis. The distance is shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sunroof of the car in the front opened, and a man with a scar on his face leaned out half of his body, grinning and raising a rocket launcher. Su Ming's heart trembled violently. Even though he was such a calm person, he couldn't help but swear at this moment. Fuck your mother. Boom. The rocket came roaring with a tail of flame. Jump out of the car. Su Ming yelled, kicked open the car door, and dragged the driver out. Boom. The taxi exploded into a fireball behind them, and the scorching air wave blew the two of them several meters away. Chapter 35, Student Xiao Su is causing trouble again? The moment Su Ming landed, he supported himself on the ground with one hand and rolled over to relieve the impact. But the wound on his left arm split open with a hiss, and blood instantly soaked the bandage. He didn't even frown, his eyes fixed on the approaching convoy. The driver was lying in a pool of blood not far away, choked by the thick smoke and coughing non-stop, his face full of fear. Hide and don't make any noise. Su Ming said this and fixed his eyes on the approaching SUV. Click. The psychic rifles on the roofs of the three off-road vehicles were loaded at the same time, with the muzzles locked onto Su Ming's vital points. Swoosh. 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 3 psychic bullets came with the sound of breaking through the air. He suddenly turned sideways, and the bullet grazed his shoulder and created a bowl-sized hole in the ground. But then, the second wave of bullets is coming. His pupils suddenly contracted and his wrist shook rapidly. The sword lights are dazzling, and the cold rays are intertwined. The moment the psychic bullet hit the sword net, dazzling sparks burst out. But there was still a stray bullet that grazed my calf. Well. Su Ming groaned and staggered. The impact of the psychic bullet almost made him fall. Seeing this, the scarred man in the lead got out of the car carrying a machete, walked over, grinning. Su Ming, you can't run away. Su Ming spat a mouthful of blood foam onto the ground. The tip of the knight's sword pointed diagonally at the ground, and blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Just you guys? The scarred man laughed wildly. Stop pretending. You were seriously injured in the battle with the Jiang family and you are now just a spent force. He waved his hand. A group of Zhao family warriors suddenly attacked at the same time. Seeing the people surrounding us getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Su Ming raised his lips into a sneer. Momentary beauty start. SS level winter is coming, talent activated. He snapped his fingers. The frost suddenly rises. With Su Ming as the center, the area within a radius of 10 meters was instantly frozen. The 3 warriors at the front were still in a charging posture, but they had turned into ice sculptures, with expressions of fear frozen on their faces. What? The scarred man retreated violently, his face pale with horror. Aren't you seriously injured? Shoot. Keep shooting. The remaining Zhao family warriors tried to pull the trigger of the psychic rifle, but found that it had already been frozen solid. Even the trigger of the bazooka was frozen. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Since you are seeking death. He took a step forward and the ice exploded instantly. The scarred man was instantly covered with frost. His eyes widened with horror. The first one. The sword flashed and the head flew up. Before the blood could splatter, it froze into scarlet ice chips in mid-air. The remaining warriors of the Zhao family witnessed this scene and were so frightened that their scalps went numb and they turned around and ran away. Can you get away? Su Ming sneered, and clenched his left hand. Boom! 3 icy spikes suddenly rose from the ground and pierced through the 3 fleeing people. Bodies hung from icicles, frozen blood dripping. The last remaining gunman collapsed to the ground, trembling and raising his frozen hands. Don't kill me. I just... Bang! Su Ming kicked his jaw and broke it, then cut off his head with a sword. The Zhao family's dog is not worthy of begging for mercy. He turned to look at the burning wreckage of the taxi. The driver was curled up over there, his face pale with fear and his teeth chattering. Ahem, brother, who are you? Su Ming replied calmly, just an ordinary passenger. The driver swallowed and looked over the mess and corpses on the ground with a dull look. How can this be called an ordinary passenger? It's clearly a ferocious beast in human form. How much is your account? I will compensate you for the loss. Su Ming asked. The driver shook his head suddenly, stammering, and didn't dare to get close to Su Ming. No, no thanks. How dare he ask for compensation from this ruthless man? But when Su Ming looked over, he still honestly reported his account number. Su Ming swiped the screen of his mobile phone and operated a few times. Bite. The message prompt sounded. The driver subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a look. 500,000 psychic coins have been received. This sight made the driver tremble all over and his Adam's apple kept rolling. He swallowed and stammered. Brother, are all these for me? 500,000 psychic coins. With his junky car, he could buy 10 of them and still have more than enough. At this time, the shrill sound of sirens pierced the night sky. The alternating red and blue police lights illuminate the entire street as if it were daytime. Don't move. Sheriff's office. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed through the streets. Dozens of fully armed sheriffs jumped off the armored vehicles. The muzzles of the guns were all pointed at Su Ming and the driver who were standing in the center of the frozen battlefield. The leading sheriff was a middle-aged man with a resolute face. His pupils contracted violently as he scanned the scene in front of him. The corpse pierced by the ice spikes was hanging in the air, the head fell around, the broken arms and limbs were scattered all over the ground, and the scarlet blood on the ground was solidified like amber. Everyone, alert! The sheriff shouted loudly, and dozens of psychic rifles were loaded instantly. His Adam's apple rolled and pressed the headset. Requesting S-level support. Repeat, a high-risk psychic runaway case has been discovered in the East City District. The recruit stumbled back 2 steps, his stomach churning. Captain, is this a fucking slaughterhouse? The old team member stared at the frost patterns spreading on the ice, his voice trembling. It's a natural talent. At least the 4th level. Put down your weapons. The sheriff's hand holding the gun was shaking slightly, but he tried to remain calm. You have been surrounded by the Han High Security Bureau. The boy suddenly raised his eyes. The sheriffs all took a half step back. I was just defending myself. Su Ming shook off the ice on his sword, and a cold mist filled the air with his breath. The Zhao family used military psychic rifles to ambush ordinary citizens, and you didn't care? Upon hearing this, the sheriffs became agitated. This guy is a fucking ordinary citizen? Military psionic rifle? And a bazooka? The middle-aged man squatted down to examine a frozen corpse and took out the Zhao family emblem from the other's waist. His brows furrowed even tighter. The Zhao family is becoming more and more lawless. But when his eyes fell on Su Ming, his expression became more solemn. Are you Su Ming? The high school student who defeated Jiang Xian in the life and death competition? Su Ming did not answer, but silently put knife back into the scabbard. Sir! There's a wounded man here. A sheriff's officer spotted the taxi driver hiding behind the wreckage of the taxi. The driver was supported by 2 sheriffs and walked out. His legs were still shaking and his face was as pale as paper. Sir! I'm just a driver. They suddenly. Take him back to the bureau to take a statement. The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to Su Ming. You, come with us too. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Me? Don't be nervous, it's just a routine inquiry. The middle-aged man's voice softened a little. The Zhao family used prohibited weapons in the city. We can't just let this go. As a party involved and a survivor, we need your testimony. He deliberately emphasized the word survivor, and a barely perceptible admiration flashed in his eyes. Su Ming glanced at the driver who was carried away on a stretcher and nodded slightly. Okay. The lights in the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau were dim. The middle-aged sheriff sat opposite Su Ming, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he examined the young man in front of him. Have you had any feud with the Zhao family before? Su Ming raised his lips slightly. They offered a reward of 10 million psychic coins for my life. Does that count as a holiday? The sheriff was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It does count. He pondered for a moment and said seriously. The Zhao family has crossed the line this time, using military weapons in the city and ambushing ordinary citizens. This matter will not be easily exposed. However, he paused and looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes. Your abilities are far beyond those of an average high school student. Someone at a higher level may come in contact with you later. Su Ming shrugged noncommittally. Ding ding. At this moment, the middle-aged sheriff's cell phone suddenly vibrated. The screen clearly displayed an incoming call from the deputy director of the Hanhai City Public Security Bureau. He frowned and glanced at Su Ming, who had an indifferent expression on the opposite side, and his heart sank inexplicably. Just press the answer button. The deputy director's roar exploded from the receiver. Who the hell did you catch? The sound made his eardrums hurt. Not an arrest, just a routine inquiry. There is solid evidence that the Zhao family's idiots violated the rules by using military weapons, and you still dare to detain the victim to take a statement? The deputy director's voice suddenly dropped. Someone above us is putting pressure on us together with the Lang group. Now, immediately, release him. The call ended abruptly. The middle-aged sheriff stood there frozen with his cell phone in his hand, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Walking out of the security bureau, the night breeze was cool. Su Ming raised his eyes and saw Jiang Baidai leaning against a red sports car. Her red dress was particularly eye-catching in the night. She held a long cigarette between her fingertips, her eyes as clear as autumn water narrowed slightly, and she looked over with a smile. Hey, classmate Xiao Su, are you causing trouble again? Su Ming walked over and raised his eyebrows and asked, Commissioner Xiao Jiang is here to pick up students so late at night? Jiang Baidai snorted softly, raised her hand to put out the cigarette, and slightly opened her red lips. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. Chapter 36 The Cold Abyss Trial begins. The car was filled with the faint scent of a woman's perfume, mixed with the smell of tobacco, which inexplicably made people feel a little relaxed. How did you know I was in the police station? Su Ming tilted his head and asked. Jiang Baidai held the steering wheel with one hand and flicked her long hair with the other hand, saying lazily, Sister, I am well informed, not to mention. She glanced at Su Ming. You made such a big fuss, I think it's hard for me not to know. Su Ming chuckled, it seems that I am quite famous. Vincent. Jiang Baidai sneered, then her tone darkened. The Zhao family has gone crazy. They even dare to touch military weapons. You should be careful recently. But after this incident, the Public Security Bureau will keep an eye on them, and they should be quiet for a few days. Su Ming nodded, yeah. There was silence in the car for a moment. Jiang Baidai suddenly spoke up, Jiang Xian has 2 broken arms, and the Jiang family is in chaos now. She paused, and lowered her voice. That girl Qingli may be pushed to the position of a candidate for the head of the family. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, is she willing? Jiang Baidai shook her head, her red lips curled up in a mocking arc. When has the Jiang family ever cared about the wishes of the younger generation? Su Ming was silent. The sports car sped through the night, and the neon lights of the city shone through the window, casting mottled shadows on the faces of the 2 people. Suddenly, Jiang Baidai frowned and opened her red lips slightly, someone is following us. Su Ming subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. A pitch-black sports car was biting at me like a maggot. He narrowed his eyes slightly. These crazy dogs from the Zhao family are really haunting us. Wrong. Jiang Baidai shook her head and tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips. Her scarlet nails shone with a cold light. They are Jiang family secret guards. They will only obey the orders of the patriarch. She suddenly chuckled, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corners of her eyes. 9 times out of 10, it's directed at me. Su Ming didn't say anything. With a click sound, his thumb pushed the scabbard open 3 inches, and the blood-colored lines on the night sword flowed. Jiang Baidai glanced at Su Ming. Why do you have to be so violent? Su Ming was stunned. Jiang Baidai's eyes flashed with silver light, and she suddenly clenched her right hand into the air. Crack! 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 A teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting rang out. Su Ming's scalp suddenly went numb and he looked back suddenly. The black car behind was instantly squeezed by an invisible force. The moment the car body collapsed, several streams of blood spurted out. The people in the car were spraying out pieces of their internal organs like tomatoes being squeezed and exploded. This weird and bloody scene. Passers-by were frightened and fled in all directions. Jiang Baidai waved her hands lazily, the silver light in her eyes gradually faded. It's quiet now. Su Ming's Adam's apple rolled and his fingers on the scabbard became slightly stiff. Although I have known Jiang Baidai for quite some time. But there is always a layer of fog around this woman that is impossible to see through or touch. Su Ming suddenly remembered. Just now in the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. That's what the deputy chief of the Sheriff's Bureau said when he called the middle-aged man. Someone above us is working together with the Line Group to put pressure on us. Now he may know. Who exactly is the people above that the deputy director is referring to? At this time, Jiang Baidai tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips, and the corners of her lips curled up in a smile. I heard that you gave Xiao Qingli a frost sword? It would please girls. Su Ming felt a little uneasy for a moment and coughed lightly. It's just a matter of convenience. Oh? Jiang Baidai glanced over from the corner of her eyes, and pursed her red lips slightly. What about my gift? The temperature inside the car dropped 3 degrees. Su Ming's body stiffened, his Adam's apple moved slightly. Next time for sure. Just kidding. Jiang Baidai suddenly laughed out loud. I don't like those things anyway. Su Ming could only smile along awkwardly. But Jiang Baidai stopped smiling in an instant, her voice was cold. Lang Jin used a sword to get you to agree to enter the Hanyuan secret realm. This deal is really a good deal. Su Ming's expression froze. You know about the secret realm of Hanyuan? Not only do I know this. Jiang Baidai paused, her eyes flickering. I also know the real reason why the Ling family's trial was advanced this time. Su Ming stared at Jiang Baidai's perfect profile. What's the reason? They seem to have discovered some SS-level psychic material deep in the cold abyss secret realm. Jiang Baidai said in a low voice, the Ling family wants to use this trial to let the Ling family members bring that thing back. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. SS-level psychic material? A top-level existence that far exceeds conventional cognition, whose value and power can be called a strategic-level resource. What exactly is it? I don't know. It is said that it is related to the ice god of war of the Ling family. A trace of solemnity flashed across Jiang Baidai's eyes. The frozen god of war? Is he the first patriarch of the Lung family? Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that Ling Jin didn't tell you? Jiang Baidai sneered, that person is a ruthless man who suppressed the S-level beast tied by himself. Su Ming took a breath of cold air. Besides, Jiang Baidai suddenly lowered her voice, Ling Jin has mentioned the Twilight cult to you, right? I mentioned it once. Su Ming nodded, but there is no evidence. Oh. A cold light flashed in Jiang Baidai's beautiful eyes. You are really not afraid of death. How dare you get involved in such a life-threatening matter? Su Ming shrugged, wealth and honor come from risk. Please help me. Jiang Baidai was so angry that she grabbed his ears and said, do you think this is a game? It hurts, it hurts. Su Ming grimaced in pain, Commissioner Xiao Jiang, I know I was wrong. What's wrong? Jiang Baidai added a little more strength to her hands. You shouldn't be so stubborn. You shouldn't be courting death. Su Ming tilted his head and took a deep breath. I promise to come back intact. Jiang Baidai then let go and snorted coldly. Remember what you said. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is time for the Hanyuan trial. The news came on Wednesday morning. Su Ming took out his cell phone, swiped the screen and took a look. The location sent by Lang Linyue is at the Demon Hunting Building. The Long family is really rich and powerful. They directly use the teleportation array. Su Ming muttered to himself and went out to hail a taxi. 20 minutes later, the Demon Hunting Building was brightly lit. As soon as Su Ming stepped into the hall, he heard an exclamation from a passerby. Fuck! Isn't this the 3 seconds man? What 3-second guy? He's a big shot who even beat up the head of the Jiang family. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched. At this time, Manager Zhou, whom I met last time, was walking out of the elevator. After seeing Su Ming, his eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Manager Zhou. Su Ming nodded. Manager Zhou rushed over in 2 steps and looked Su Ming up and down. You are quite capable. I heard that you broke one of Jiang Xian's arms? It was just luck. Su Ming shrugged. What a fluke. Manager Zhou slapped Su Ming on the shoulder. You are almost becoming a legend among our vast sea demon hunters. You are this. He gave a thumbs up. By the way, what are you doing here today? Are you taking the test to become a gold-level demon hunter? Su Ming shook his head. I'm here to use the teleportation array. Manager Zhou's expression suddenly became serious. Han Yuan trial? The one from the Long family? Seeing Su Ming nod, he lowered his voice and said, Be careful. I heard that this trial is not peaceful. As he was speaking, the elevator opened with a ding. Lang Linyue walked out in a black combat uniform, her icy high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. Sorry for the long wait, she said lightly, and nodded slightly when her eyes swept over Manager Zhou. Mississippi. Manager Zhou nodded respectfully in response, then stepped back tactfully. You guys are busy, I'm leaving first. Lang Linyue took Su Ming to the teleportation area on the third underground floor. Along the way, her fingers were unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Nervous? Su Ming asked. No. She immediately let go of his hand, her voice cold and hard. In front of the teleportation array, staff are debugging the equipment. Seeing the two people coming, he handed over 2 ice blue badges. Wear them, this is a locator. If you are in danger, crush it and you will be teleported to a safe place, of course. This also means giving up the trial. Su Ming took the badge and pinned it on his collar. Lang Linyue's fingers trembled slightly when she touched the badge. It's not too late to regret now, Su Ming whispered. Lang Linyue raised her head suddenly, a hint of stubbornness flashed in her ice blue eyes. No need. The teleportation array lit up with a dazzling blue light. Su Ming felt his body being pulled by an invisible force, and the scene before his eyes was distorted. When I opened my eyes again, a biting cold wind blew in my face. Su Ming's eyelashes were instantly covered with frost, and the white air he exhaled froze into tiny ice crystals in the blink of an eye. Underfoot is a half-meter thick permafrost layer, the ice surface glows with a cold blue light, and the criss-crossing abyss cracks can be vaguely seen below. This damn place is the Hanyuan Canyon, known as the Forbidden Zone for living people. Chapter 37 Fuck. Meet a big guy right at the start. More than 20 people had gathered around, divided into 5 or 6 small groups. The Lang family members were all wearing thin clothes. Those with ice talents had a certain ability to resist the cold. All the helpers brought by the Long family were wearing thick cold-proof clothing, except Su Ming, who was still wearing a thin coat. That's Lang Linyue? I heard she hasn't been home for 2 years. You dare to come to the trial with an A-level talent? You are courting death. Who's that kid next to her? He looks like a high school student? The whispers of the Long family members drifted in with the biting cold wind. Lang Linyue's face was cold, but where no one could see, her knuckles were clenched until they turned white. A young man in a white ninkcoat came over, followed by a burly man with a saber on his shoulder. He looked at Su Ming and sneered. Shaolin, where did you pick up this little puppy? Is it weaned? The Lang family members around stopped and looked over, with expressions of gloating on their faces. So what if he is a direct descendant? Aren't they still not as good as these collateral descendants? There are only 2 direct descendants of the Lang family in this generation, one is Lang Jin, and the other is this disappointing eldest daughter. Su Ming's eyes turned cold and he tapped the scabbard lightly with his fingertips. Lang Linyue suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Su Ming. Lang Feng, watch your mouth. The young man called Lang Feng's face suddenly changed, and his mink coat rustled in the cold wind. Little bitch, do you think you can just bring a wild man with you? Before he finished speaking, Su Ming appeared like a ghost, with the scabbard of the knight's sword against the opponent's throat. The sword hasn't come out yet, but the murderous intent is already in the air. Swear again. Su Ming's voice was as light as a sigh in the wind and snow. I'll make you shut up forever. The whole place was in dead silence. The burly man behind Lang Feng didn't even have time to react. Stop. An old voice exploded. 7 figures came walking on the snow. The old man in the lead had a silver beard full of ice crystals, and he slammed the black ice staff in his hand heavily on the ground. Boom! A circular ice wave swept across the entire venue, forcing everyone back 3 steps. Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly, he put away his sword and stepped back. This old guy's spiritual pressure is several times stronger than Jiang Xian's. The trial hasn't even started yet, but the internal strife has already begun? Lang Wuhan's cloudy eyes swept across the crowd, lingering on Su Ming and Lang Linyue for half a second longer. If you do it again, you will be disqualified. Lang Feng stepped back with a grim face. The sinister gaze was always on Su Ming. Su Ming grinned. She made a throat-slitting gesture to him. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in my heart. Usually, others do this to you, but you never expect that you will also do it yourself. Lang Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, he snorted coldly, threw off his mink coat, and looked away. Lang Linua gently pulled Su Ming's sleeve, ignore them. Su Ming patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her not to worry, but the girl pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, with the tips of her ears turning red. The great elder unfolded the parchment scroll. The rules are simple. His voice spread throughout the venue under the blessing of spiritual energy. There are 3 frost cores deep in the canyon. The first 3 Ling family members who bring back the frost cores will pass the test. He paused, his eyes sharpening, but this trial is different from the previous ones. Abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations have appeared in the depths of the Frost Abyss Canyon, and there may be unknown dangers. If you encounter a situation that you cannot deal with, immediately crush the badge and teleport out. Someone in the crowd curled his lips in disdain. What kind of danger could there be? Our Lang family has controlled the Hanyuan Canyon for hundreds of years. The great elder gave him a cold look. I hope you're as strong as you are. He looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him eagerly. It looks like you're all ready. In that case, the Cold Abyss trial begins now. The great elder suddenly inserted the black ice staff into the ice. Crack! The frozen layer beneath everyone's feet suddenly cracked, and a faint blue light burst out from the cracks. Su Ming only felt a sense of weightlessness, and his whole body fell rapidly. When his vision returned, Su Ming found himself in an ice cave. The ice walls all around were glowing with a strange glow, and countless ice spikes above head hung upside down like swords. At this moment, I felt a slight tremor in my arms. Lang Linua was clutching the front of his clothes tightly, with frost hanging on her eyelashes. Is this a random transmission? Su Ming glanced around. The girl quickly took a half step back, her ears slightly red. Well, the landing point is different every time. She took out the ice blue badge, injected psychic energy into it, and projected a 3-dimensional map. Middle level of Ice Soul Rift. Bad luck. Lang Linua pursed her lips and said, this place is far away from the final altar. Su Ming suddenly pressed her shoulders, don't move. The sword is 3 inches out of its sheath. In the dim light reflected by the ice wall, a transparent figure was wriggling along the dome of the ice cave. It looked like a giant python made entirely of ice crystals, with its sharp fangs dripping with blue venom. Second level exotic beast, shapeshifting ice anaconda. Lang Linua tensed up instantly, only to see Su Ming's mouth curled up in a sneer. Just in time. The blood-marked pattern on the sword in the dark night suddenly lit up. Use you to warm up. The moment the sword flashed, the inverted ice spikes on the top of the ice cave exploded. The green sword light overflowed, instantly blasting the invisible giant python out of its original form. The figure of the young man flying into the air was reflected in Lang Linua's pupils. He stepped on the falling icicles and rushed upwards. The arc of light drawn by the sword split the ice anaconda's head in 2. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 1%. Current Spiritual Affinity Index, 76%. Puff! The tip of the sword accurately pierced 7 inches into the ice anaconda, picking out a blue crystal core the size of a walnut. Then, he threw it to Lang Linua, it should be able to replenish the ice energy. The girl hurriedly caught the crystal core, her icy blue eyes widening slightly. The second-level ice beast that needs to be treated with caution in the family records. He was killed by a single sword? Walk! Su Ming shook off the blue blood on the sword, and suddenly his ears moved slightly. There was a slight vibration from deep in the ice cave. It's like some giant creature is swimming in the ice. Lang Linua suddenly grabbed his wrist, something's wrong. The Ice Soul Rift Valley shouldn't be this big according to the family records. Before he finished speaking. Boom! The entire ice cave shook violently. The ice dome above his head cracked into spider web-like cracks, and some huge monster was crushing past from above. Su Ming suddenly threw the girl to the ground and protected her under his body. Su Ming was unaware of the soft fragrance as he stared upwards with a serious look. That is? Lang Linua's voice trembled. Through the collapsed ice dome, 100-meter-long black shadow could be vaguely seen swimming by. Its body is made of black ice, with 7 scarlet crystals inlaid on its spine. The twisted runes are exactly the same as the curse seal found in Qingshi village. Level 5 Monarch level beast, Cursed Ice Dragon. Su Ming's whole body was tense. Grass. I encountered a big guy at the beginning. This is definitely not a naturally evolved beast. Those scarlet curse marks were clearly implanted artificially. This damn dusk cult has harmed me. Su Ming gritted his teeth. The ice dragon suddenly stopped and its huge inverted triangle head twisted 180 degrees. 6 compound eyes locked onto the two people in the ice cave at the same time. Chapter 38 Su Ming's first kiss, first kiss, first kiss, first kiss. Violence rose in the ice dragon's pupils, and it opened its bloody mouth, condensing and emitting an icy blue breath. The potential energy is extremely terrifying. Get down! Su Ming roared and threw Lang Lingyue to the ice. Boom! The ice dragon's breath collided with the ice wall behind it, causing a deafening roar. Ice crystals are flying everywhere and the cold air is raging. Su Ming hugged Lang Lingyue tightly in his arms. The two were blown several meters away by the shockwave, and their backs hit the ice wall heavily. Cough! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. He immediately turned his head to look at Lang Lingyue. Are you okay? The girl's face was pale, but her eyes were still firm. No, it's okay. Ouch! Seeing that its first attack failed, the ice dragon let out a shrill hiss, and twisted its huge body in the ice, preparing to launch a second round of attack. Su Ming's eyes flashed. This big guy is invincible. What's worse is that due to the explosion just now, the top of the ice cave has begun to collapse on a large scale. He pulled Lang Lingyue up. Follow me. The two of them ran towards the depths of the ice cave. Behind him came the angry roar of the ice dragon and the loud noise of ice collapsing. Lang Lingyue clicked on the ice blue badge while running, and a three-dimensional map of the ice soul rift appeared before him. She took a quick look and said hurriedly, "There is a vertical passage to the right ahead, leading to the lower level of the Rift Valley." Good. Su Ming suddenly stopped, turned around and swung his sword. Clang! The night sword accurately blocked the huge ice cone falling from the top of the ice cave. His arm muscles bulged, and he forcibly picked up the ice cone and smashed it at the pursuing ice dragon. Walk! The two rushed into the right passage, and what they saw before them was just as Lang Lingyue had said, a nearly vertical ice cave with no bottom in sight. Lang Lingyue jumped down without hesitation, and his body slid down quickly along the ice wall. Su Ming followed closely behind, swinging his sword continuously to smash the ice falling from above. The ice dragon's huge body was stuck at the entrance of the passage. It let out an unwilling roar, and its 6 compound eyes shone brightly with scarlet light. Suddenly, the 7 scarlet crystals on its spine lit up at the same time, and strange runes began to twist and wriggle. Not good. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. He hugged Lang Lingyue's waist and activated the Tai Chi field with all his strength. The black and white energies instantly formed a protective shield, wrapping the two of them. Almost at the same time, a scarlet beam of light burst out from the seal on the ice dragon's back, and the ice instantly vaporized wherever it passed. Boom! The terrifying energy shock caused the entire ice cave to tremble violently. Su Ming gritted his teeth to maintain the Tai Chi shield, blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. Withstanding this attack almost exhausted his spiritual energy. Lang Lingyue was slightly startled, and slapped the ice anaconda crystal core that she had obtained earlier on Su Ming's chest. Absorb it. Ice blue energy instantly surged into the body. Su Ming only felt a coolness flowing through his body, and the consumed spiritual energy was quickly restored. Thank you. He hugged Lang Lingyue tightly and fell faster. The ice dragon saw that its attack had missed again. It hit the ice so violently that the entire rift was shaking. 2 plop sounds. The two finally slid to the bottom of the cave and fell into a huge underground ice lake. A biting coldness suddenly hit me. Fortunately, both of them have ice-related abilities, otherwise they would have been frozen to death on the spot. After the two surfaced. This is... Su Ming looked around and his pupils shrank slightly. In the center of the icy lake stands an altar made of ice crystals, with a crystal emitting a faint blue light suspended above it. Frost core. Lang Lingyue exclaimed. Su Ming was not happy but surprised. How could it be such a coincidence? His eyes flashed and he looked around quickly. Fine pieces of ice floated on the surface of the lake, and dark shadows could be vaguely seen swimming at the bottom of the lake. Something's wrong. He pressed Lang Lingyue's shoulders and said, "It went so smoothly." Suddenly, strange ripples appeared on the surface of the ice lake, and the broken ice fragments began to vibrate violently. Su Ming's eyes darkened, and he grabbed Lang Lingyue's wrist. There's something underwater. Before he finished speaking. Crash. 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 Dozens of dark blue figures broke out of the water. Second-level social beast, bone-eating ice lizard. They are shaped like giant lizards, and their entire bodies are covered with translucent ice crystal scales. Corrosive methamphetamine dripped between the sharp fangs, and the scarlet eyes were fixed on the two people. Hiss. The leading ice lizard let out a shrill hiss, and in an instant, the entire ice lake boiled. Dense swarms of ice lizards are coming from all directions. Form a siege. Lang Lingyue's fingertips trembled slightly, and she quickly condensed the ice energy and erected a circle of ice wall around the two of them. Ding! 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 The sharp claws of the ice lizards tore at the ice wall frantically, and cracks spread rapidly. I can't hold out for long, she gritted her teeth. Su Ming nodded slightly, but hostility rose in his eyes. When had I ever been wronged like this? He pressed his palm in the air, and black and white energy surged out from his palm. It instantly transformed into a rotating Tai Chi field, enveloping the two of them. As soon as the group of ice lizards approached, they were crushed by the violent yin and yang energies. Scales cracked and blood and flesh splattered. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 1%. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 1%. The system reminder sounded in his ears, but Su Ming was completely unable to care about it at this moment. Walk. He hugged Lang Lingyue's waist, used the Tai Chi field to clear a path, and tore a bloody path through the lizard group. The ice lizards pounced one after another. But the moment it touched the area, it was crushed into bloody pieces. Lang Lingyue was half held in his arms, her ears felt hot, but she didn't dare to be distracted. The eyes were filled with icy blue. With a wave of his hand, several ice spikes condensed in the air to kill those fish that had escaped the net. Sudden. Boom. The ice above my head collapsed again. The roar of the ice dragon came from above, obviously it has not given up the pursuit. It's going to break through the ice. Lang Lingyue's face changed suddenly. Su Ming's eyes became fierce and he sped up suddenly. The two stepped on the floating ice lizard corpses and rushed to the altar in the center of the lake. Just as the ice dragon broke through the ice, Su Ming grabbed the suspended frost core. Feeling the tremendous ice energy contained within it, it was as if one was holding the core of a miniature glacier. He quickly handed the frost core to Lang Lingyue. Use this. The moment Lang Lingyue took the frost core, a huge amount of ice blue spiritual energy surged into her body like a tide. Her pupils suddenly contracted, tiny ice crystals condensed on her long eyelashes, and the temperature of her entire body dropped sharply below freezing. The frost core resonates with the Long family's direct bloodline. I seem to be able to control it. Her voice was trembling with suppression, and her hands were pressed towards the lake surface. Crack! With the altar as the center, the ice layer instantly spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The group of ice lizards that pounced on them still maintained their ferocious posture. It was frozen into a hideous ice sculpture. Even the venom dripping from the fangs solidified into blue icicles. Awesome! Su Ming Yen is concise and to the point. But the sound of the ice collapsing above my head became more and more intense. Give it a shot. Lang Lingyue understood and raised the frost core above his head, gathering the power of extreme cold in his palm. The girl's pupils turned completely ice blue. A pillar of dark blue light shot up into the sky and collided with the breath of the falling ice dragon. Boom! The moment the two extremely cold energies collided, the entire ice lake shook violently. The shockwave crushed the surrounding ice lizards and ice sculptures into powder, and the altar in the center of the lake collapsed. While the smoke from the explosion obscured his vision, Su Ming grabbed Lang Lingyue and jumped into the underwater passage revealed after the altar collapsed. The angry roar of the ice dragon came from behind. But its huge body was blocked by the narrow passage and it could only roar helplessly on the spot. The water was freezing cold. I don't know how long I swam. Su Ming suddenly noticed that the girl in his arms was twitching slightly. Lang Lingyue's lips turned blue and her icy blue pupils gradually blurred due to lack of oxygen. Su Ming's heart trembled. He grabbed the back of her head without hesitation and kissed her cold lips hard in the dark blue water light. Lang Lingyue's cherry lips, which were slightly open due to lack of oxygen, instinctively closed. Su Ming used the tip of his tongue to forcefully push open her teeth and pass the oxygen through. The girl's ears instantly turned red as blood, and the bright red could be seen even underwater. She subconsciously wanted to step back, but Su Ming grabbed the back of her head, causing the girl to stare with her eyes wide open in the water. When surfacing, Long Lingyue was completely hanging on Su Ming. The wet white shirt clung to her body, outlining her slender waist, and the faint whiteness at the collar made people dizzy. Bang! She lowered her head and dared not look at Su Ming. She punched him in the chest, but the force was so light that it felt like a tickle. Where Su Ming couldn't see. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her lips raised a little. Does this count as coming from behind? With the soft fragrance in his arms, Su Ming was a little slow to realize it, and his Adam's apple rolled. You. Lang Lingyue's cherry lips just opened. Suddenly I noticed that there were tiny ice crystals on Su Ming's eyelashes. For some unknown reason I reached out to brush it away. The moment my fingertips touched. Ding ding ding. The ice blue badge suddenly issued a shrill alarm. The 3D map automatically expands. It showed that their location was being rapidly surrounded by 3 red dots. The ambiguous atmosphere is gone. Su Ming's eyes shone, and he said in a deep voice, "These frost cores will reveal the location of the holder. It seems that some people are in a hurry to reincarnate." Lang Linyua's voice was colder than the polar wind, and her beautiful ice blue eyes were filled with terrifying chill. These damn idiots. Do you know that you are disturbing other people's good things? She clenched the frost core in her hand and felt the surging icy power. She had only one thought now. Sink all those damn idiots into the cold abyss for 10,000 years. Lang Linyue was about to meet the enemy, but Su Ming grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She looked back in confusion. But Su Ming looked down and signaled. Lang Linyue looked down and noticed that she was already exposed. The wet shirt clung to her snow-white skin, outlining a vaguely seductive outline. The spoils, of course I have to keep them all to myself. I don't want others to take advantage of you. Su Ming chuckled and raised his eyebrows, his words containing a hint of teasing. Lang Linyue's ears turned red instantly, and even her snow-white neck turned pink. The words "why didn't you say it earlier" lingered on the girl's lips for a long time. But in the end it turned into a low hum. An overly possessive bastard. The spiritual energy all over the body evaporates, drying the clothes instantly. Chapter 39 I Love Killing. Die, die, die. Not long after, there were frequent footsteps coming from the front. Lung Feng took the lead and walked in front, his mink coat rustling in the cold wind, with a sinister grin on his face. Behind him were 2 Lang family members and 3 vicious helpers. On the left is the sturdy man I saw before, carrying a saber on his shoulder. The tall and thin man in the middle had poison-tipped brass knuckles on his fingers, and the whites of his eyes were bluish-gray. The sleeves of the masked man on the far right were shining coldly, and it was obvious that he was hiding a hidden weapon. Little bitch. Hand over the frost core. Lang Feng spread out his palms with a grim smile. For the sake of our fellow tribesmen, I will leave your body intact. I really appreciate what your great elder said. I hope your strength is as strong as your words. Su Ming curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, and drew the knight's sword. The blood-colored lines on the sword moved like a living thing. Lang Linyue raised her hand expressionlessly. The faint blue light of the frost core flowed in her palm, the temperature around her dropped sharply, and ice crystals spread on the ground. Lang Feng's face turned fierce when he heard this, and he waved his hand. Kill the man. The woman stays. There was a lewd light in his eyes. I haven't tasted the flavor of the Lung family's direct descendants yet. The sturdy man took the lead and slashed towards Su Ming with his saber with a sound of breaking through the air. Su Ming dodged the blade by leaning sideways, and the dark knight sword swung upwards. Puff! Flying with broken arms. The strong man wailed, and the hot blood condensed into ice in the air before it fell to the ground. The tall and thin man looked stern and shouted. You tough bastard! Don't hold back, come at me all together. The poisoned brass knuckles attacked from the side, and poisonous mist filled the air. Lang Linyue's eyes turned cold, and the frost core shone brightly. An ice wall rose from the ground, freezing the poisonous fog into ice chips. At the same time, the masked man flicked his sleeves. Dozens of hidden weapons shot out. But it was chopped into pieces by Su Ming's sword light halfway. Su Ming sneered, it's just a trifle. His sword's momentum changed, the blood pattern on the dark knight's sword lit up, and a green sword light swept out. Puff! The strong man was cut in half, and his organs, blood, and sausage were all over the ground. But the sword light continued to move forward. Lung Feng's face changed suddenly. He hurriedly activated his spiritual power and created an ice shield in front of him. However, Su Ming's sword was so powerful that the shield cracked instantly. How is that possible? Lang Feng's chest was splattered with blood and he staggered back. Lang Linyue seized the opportunity and the frost core energy exploded completely. She formed seals with her hands, and icy blue spiritual energy surged out like a tide. The ground froze instantly, and the other 5 people were trapped in ice below their ankles. The tall and thin man roared and struggled to break free, but saw Lang Linyue had already flashed in front of him. A slap on his chest. Frost exploded from his body and he turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing that the situation was not good, the masked man turned around and tried to escape. Su Ming kicked away a piece of icicle near his feet. Bang! It hit the masked man's head right. Blood plasma mixed with broken bones exploded instantly. It's like a blood flower blooming. Lang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he frantically urged his spiritual energy, "You are looking for death." He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the mink coat, and the runes on it instantly turned scarlet. A blood-red ice spear condensed and pierced Lang Linyue's heart. Su Ming's pupils shrank, and his body blocked Lang Linyue like lightning. The night sword and the ice spear collided. Boom! The air wave exploded, and Su Ming was knocked back half a step. His eyes are stern. As expected of a member of the wealthy Lang family, he has quite a lot of good things. Seeing that the fatal attack was ineffective, Lung Feng's face was filled with despair. He reached for the ice blue badge with trembling hands, trying to crush it and teleport away. However, at the moment when his fingertips exerted force. Laugh! The night sword turned into a dark sharp light and pierced through his chest. When the sword pierced his body, the badge in his hand just shattered into an ice blue light spot. You! Lang Feng's pupils suddenly shrank and a large amount of blood gushed out of his throat. The teleportation light curtain has covered the entire body, but it can only wrap up a gradually cold body and dissipate. Outside the secret realm, several elders were sitting around an ice crystal round table at the entrance of Hanyuan Canyon. The hot steam rising from the teacup quickly condenses into tiny ice crystals in the extreme cold. In this trial, Lung Feng has the best chance of winning. The second elder stroked his silver beard, his eyes full of approval, and Lung Feng was his descendant. Although his talent is not as good as Lang Wuhan's, he has a ruthless character and is very suitable for surviving in the frost abyss. The third elder took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. Yes, the helper he brought is also a gold-level demon hunter. With his ice talent, it will be no problem for him to seize the frost core. The great elder Lang Wuhan closed his eyes and rested, tapping the ground lightly with the Xianbing staff in his hand. I still think highly of Lang Wuhan. He has the means and determination. He opened his eyes, and a solemn look flashed in his cloudy eyes. Also, the squinty-eyed young man he brought with him this time is no ordinary person. The second elder suddenly snorted coldly. If you ask me, the one with the least hope is Lang Linyue. He is a direct descendant, but his talent is only a level. He dares to bring a high school student into the cold abyss? It's a disgrace to our Lung family. Several elders shook their heads upon hearing this. Except for the calm look of the great elder. The other elders all showed sarcastic expressions on their faces. I heard that girl hasn't been home for 2 years? Her father was so powerful in the past, how could he give birth to such a... If it weren't for her brother, she would have been expelled from the Lang family long ago. When Lang Jin was mentioned, the faces of several elders instantly became solemn, and the air seemed to be frozen in deathly silence. That name seemed to carry some invisible sense of oppression. Lang Jin, the most terrifying monster of this generation of the Long family. His talent, methods, and character are all top-notch among the best, and he even has a tendency to surpass the first-generation head of the family. But such an outstanding young man. I just like to pick on old guys like these. Just then. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light. This blue light seemed to melt the frozen atmosphere. Several elders breathed a sigh of relief and stood up at the same time. The second elder laughed and clapped his hands. Look. What did I say? Someone came so quickly. The voice stopped abruptly. The blue light dissipated. Lung Feng's body hit the ice with a bang. The bull-sized bloody hole on his chest was still oozing blood, and his mink coat was stained an eye-catching scarlet red. His face was frozen with horror and disbelief, as if he had seen something terrifying before he died. The whole place was in dead silence. The expressions of several elders froze instantly. The third elder's hand froze in mid-air. The second elder's teacup shattered on the ice with a bang. This is impossible. His cloudy old eyes flashed with cold light, and his voice was as cold as the netherworld. Check. Retrieve the last image of his location before his death immediately. The third elder hurriedly operated the control array, and the ice blue light curtain unfolded. In the screen, Lung Feng's face was filled with extreme fear, and he tried frantically to press the ice blue badge. But in the next second, his chest was pierced by the dark sword light. The picture finally freezes on the boy's deep eyes. Deep in the dark pupils. It seems to reflect the eternally frozen ice of the abyss, cold and deep. Is it that high school student? The third elder's Adam's apple rolled and his voice became hoarse. The second elder suddenly stood up, his hair and beard standing up. Stop the trial immediately. Catch that little bitch and her mistress and tear them into pieces. Don't talk nonsense. That's the Lang family's direct descendant. The great elder shouted fiercely, and the mystic ice staff burst out with a bone-chilling cold air. What's more, the rules of the 100 years of cold abyss trial are that life and death are left to fate. Are you rushing in now to make other families laugh at our Lang family? He swept his gloomy eyes over the other elders who were silent as a mouse, and said in a deep voice, "When the trial is over, I will meet Su Ming in person." On the other side, a cold wind blew through the Hanyuan Canyon. It made a wailing sound, like a female ghost crying. "No, don't kill us." The remaining two collateral descendants were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. "We were forced." Su Ming's eyes were cold, and the blood pattern on the night sword in his hand suddenly lit up. Beg for mercy? A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a dark cold light flashed across the edge of the sword. Puff! Puff! Two great heads fly high. The splattered blood condensed into bloody ice crystals in the air before it even hit the ground. Chapter 40, Fierce Battle. Lang Wuhan appears. Lang Lingyue stood quietly aside. The frost core in the palm of her hand emitted a faint blue light, and there was no trace of pity on her delicate and beautiful face. He who kills will be killed. Su Ming nodded, shook off the blood drops on the sword, and looked into the depths of the canyon. Let's go. The two walked forward on the ice. The temperature around was getting lower and lower, and the white air exhaled instantly froze. Even Lang Lingyue, who possessed the talent of ice, couldn't help but shiver at this moment. She glanced at Su Ming strangely, only to see that in such a cold environment, he still looked fine. You really can't feel the cold? Su Ming shrugged casually, and the white mist he exhaled instantly condensed into frost. I can't feel it. Lang Lingyue slightly opened her red lips and was about to say something. The next second, the coat that smelled of Su Ming was draped over her, wrapping the girl's thin body tightly. You? Su Ming smiled and said. If you keep trying to be strong, you'll freeze into an ice sculpture, young lady. Her face turned red and she stopped talking. As the two went deeper, strange twisted lines began to appear on the ice walls on both sides, slowly wriggling as if they had life. The hanging soul corridor is in front. Lang Lingyue reminded at the right time. The ice there interferes with perception and can easily make people lose their way. As he was speaking, a crackling sound suddenly came from the ice fog ahead. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately pressed the hilt of the sword. There is something. Suddenly, a big bump appeared on the ice not far away. It exploded with a bang. A giant wolf covered with ice spikes jumped out. Its body was as big as a car, with a bloody mouth, and the white breath it exhaled condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. Level 3 Beast, Ice Soul Wolf. So big? Su Ming looked surprised. What did he eat to become so strong? Roar! The demon wolf locked its scarlet eyes on the two men, and it roared, then pounced on them with its hind legs. I slide. Su Ming took the opportunity to slide and rushed under the belly of the magic wolf. The sword of darkness stabbed into the wolf's belly from bottom to top and slashed with force. The smell of blood. Ouch! The demon wolf screamed and rolled over the ice wall. Its intestines spilled out onto the ground. It whimpered and fell to the ground, dead. Killing third-level alien creatures, 410. Spiritual Affinity Index plus 2%. Current Spiritual Affinity Index, 82%. Done. Su Ming used the tip of his sword to pry open the wolf's head and found a blue crystal core as big as a walnut. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the ice fog ahead. Oh my, isn't this the eldest daughter of our Ling family? A voluptuous woman in revealing leather clothes walked out with a muscular man, her white breasts almost popping out. Lang Yen? Lang Linyue frowned slightly. Lang Yen glanced at the wolf corpse on the ground and the sword in Su Ming's hand that was still dripping with blood. Pupils constricted. She licked her red lips and glanced at Su Ming. You're quite good, handsome boy. Do you want to play with your sister? The muscular man next to her looked gloomy. Yenner, what do you mean? Shut up. Lang Yen raised her eyebrows and slapped the muscular man on the face. It's not your turn to interrupt me when I'm talking. She twisted her slender waist and walked towards Su Ming, with a crystal blue light flashing from her fingertips. Little brother, it's boring to be with this ice-faced guy. Sister will teach you what ecstasy is. Roll. Su Ming had a calm expression, raised the tip of his sword and pointed it at her throat. I still don't like you, a vulgar person. Lang Linyue glanced at Su Ming. What a vicious mouth. As expected, Lang Yan's face suddenly darkened, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. She screamed, kill this kid. I'll take care of that bitch myself. The muscular man roared when he heard the words. His muscles became knotted all over his body, and his fist as big as a casserole wrapped in khaki spiritual energy smashed down. The fierce wind from the fist caused ice chips on the ground to splash everywhere. Yo, you're still a dog licker. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and held the sword of night across his body. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing against each other, and sparks flew when sword and fist collided. My fist can even punch through an armored vehicle. The muscular man grinned, showing his sharp white teeth, and punched again. Yeah? Su Ming sneered, and as he turned his wrist, a sharp green sword light appeared. Puff! Blood splatters. The entire thick right arm flew several meters high. Fuck! My hand! The muscular man knelt on the ground and screamed. Blood gushed out from his broken arm and he couldn't stop it. Su Ming raised his foot and kicked him on the knee. The crisp crack sound made people's teeth ache. The strong man's leg bone was bent in the opposite direction at a strange angle. Ah! The pig slaughtering howl echoed throughout the ice valley. The narrow corridor-shaped ice wall made the howling sounds mournful and long-lasting. Seeing this, Lang Yan's scalp tingled and he turned around and ran. Want to leave? A cold light flashed in Lang Linyue's eyes, and the frost core glowed brightly. She lifted her slender fingers slightly, and the ice spread instantly, freezing Lang Yan's legs. Bitch! Let me go! Lang Yan struggled frantically, cursing, and the arrogance on her pretty face was completely gone. Su Ming killed the muscular man with one sword and turned to walk towards Lang Yan. You, don't come over here. Lang Yan's face turned pale, and he suddenly tore open his collar, and 2 lumps of snow-white hair jumped out impatiently. Little handsome boy, I am willing to do anything. Puff! The sword of night pierced her chest. Su Ming drew his sword coldly, disgusting. Lang Linyue silently retracted the frost and said softly, she is my cousin. Su Ming shrugged, not now. Sudden. The entire hanging soul corridor shook violently. The twisted lines on the ice wall began to wriggle and turned into hideous ghost faces. Woo woo. The shrill howling sounds came from all directions. Careful. Lang Linyue grabbed Su Ming and said, it's the ghost of the hanging soul. Before he finished speaking, countless translucent blue ghosts emerged from the ice wall and pounced towards us with fangs and claws bared. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he swept the night sword across. The sword blade cut through the ghost shadow, but it was like cutting through the air. Physical attacks are ineffective. Lang Linyue quickly formed a seal, and the frost core burst out with a dazzling blue light. Freeze! The extremely cold spiritual energy swept across, freezing the approaching ghost. But more ghosts followed one after another. The dark mass seemed to fall from the sky. Su Ming picked up Lang Linyue and ran towards the end of the corridor. The ghost's scream echoed in their ears, as if it was going to drill into their minds. At the end of the ice wall corridor is an ice waterfall. Bang! Su Ming hugged Lang Linyue and smashed the ice waterfall directly. The biting cold wind is whistling in my ears. Su Ming hugged Lang Linyue's waist tightly. The girl lay in the boy's arms, her long black hair flying in the wind. And behind the ice waterfall is a different world. It is a huge crystal clear ice cave. At the end of the ice cave, there were two figures standing, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Su Ming protected Lan Linhua behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at them. The young man on the left is dressed in a silver-white suit, with eyebrows and eyes as sharp as a knife. He was tossing a frost core up and down in his hands. The ice crystals swirling around the young man condensed into a miniature ice tornado, the sound of which was quite terrifying. On the right is a squinty-eyed young man wearing a plain gray windbreaker, with the corners of his mouth raised in a harmless smile. But when Su Ming's eyes fell on him, his expression became more serious. This person gave him a stronger sense of danger than that of the Leng family disciple. The man on the left is Leng Wuhan, the leader of the younger generation of the Leng family. Lan Linhua leaned close to Su Ming's ear and lowered her voice. "Ha, Miss Linyu, please don't flatter me." Lang Wuhan chuckled without comment. "In the Lang family, who dares to claim to be the number one in front of your brother?" He paused, then changed the subject and said with a smile. "But I'm surprised that you're still alive today." Lang Wuhan narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood-stained sword in Su Ming's hand. Suddenly grinned. "How about this, kid over there, you kill her and I'll let you live."